Jaha.
Friday, October 21st, and we are on Freedom Friday. Hello to everyone in the chat. I know we got some other channels that are doing live streams right now, so I'm not sure who's all going to join us, but welcome everybody that is with us. I have my dude Bits and Pieces back with us on the panel this week. That's awesome. Bits, welcome back. Glad to have you. He's giving us finger guns, guys. That's got to be a good sign. And I have look at this. I have Sovereign and Ironton Auditor together because Terry actually played Pony Express like we talked about. And he delivered the guitar that I sold to Sovereign.
Oh man, I want that guitar.
That's a beautiful guitar, man. That's such a great guitar. It really is.
Got a nice sound to it, too.
It looks good on me, don't it? Looks good on
It
me.
looks good on me. Yeah.
Gresh is amazing. I love Gresh.
I've actually got another Gretsch. I've got the Resonator Gretsch. That's probably my favorite guitar. I love that little thing, and it's a little cheap thing, but it's just a great guitar. It just plays really well. So, but I honestly the only reason I even sold that guitar is I went in there and like I got my guitars like hanging up right, and I was kind of in the room one day and I was looking. I thought that's dust on that semi hollow. And I was like, that guitar is actually collecting dust, literally collecting dust. And I was like, what a shame. What a beautiful guitar that's brand new, that was never really played. And it's collecting dust because I don't take enough time. So I was thinking, man, there's got to be somebody out there that would want that guitar to be able to actually enjoy it and enjoy the tone of it and get some good natural oils in that wood so you can start really singing. So I'm glad it got a happy home. How's that?
Yeah, it's definitely got one. Thank you for that. I appreciate the heads up on you selling it, because I was like, and then it was like, I've been trying to get this little bastard out here for a long time, and he's like, oh, I got to do this, I got to do that. And so I was like, okay,
Well,
I'll put him on the spot. We'll make him have to go.
Chili did leave me to protect the citizens of Ironton from the tyrant cops, and now I'm not there this weekend. Somebody's getting.
It doesn't matter. You've been stripped of all titles, lands, and holdings. That's all.
So I'm
You
not
lost
your
you
anymore.
lost your sir status.
You're not.
Oh well, in that case, I don't have to hold the just auditing. Then I can do whatever the hell I want.
You're not allowed to even be called that anymore.
Yeah, I don't think you're even allowed to use that term. It's like the sir thing with being knighted by the queen.
Well,
You were knighted by Queen Chili.
So I have been
Patents.
disappointed.
All your patents of nobility have been stripped.
You're gone.
You're done.
You're out.
So much
Just
for
for the
being-
record,
so much for
we
being
are
a
running
grown
amok.
Petro, huh?
The tyranny in Ironton right now is running amok.
It's off the chain.
Gotta
It's
be.
off
I'm
the
not
chain.
there.
It's off the chain. It's terrible.
Where-
just so
where-
you know. Just so you know.
Oh.
Go Playboy.
I
Okay,
think, listen, we were talking just a little bit backstage before they started the stream, and I was talking to Derek about, I don't know, did anybody in the chat, if you have not seen Derek's video today, okay, let me back up. Derek is a very, very laid back, soft spoken guy. He's a very, very nice fella. Like, he's just that guy. He's easy to talk to. He's very approachable, good dude. So when you see Derek's content from today, if you know Derek, when you see that, you're going to say, oh, shit, because that's not what you're used to from Derek at all. Terry, am I right? Like, was that not a shocker? Okay, so if you have not seen Derek's video, I would like to ask Derek to play that video if we can, because look, before we do that, Derek, give us a little backstory about what happened and what got that going for you today.
So I was watching a video that Chili posted where he's talking about how people was getting paid $500 or $1,000 from Kate's to troll him. And he said something in the video. He said, do you think I like to do this? Do you think I like to file lawsuits? And I was like, I commented, I was like, that's your favorite thing to do, if you remember.
I'm pretty sure that was his quote.
And he had his thing, basically just say going after my mental health, said I was a fat piece of shit, and that's perfect. So I was like, you dumb motherfucker, my turn. So I was like part of me was like, okay, I'll not say anything. then the other part of me is like, man, I feel like I need to do something drastic here. So I just got my phone out and just let him have it.
Yeah, fuck him.
And I did it the best way I could. So
you pulled no punches. I'm gonna give you that heads up right now. When I saw that, I was like, "Holy shit!" Like,
Yeah,
Derek, why don't you tell us what you really think, buddy?
I replayed it when my wife got home. I said, "Whoa!" I said, "Somebody lit a fire underneath Derek's ass. Watch this shit." And she sit there like fucking falling over in her chair, going laughing. And when he was doing that thing, I was cracking up even the second time. Just take your finger, stick it right up your fucking ass, Chili. I was like, "No, dude, this is not real." He's going, boy. This is nice. I was in Chili's chat, and he had it unblocked. And so I can see if I'm on because I'm watching it on my TV. And if I go on my phone or something, I leave a comment, it'll go through on mine, but I look up there, and if I can see it on there, then I know that I'm not blocked. It's going through. So I was putting all kinds of shit in there. I was saying, yeah, I just cashed my weekly $10,000 check from Kate just to troll you. They had little money pictures, all kinds of shit like that. And just really trolling him. And then as soon as I put in there, I says, "Hey, got any more of that gay porn ready on your phone to send to people?" And
he really did send you something, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
and I seen him right then. As soon as that comment come up, I seen his finger go like that. And then next thing I looked, nothing. I'm blocked, man. Everybody else is trolling the shit out of him, and he didn't say shit. He was boom, you're blocked, bitch. I don't want to hear about my gay porn no more.
Oh yeah, he can't take it if you give it back. That's why he's so mad. In case you guys, we got a new star here tonight. In case you guys can see Roman cutting in and out, my cat.
You just turned into a cat, man.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Chili said I was a big pussy, so I don't know.
We got 5 stars on this show right here tonight,
right.
baby.
So Derek, is there any way you can share that? Can you pull that up and I'll share your screen?
Yeah. Give me 1 second here.
Because guys, I'm telling you guys in the chat, if you haven't seen it, like I'm sure most of the people that are in my chat are going to be subscribers to Derek by now anyway. So
yes, but it's worth watching a second time, I promise.
And to know what I know about Derek.
Come on now, come on.
I hear it.
Hey, have you ever seen that thing? It was going around for quite a while, but there was this lawyer. They was doing the thing on Skype with the judge and shit. And apparently this lawyer's kid had been playing with the computer and shit. And so when he came on to Skype for the court, his face was a cat superimposed and shit. The dude's like, "Oh, just a minute, Your Honor. I'm not really a cat." Like, no, shit,
little
really?
disclaimer real fast. Oh man. Oh, anytime you're ready, Derek. We're ready, guys. Let's watch. Derek had a little case of the red ass today, so let's watch it together.
This is dope.
I thought you was a nice guy. You remember
you guys hear it on
you
your
told
end?
that lawyer
Yeah.
you called of Kate saying you're such a nice guy? He even started the conversation. "Hey, I'm Chili DeCastro. I'm a nice person." Fuck you. Look at you, you dumb bastard. You're about as useless as a fucking flea on a horse's nutsack. At least the flea on the horse's nutsack gets some kind of action. You, on the other hand, the only action you're getting is being on your knees at truck stops. Is that why you have that bad knee? Tell the truth, guys. Feel free. Take that finger, hit the like button, hit number 1 if Chili likes it on the knees, or is Chili a fluffer? Number 1 or number 2? By the way, I can't prove these things. It's just my opinion. Can't really prove these guys. I can't. But Chili attacking my mental state. We know I have mental problems. You're not telling anybody anything new. You're not telling anybody new that I'm fat. I know I'm fat. I'm a big guy. At least I'm doing something to rectify that shit. What are you doing aside from, oh, I forgot. You hate the First Amendment, so you want to kick all these channels.
Stop it right there just for a second, Derek.
Because they hurt your feelings because you're a piece.
Okay, of everything that you said, that is the biggest shock to that little asshole of anything. The fact that you're making it out like he's this anti-First Amendment fucking auditor, because he's literally made himself out to be that in reality. Like seriously, like he come onto the scene, bursting on the scene as this First Amendment auditor. And the reality is he has fought more against the First Amendment since he's been out as anybody that I know of. And the fact that if anything you could have said about him, you fucker or whatever, when you call him, yeah, you've been fighting against the First Amendment. I about doubled over when I first saw that dude. I was thinking, oh, that's a punch in his little face. Fucker. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Piece of shit.
I had too
Is
much
that
fun filming
right?
that.
Is that? Oh, that's right. You don't like the First Amendment. You're not a fighter for freedom. You're a fighter for tyranny. Look at you. Just look at you. You fucking stupid bastard. You're not triggering anybody. You're not helping anybody. These lawsuits, you keep on losing and you keep on saying, oh God, I got you, Kate. I got you, Josh. I got you, Merv. I got you, Blue Bacon. I'm going to get you all. I'm going to make you suck my little tiny dick. Wait, that's not happening either, right? Because you actually don't have any authority to help anybody. Was it you that got Dad put in the jail for a good while because she listened to your stupid ass? I believe so. By the way, guys, just my opinion. I just like to have an opinion because opinions are good, especially on the internet. Internet's a great thing for opinions. I love America, right? You like my finger guns because finger guns are great too. By the way, before we keep on going, Chili, I'm sorry, honey. Wait, did I just call you? I just called you honey. I did. Does that make me gay? Does it? Chili, what do you stand for? What is your mission aside from fighting the First Amendment for tyranny? What is your mission? You say you're trying to save the world of cops and torture cuffs. They're not torture cuffs, you dumb fucker. They're not. It's for bondage. We all know that's what that's for. I like bondage. I like getting my hands wrapped up in torture cuffs. Come on, dude. Come on. Just really. Is it for slaves? Is it for slavery? No, maybe not. Maybe somewhat, but not completely. You got things wrong. I'm not a man of the law. I'm the man that doesn't break laws because I'm not a fucking idiot, Chili. I'm not. What's your fucking goal now? I mean, you're sitting there in California saying how you're going to beat Chad up because we all know how that worked out. Oh, I got a bad knee for sucking dick at a truck stop and doing coke. Just my opinion, though. Can't prove that. Don't know if it's true. I don't want to assume that, but possibly. Yeah, you're not going to fight Chad. You're not going to come to the gym. You know what? I even say, if you want, here's an easy target, Chili. And I mentioned this in a short. If you want to come to Ashland, Kentucky, not Ironton, because I know you're a pussy and you won't come back to Ironton because it said you are a capital P-U-S-S-Y. I spelled that out for you because you're semi-retarded. I know you have a hard time spelling. It kind of shows your lawsuits and stuff. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, but why don't you come to Ashland? I'll fight you. I'll fight. I've never been in a fight before. You can beat me in 1 second, Chili. 1 second. You and your MMA. I'm not doing any MMA. I'm going to be doing some boxing, though, if you want to do that. I'll come here. Come to Ashland. Fight me. Just come and do it. I know you're going to back out of it. You'll look really stupid if you backed out of this, right? You're back. I'm giving you a free punch. It's not going to prove anything. It's just going to prove that you're a piece of shit, even more than what you are. But I'm willing to be the one you lay your hands on. I know you want to get your hands on me. You've already told me you wanted to fuck my ass at the auction. You remember that? You remember you have that big sweet crush on me? I know you do. It's okay. I'm beautiful. I can't help it. I know you want to put your beautiful arms around me. Did I call you beautiful? There we go. There's a compliment. I hope you like compliments because that's probably all you're going to get from me. But like I said, come to Ashland. I'm just going to tell you now so you don't have to gloat on it on your YouTube channel, but slowly dying because nobody really pays attention to you. Oh, look at my numbers. I have 50,000 people watching me. Nobody's watching you, Chili. That's why you're barely getting 200 people watching. I know my channel's small, at least whenever I make a Chili video, which, you know what, I'm sorry to say, I make a Chili video and it gets the views. A lot of people fucking hate your guts, dude. It's just the way it is. You're not very, very popular on the internet. You're not a controversial figure. The only type of figure you are is, again, a man that gets on his knees on a truck stock bathroom floor while sucking dick
Oh.
of some trucker. Maybe you convinced him that, hey, I like coke. Maybe you can have my van. Maybe you can meet my girlfriend Deborah. Maybe some Bobby Law. Some didn't you fight Chuck Liddell or LeBron James or something like that? I don't know, Chili. But come on, man. Come on, dude. Come on. Hey, I'm giving you a chance. Come to Ashland. I'll let you just kick my ass, beat me all over the place. Just do it. Come on. What is it? You're a man of the law. You're an MMA guy. You have high caliber powers. You're the fucking Black Power Ranger, but was rejected because, well, you're a piece of shit. That's really, you're not very talented to begin with. Actually, the flea that's on the horse's nutsack has more talent and actual anything going for it than what you do. You're just, what do you do? Tell me.
Damn,
What
Derek,
do you
tell
do?
us how you
What do
really
you do?
feel, bro.
I can tell you what I
I'm
do.
serious.
I can tell you, I'm pretty successful. On YouTube, I have a broken channel. Well, it's not broken anymore because people actually like what I have to say. Unlike you get trolled every video. You can't hold your fucking
realize it
tongue
was 10
long enough
minutes
to help anybody because you're so afraid of the trolls. You're so afraid of Kate. You're so afraid of Josh Abrams. You're so afraid of Chad Goo. You're so afraid of Ironton Auditor. You're so afraid of me. I mean, if you're not afraid of me, come to Ashland. I'll meet you. We can go to the fucking park, get some hot dogs. We can fight. I know you're going to try to stick something up my ass. I'll fucking buy some gloves or something. If that's what you're into. I'm not into it. I've had colonoscopy before, so I guess that is what it is. So, but maybe you can come to Ashland and let's fight. Let's do your thing. Let's bring your alphaness up because you are an alpha.
Oh,
No,
pure
you're
alpha.
fucking not an alpha. You're actually a bitch, a big one. But that's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't offend you like that. You might sue me because these are my opinions. I have on the internet. By the way, thank you for that $500 apparently that Kate's been giving away for trolls. Is that right? 500. I never got $500. I wish I got $500. I could totally use $500. Could you use $500? I'm sure you could. Maybe you can fix that fucking knee of yours, right? Fix that knee. Fix that blood pressure. Fix that van that you lost. I mean, it got stolen. Just my opinion, guys. Can't prove these things. Cannot prove these things. Chili, you're going nowhere fast. You're like a train about to hit nothing. What happens when you hit nothing? Nothing happens. You're just blowing away. You are becoming irrelevant. And I know my channel is not big. Chili, that's fine. That's fine. What's going to improve? More people listen to me about my mental health issues and mental health problems. Try to help people. I actually stand for something. I stand for something where you don't stand for anything. The only thing you stand for is getting money from people and pretending to care about the law. The only thing you care about is the money. Remember, you're trying to sue YouTube for $10 million. Good luck with that. You're probably not going to be on YouTube for another couple of months. You're just kind of kiss that goodbye. Slowly. Again, guys, just my opinion. Can't prove these things. I love my First Amendment rights. I love fair use. Fair use is nice. Somebody tells you that you can't have First Amendment rights and fair use, they're probably fucking stupid. Probably. Most likely, they're probably Chili de Castro. Most of the time, it's probably Chili de Castro. But it's like, hey, you can't say things on the internet about me because I'm a special snowflake, right? Right? Am I right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Take your finger, type in number one for Chili is a snowflake. Hit the like button if Chili is a snowflake. If Chili is a snowflake, hit number 2 for Chili is a snowflake. Also, Chili, take your finger,
Hit them all.
finger, drag your finger, stick it up your ass, stick it up there, take your finger, just up there, right? Up, right there. It's easy. Take your finger.
The chat's actually blowing up with the response to
I'm
that
watching
now.
you. I'm watching you, Chili. Don't go crying to the federal courts because you're a pussy. Don't be doing that. Don't be doing it. And like I said, if you want to come to Ashland, Kentucky, come on. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. You have two people you can fight now. You happy? You happy? You might be able to kick my ass. That's fine. I don't really care. Not going to prove anything except that you're a dumb bitch, a dumb beta bitch at that. Take your finger. Beta bitch. Beta bitch. Thank you guys.
That was classic, man. That was
Okay.
classic.
Not only was it full of good one-liners, but the fact that if you know Bits, you know that that's not his demeanor. So he
That's why I was like, what the fuck? Hi, Mrs. Leducator. I've been meaning to say hello to you
that's
for all this
solid.
time. And I kept going, you know, what? Oh, now we're talking about something else. Squirrel. We were doing that. So I've been working on a version of Alice Cooper's 18, but I've changed the lyrics about Chili, and it's pretty fucking funny,
Oh
man.
yes.
It's pretty fucking funny.
Oh,
Y'all want to hear what I got so far?
well, yeah.
Yeah. Slide that microphone over. See if you can get that over to me.
Oh, yeah. Glad you guys liked that video. That was
Oh, fuck
that was
That was funny as shit. I'm gonna take your seat for a sec. Or here, I'll just pull over to the middle. There we go. Let me see if I can pull that over to my face. There it goes. I only got like the first verse and the thing going, but it's pretty cool. Baby's brain and a notebook. Hold on, where's my little notebook at, Terry? Where'd I do with my little notebook? Right up there. It's a little blue one. Is it out there on my little stand? Oh, okay. I remember it goes. Loud storm on a mirror in a storm. I suck when I go to court. I drive around in a minivan. Got a mission without any plan. 'Cause every day. I'm chilly and I act really gay. I'm chilly, I always run away. I gotta get out of this place. Oh my God, here comes Kate, I run. Baby's brain and an old man's arm. Gotta do when I smell like a farm. I don't know what I'm talking about. Give everybody a lot of doubt. 'Cause I'm chilly, I get confused every day. I'm chilly and I act really gay. I'm chilly, I always run away. I gotta get out of this place. Oh my God, here comes Kate, I run. But that's all I've got.
Oh, that's freaking awesome, dude. You definitely got to finish it.
Yeah, I started jotting that down in a notebook last night, and you can see it's very crude and rudimentary. But I used to do the Alice Cooper tune all the time,
yeah.
and I was like, yeah, we got to do that. And it just came into my head. I was like off the cuff, and I was like, I got to write this shit down.
Oh hell yeah. Well, you know,
This place isn't as big as it looks on camera.
you know, when I done that video the other day, and I kind of had been telling myself for a while that I was going to back off the whole Chili shit, because Chili, to be honest with you, Chili doesn't mean shit to me. You know what I mean? Because like he's already proven that he's completely insignificant to me. You know, honey, will you set him off, because he's going to end up doing that. He doesn't really affect me. You know what I mean? He's full of shit. He's insignificant to me. It doesn't matter to me. But when I watched that video of him the other day, I guess was he out in Hollywood maybe where the troll guy comes up to him?
Hey,
And starts-
Lisa, tell me more. She says that me and Sovereign were kind of threatened with a lawsuit from Beth today. So I'd like to hear about this because that's got to be some real dumb shit right there.
Oh, you'll
I'd
get your
like to
ass
know
whooped.
exactly what she thinks she can sue me for. I gave her book the attention she asked me to do. It's coming out December 1st. Barnes and Noble, pick it up.
Well, you're screwed now.
I guess so. Well, see,
Do this.
in the comments of her thing, see, there's the woman that
honey,
won the belt down there.
you want one?
She had it in her head somehow that I was that her and I had some kind of an online thing going on or something, because she contacted me on Facebook, and I never gave her any indication like that whatsoever. But she was going on about like she'd say things like, "Are you going live tonight?" And I would be like, "Yeah." She goes, "I'll be watching, but I'll be naked." And I'm like, "Well, cool, whatever. You know, I don't know you. I don't give a fuck." And then she'd say, "Oh, I'm a lesbian." I was like, "Okay." And then then she puts in, "Oh, you believe me, don't you?" And I'm like, "It doesn't matter. I don't care one way or the other. That's your business, you know, whatever." So anyway, she goes, "Are you going to the fight?" And I said, "Yeah, we're getting tickets right now." And she goes, "Where's a good place to stay?" And so I told her where I'd stayed the last time, and I gave her the address off of Facebook or off the Google Maps and shit. I said, "Here's where I was at." So she went ahead and got tickets and got them there. And then she was all bent, somehow had it figured out that her and I was going to be in the same place, and we was going to have some kind of rendezvous or some other kind of shit. And I don't know where she got that from. But then that's what she was all pissed off and drunk, got all over with Terry, was pissed off at me. I recognized her from Facebook from across the bar. And I went down there to say, "Hey, I know who you are, you know?" And she goes, "You're a son of a bitch. I don't like you. Am I as ugly in person as you thought I was?" And I was like, you know, I don't think of people that way. What the fuck are you doing, you know? And so then I walked away, and then she was all over Terry, telling him about, you know, that I wasn't worth the fucking all this shit, and I ain't got no dick and all this other kind of thing. And it was like, what the fuck? Really bizarre shit. Well, anyway, she was commenting in there, she hates me now because I called her out on that shit, right? So she hates me so bad now, she's on Beth Ritz's fucking thing saying, "I have hit Sovereign's entire criminal record." And I was like, "Cool, I do too. Let me know if you're missing anything." You know, what the fuck? I've been completely open about my past, which you can call it a criminal past, but everything, like I've said, when I drank alcohol, I broke out in fucking handcuffs, right?
Happens to a lot of people.
Yes. And yes, I have multiple DUIs and drunken publics and the shit that goes along with being a fucking drunk. So what? You know, I've never harmed a person or anything else like that. Never caused any loss, injury, or harm.
I'll put the
Thank
link in the
God.
chat for you, Tina, if you want to come up.
You know, so I'm like, you know, what the fuck? You go ahead. And she also claimed that she had a bunch of, you know, dick pics of me. And I'm like, I'll tell you what, if you do, send them to my wife and she'll tell you if they're mine or not. Okay. And if you want a real one for 50 USD, I will send you one. There you go. You know, because I don't know what the fuck you're even talking about, but I'll tell you what, that pissed me off because she was telling people there in Ironton when she showed up all this bullshit. And then I'm like, what are you talking about? What in the, you know? And I'm like, no, that's not going to fly, man.
Well,
I don't even know.
Let me just tell you this: if you guys are getting sued,
I know. I'm.
if you guys are getting sued, once Uncle Artie loses the bar and grill and it becomes Uncle Chili's Bar and Grill, then then what's Beth gonna own of you guys? I'm just curious. Is she gonna? Is she Terry? What's she gonna? Is she gonna be the Beth auditor or how?
I reckon. I figure if she thinks I'm doing such a piss poor job at it, where's she with her camera? She can come out there and audit.
I don't know,
So
buddy.
can anybody else for that matter. I don't hold the authority as to like there can only be one and shit. This ain't the Highlander. You know, I'd be happy to audit another auditor while they come out and fuck with y'all.
You can keep this down.
But I can only see how that would go. Picture in your mind the typical Ironton police stop. And then I'm going to be Beth Rist auditing the Ironton Police Department.
You okay?
Hello, everyone. I'm Beth Rist in Ironton. Today is October 20th, 2022. As you can see, I kind of talk like a cross between Sergeant Friday and Forrest Gump, and we have a traffic stop.
Only one
here.
I can dream.
You already messed up, Sovereign. 'Cause you didn't mention you already messed up because you didn't mention anything about cherries and berries.
Oh, well, does she know about that? Does she know about? As I've been
I love
told
you,
by
Terry. I'm
some-
playing with you.
Did you hear there was a lady in my chat one night, one of my lives was going through town. She said that her daughter had walked through there and said, "What are you doing? What are you looking at?" She said, "I'm watching for cherries and berries." She was watching my live. And a little bit later, her daughter looked up and said, "Well, which one is that talking? Is that cherries or berries?" Talking about me and Eugene.
Hi, Miss Tina.
Hey.
Thank her.
Everybody, you'll have to turn this volume. Everybody hear
What's
me?
up, Playboy? What's up,
The
Playboy?
Playboy.
What's up? Okay, I'm gonna turn the cam off because I'm driving.
You never know. We might get a visit from Tater tonight, or maybe even Carl. You
I
never
like
know.
them both. They're both good boys. Good boys.
They're good fellers.
Can we get a one in the chat?
Not talk to that little feller like that.
Oh gosh, yeah. What was funny was like when I was doing the damn it, the Cobra Kai thing there a few months ago when Dumb Dick was first making his excuses, and he was wanting to have a virtual fight. And I was thinking, I want to come up with some type of silly character that I can just continually go back to. And then it hit me when I thought, oh no, it can't be somebody that's disconnected. It's got to be somebody that's related to the DeCastros. And nobody better than a hillbilly DeCastro is a perfect example of what we need right now. So that's exactly how Tater Thoughts DeCastro come to be, folks.
Taters.
Old Tater Thoughts.
I guess he's melting down on live
Yeah. You want to pull it up, Derek? Let's watch him.
from what I've heard.
Let's watch the Dumb Dick. It's Freedom Friday, but I feel like with the beauty of freedom has been able to do what the hell we want to do, right? Put a one.
Well,
in the chat.
remember the First Amendment. The First Amendment. That's what we're celebrating tonight on Freedom Friday. Is the
Sure, let's
First
do it.
Amendment. Call Chili a moron.
Yeah,
Put a
man.
one in the chat if you think freedom allows us to be able to say, fuck it, let's watch Chili and make fun of him.
Or if it allows us to say fuck Chili and watch him anyway.
Hey, if I'm getting sued, fuck it. Hey,
Right,
and fuck
yeah.
Beth Rist too.
Might as well get 2 lawsuits, hadn't we? What
Might
the
as
fuck
well.
good as one?
By the way, Scumdog, I just seen you pop up in the chat.
Oh, this
I
man
am
was
working
mean
something
to me.
out where I am going to do a interview pretty soon live with none other than Spencer the King Fisher, and we're going to have him on a live stream. We're going to talk UFC. We're going to talk about fighting, all that stuff. So I'm going to have Scumdog, if he wants and he's available, to come up and kind of co-host that with me when that happens, because I know he's quite the MMA fan. And I thought that'd be kind of neat for him to be able to take part of that. And I know Spencer's a hell of a guy. He really is. Spencer's a good dude. I mean, he took time to actually work with my old dumb ass, and he didn't have to do that. So, but whenever you're ready, Derek, if you can find anything, if you want to pull it up,
Is it the
whatever they said, he's live right now. Somebody said that.
is he on his second channel or
No,
What's
I
he
think
on,
they were
Tina?
talking about. I think they were talking about him melting down on his live earlier. is
Yeah,
what they were
yeah,
talking
he
about.
was melting down earlier, definitely.
Looked like he's about to cry. Like I honestly thought he's going to give tears.
I was half-assed watching it with Irish Demon, but we was all in the front room with it on the TV, and I was just like half-assed paying attention to it. But I like to watch the expression of his face. I swear to God, he actually looked like he was going to fucking cry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to address this real fast too. Let's somebody else chime in on this right here. 'Cause I just seen this
like button. Just
with
tap the
Scumdog, and he's talking
button.
about this rights on guy. What is his problem? Like, what's his claim to fame? Like, I don't. Guess
His
I get
claim
it.
to fame is he's so far up Chili's ass he can tell you what he ate 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Because I noticed like one time it seemed like he was like really nice and respectful to me, and like he'd be in my conversations, my chat, my comments and stuff, and he showed a lot of respect. And I thought he was an all right dude. And then the very next day, he'd make a video about me fucking talking shit, and I was like,
Yep.
dude, what the hell?
This guy wants Chili's attention so bad, he's willing to do anything, including lying for
Allegedly,
Chili.
He actually threatened me in the description of one of his videos, if you can believe that.
Terry, you get threatened a lot.
Well, I mean, he threatened some stupid shit about making milkshakes my favorite food group. Apparently, he doesn't understand that if he manages to make it down here, I'm going to do the same thing I'm going to do to Chili. I'm going to slap him like the little bitch he is and send him home fucking crying.
You're gonna think about it.
However, he was
You don't
upset
think that
because
when
I
you go to
supposedly he was upset.
Chili's about to be an entrepreneur.
He said that I disrespected Beth. I didn't say anything disrespectful at all to Beth. All I did was ask questions. Sovereign was quite what you might consider disrespectful, but she was disrespectful by coming into the chat and trying to take over a show and make it about her and police corruption. So, you know, he kind of told her off about it, and somehow I got grouped into that. And he decided to threaten me in his comment or in his description of that video. So I just wanted him to know that, you know, first of all, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. Get your facts straight. You're not a very good detective. And secondly, you come down here and physically challenge me, you won't like it.
Is he a local guy, Terry? I mean, I'm not trying to dox
No.
the guy.
I got to be
No.
honest. I don't know, and I don't give a shit. But he's welcome here anytime.
Well,
I'm like,
I just wondered because there'd been somebody made mention right before the fight that he was planning on being at the fight, and I mean, I don't care. I mean, he's welcome to be at the fight. I mean,
he and I actually spoke, and we decided we had common ground to stand on. He was supposed to come. I was hot to meet him.
right.
You know, but you know, apparently he thinks that Beth can't lie, and
Oh,
that
God.
you know, and he figures that I somehow disrespected her, which is not true. Oh my God, what the fuck is that coming from?
That's beautiful. Oh, that's cool. Oh.
Hey, Debo's Nation, how are you?
He's probably
It-
going, how'd they get that picture?
Just so everybody's aware, I haven't been able to see the chat. I am in my non-self-driving van.
Oh, how the hell do you do that?
You mean you have to steer it?
I have to steer it, so I can't read chat. You know, that kind of stuff.
See how far behind the times you are from real top-notch YouTubers, Tina. You're
Yeah,
not, you're not
but
in
Chad-
the Chili the Castro League, okay?
You're gonna have
But
to learn how to
Chad-
multitask.
Chad, you haven't heard.
I have,
I am now the proud owner of a 2023 Honda Odyssey.
and it still doesn't drive
Oh.
itself.
That is correct. So I'd like to know how it is Honda made in 2018 a self-driving van.
Well, that was a custom-made.
Sure
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, that was a custom-made. They called it the 1A Auditor Mobile.
Well,
Yeah.
when you are the son
Hey,
of
Irish.
someone who worked
Hey,
directly
Irish!
for,
Wow,
Hey,
Irish,
let-
want the link, man? I'd love to have you
hey,
up.
brother, good
Hey,
God.
Irish.
What do you say, Damon?
But see, when you're the son of someone who worked directly for Pablo Escobar, you can get shit done, like have your Honda turned into a self-driving van. Probably
Irish,
had
No,
a
no.
cover in the door
put the
too.
link
It's probably
in
like
there,
Kit
Irish,
the
if you
Night
want to
Rider. You know what I mean? It was like the Night Rider van. You know, probably. You know, we just didn't hear.
Yeah.
it, you know.
You can have that little light in the front.
You don't reckon he had Charlie in the floorboard drive?
Charlie
What,
wants
yeah, what
to
happened to the
escape.
dog?
You know what happened?
He's still
to that?
there. He's
Is
still
he?
there. He was with him when he was auditing the other night. He left him in the van the night that his little play with Dan Clement took place. Charlie was in the van.
That was so classic. I was like, that was amazing.
Well, what gets me is he was such a fucking hard ass, and I was starting on this. I'll tell you what I think about this. I don't think that was fake. I'm gonna tell you guys heads up, I don't, and I'll tell you why. That Clement guy added me on Facebook about 5 or 6 months ago and has been talking to me about all this shit about how much he basically hated Chili. So I don't think that was necessarily fake, but I don't think he didn't have a fucking nut hair, excuse my French, but he didn't have a single thing to stand on when he thought that boy wasn't afraid of him. But the first time he thought he was, he started becoming all this badass. But you see exactly how he looked when that one guy stepped up and said, "Hey, dude, if you want to fight somebody, I'll whoop your ass." And immediately Chili turns into fucking retreat mode and starts backing up. And
Yeah.
it's like, dude, if you're gonna whip this guy's ass, why don't you whoop number two's ass right there? If you're such a
He
fucking
bravely
hard ass?
ran away.
He bravely ran away. Brave, brave,
Is
brave, brave.
Demon
Sir
still here?
Chili.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
Demon
Wayne.
still here?
Yeah.
I put the link in the chat. If Demon, I said if Demon wants to come up, I'd love to have him, and I'd be
You
honored.
know, if I was that much of a pussy,
Yeah, he's here.
I would be embarrassed to talk to my own mother. I would not be able to talk to her and say, you know what,
Chad,
Mom, I'm a pussy. That is
You missed it the other night, so I'm going to show you. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me. I have to get to my settings. Camera. See,
Oh yeah. Is that the
See?
chili?
Is that your wannabe chili mobile? Is that what you're trying to say?
listen, mine is obsidian blue. It is not steel
Don't try
gray.
to hide it. Don't try to hide it. Okay.
It is not but do you know Chili's followers are? Somebody asked me if I got this because I sold Chili's van. It's like,
Are you
what?
serious?
I am dead. Am I lying? I wasn't in your chat, Sovereign, or it was Sovereign's?
Mhm.
And it was
Whoa.
Aaron Queen.
Oh, what, dude? No. Let me tell you something about that guy. He's not even a good troll. He's like a fucking terrible troll. And like, it doesn't matter. You could literally say the sky's blue and the motherfucker's going to come back and he just wants to argue. You just waste your time. Don't even bother with that guy.
Yeah.
He's out of his mind.
What's the what was the guy who called me a fat ass? Then we got his picture and it
Oh,
was very.
boy, he just kind of disappeared, didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't make it very long.
Yeah, as soon as he basically called you out on it was on my my video, I think.
Oh, dude, I'm looking at Derek's little thing he's got up on the screen right there, and I saw them blocks going PS, and I was like, man, his table of the elements is all fucked up, bro. And I was like, oh, that's some kind of file. I was like, I thought he pulled up a table of the elements or something. Yeah, I don't know what a PSD is.
The hell of a periodic table, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, I was thinking, what the fuck element is PSD? And I was like, oh, they're all PSD. Look, oh,
That's Pussy DeCastro.
yeah,
That's a
right.
new
DeCastro.
element that we have to add. It's just recently fucking discovered. That's Pussy DeCastro.
Well, and better known in the metallurgical, in the metal world, metallurgy, as you've heard of unobtainium. Chili is made out of unwantium.
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 Don't want him.
Yeah, it's like adamantium, but different.
Yeah,
Right,
nobody wants
yeah.
that fucking shit. No, just get away. Go.
Hey,
Get away from me, you crazy.
Did you
bitch.
find that? Did you find that, Derek?
The video?
Of dipshit. Supposedly he's live right now.
I was on his channel. I didn't see him live.
Yeah,
They weren't
but-
talking about him being live right now. They were talking about him losing his shit in his live earlier.
Oh,
I thought somebody said he was live now.
What's going
He's
on?
live. If Demon's here, then he must not be live anymore.
Of YouTube. What's going on?
We got a lot of
Anyway,
background
how's it
there.
going?
Lot of
How's it
echo
going?
there.
How is everybody doing? Do me a
There
favor.
we go.
Everybody hit the like button.
is that better?
There's 65
Yeah.
people in here, 6 likes. You guys hit like.
I don't know why
hit
it
the
won't let me
like
hear it.
button. Just hit the
Button.
like button. Just take your finger and go like button. Just tap the like.
Good
button.
God, is he weird?
What? Hey, okay. Now listen. Everybody made fun of me. I mean, not me. Everybody made fun of Tater
I need to drink
when he
some
said
water
that.
real quick.
That's exactly what he does now, and he's not even trying to be silly.
Yeah, he's
Let's
dumb.
see what we
Fucking
have
idiot.
here.
Now, did you see the title of this thing over here? Look at the title of that video. Just look at the title. The texts are 90 minutes
What's
long.
going on, man? What's going on?
Another fundraiser.
So,
It's one paragraph
Couple
for
things
a
to go
slow
over
reader. How can the
today.
text have a time? Like,
you know, I told you.
there he goes. Oh,
Oh,
we didn't
oh,
get to see your pinky.
Oh,
Always got to always have his. He's so effeminate, so goddamn
Hit
effeminate.
the like button. Please hit the like button.
Button.
Hit the like
I
button.
thought he doesn't
hit OTVO.
drink or eat
Overturn
sugar.
Terry versus Ohio.
Uh,
Put
Yeah,
that
I
in
think
the
that's
comment
diet.
section,
I think
please.
that's diet, and that's even better. I hope he
How
drinks
you
a
guys doing?
shitload
What's
of it
going on,
because
Reunite America? Tim, how you guys
it causes
doing?
a lot of
Good to see
problems,
everybody.
man.
Good to
It
see
causes
everybody.
neurological problems. That what the fuck is the name of it? This not saccharin.
My friends
Yeah,
up in
aspartame.
Ohio.
Aspartame.
I gotta stop my camera for a
What's
minute.
going
I think
on?
I got somebody
Jeff
else who
hates
just wants to talk.
pigs. Love you, buddy.
That
Love
aspartame
you,
is so
buddy.
bad that
Jeff hates
they're going to
pigs.
rename it
We
because
certainly
people
align,
won't buy
my
shit
friend.
with it in it.
Tom,
It's highly
what is
addictive.
going on? Hit
Highly
the like
addictive.
button.
Somebody that
Hit
drinks
the
Diet
like
Coke
button. Take 2
always
seconds and hit the
has
like
Diet
button.
Coke in their hand. I swear.
So,
to
a
God.
couple things I
dude,
want
I'm
to
a
just
Diet
real
Mountain
quick
Dew
pop
fiend,
out.
and
Just
like
get these.
they started making like Mountain Dew
Yum,
with
how are you?
zero
Good to
sugar,
see
and I was
you.
like,
You got your original
oh
account
man,
back. God bless you.
now
I'm glad you
stuck.
are back.
Yeah,
I
see
tried-
that shit right there. It
So,
causes neurological problems. Man. I'll
You
talk
guys,
to you
you
about
know,
that, Derek.
it's crazy
It's bad
because
shit.
I'm on this
Really is.
journey with you guys
Oh, I
for
believe you.
change. and
I
we
believe you.
have very specific goals to change things, right?
You,
Overturn
Is it
Indiana
me or is
versus
this
Ohio,
dude
get
hired in a
cameras in
fight?
courtrooms,
Oh yeah.
get
Oh,
rid of
he's-
torture cuffs,
He's
ban
high as
canine
fucking
dogs.
giraffe
We don't
balls,
need
man.
attack
He's
dogs in
high as
America.
giraffe balls. Look at
And
that.
there's a lot of things going on
oh,
in the background right now
Grab it,
that
yeah.
I would like to be covering. But, you know,
Oh.
unfortunately, because when you're in a legal battle,
you wanna
you
hang out with me, little one?
it consumes your life. So, like, you guys don't know it, but like today was consumed with legal stuff for me. Consumed, right? So, a couple things, you know, the good news is that remember what we've wanted at this channel. What
No,
we
you
have
got your
wanted
Nobody
button
can
right
remember
now.
what the fuck you want,
is
Billy, because it changes from
to-
day to day.
a cease and desist. We wanted, that's what we've wanted, right? I mean, put a one in the chat if you guys are here and you're friends of OTVO. Put one in the
Yeah.
chat right now, real quick. Put a one in the chat if you're here for OTVO.
Just,
Just
Dude,
put that in there. Overturn
use your
Terry
finger.
versus Ohio. Put a one in the chat.
Dude, I was
OTVO.
watching
Just
this
put a
in
one
this
in the
chat, right? Nobody could
OTVO.
get that
Just put it in
fucking
there so
the
that
order of those letters
can
right. They were
understand.
putting O
Deborah,
T T.
what's up? Put a one in the chat.
OTVO.
OTVO. One in the chat. OTVO.
Okay, fuck it.
One in the
Stop
chat.
it, Derek.
OTVO.
I'm gonna
Hit
throw
the
up.
Okay, so let me ask you guys something. And I mean, I don't really give a shit what the fuck he does or whatever, but does anybody really think that he believes his own shit at this point? And I'm being dead serious.
Yes, he does because he lives in that delusional state.
You really think he buys
24/7.
into that shit, really?
Yeah, he does.
Wow.
That's why he takes it so personally, and that's why he gets so butthurt.
Wow. That's an illness.
Yep. That's why I told you, Derek, shake it off, man, because he's just projecting onto you his own inefficiencies.
oh
Don't,
yeah.
don't shake it off. Let it fucking fire you up and whoop
His ass. I mean, did I say it out loud?
I heard nothing. Who are you and what's your name again?
Give the, you know, when you turn the camera off.
My name is
Tater.
and I'm Chili's cousin. And
I just wondering if y'all just right now just if you just hit that like button.
Hit that. Just take your finger. Take it.
Just put a one in the chat. Just put a one, just a letter one right now in the chat. Right now. If you
Put a
still
one for
here.
no fucking reason whatsoever.
Oh my god.
Oh, I got something. Let's see. Let's find out how many down thumbs that he got on that. Which one was that from? Was that
Can you see those
Yeah, the
things?
text. The text. Okay. Yeah, I got an app. I got an app.
There's an app.
There's
for
an
that.
app for that.
That's
no
right.
shit. You can see how many dislikes you can get and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't even tell me how many I get. God.
All right, so let's see. That's I need you. That's your channel, Legendary. Let's
He
check
said
out.
he didn't want to know how
Legendary.
many.
I know,
dislikes he got.
right? So this is the one. The texts are okay. So now if I go in here and then you go here to this, and let me see here. There it is. All right, here it goes. Ooh, 138 thumbs up. 169 thumbs down.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Serious, man. 45%. He got
Oh.
45% of his thumbs up. And that was out of he's 1.4 thousand views. And he only got anybody even freaking responding to it with hold on, I got see I that's get it again. There.
Oh my god.
That's
Yeah.
about 350, 330, something like that. Come
Oh
on.
my god.
I still think that those like views and shit's all fake.
No, something's not right. Something's not right. You know, you can't. How do you have 45,000 people on your channel and you're only getting
Yeah. He bought those.
Yeah, because I mean, I'll just give you an example. I mean, I have, which I mean, I think Iris just went off, I guess.
Oh, look at her puppies.
But I've got what, like 40 in here right now.
The
and,
big
and I've
baby.
got 1,700 total subs.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? That's just crazy
I-
to me.
Well, it all depends though too. But I've watched on his thing that he gets barely 1% of his subscriber count.
You think.
views.
Yes,
Okay.
Chet, you think.
And the thing is that you go 48. Now it's gone up 48.4 thousand subscribers. Yet, as I'm watching him the other day, he only had 420 watching him. And then as soon as Kate went live, I watched it fucking thing go, well, just drop.
Yeah,
Completely
because everybody's
drop.
there just to troll him.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
the
it's
5
like,
people left are the mods he has that actually give a
Right,
shit like
right,
Rights
right. I
On.
was like,
Everybody else
oh,
is getting
shit,
the hell out of
yeah.
that shit.
Those
Yeah.
chili
Yeah,
Everybody else has figured out it's a fucking ruse. The
Yeah,
last
bro.
few
Yep.
people that left just can't figure it out yet. Give them time. They'll see it.
Yep.
Give them time. Even
I
well,
Rights
think-
On will come
maybe
around.
not. Look, I
even
mean,
even Rights On will come around and realize that I am not half the guy he thought I was, and he'll realize Chili is everything I fucking told him that he is. Give it time.
even people like AOC have constituents. There's the word for today, constituent. Does anyone
So-
know what a fucking constituent is? Beth
Oh.
Rist, do you know what one is now since I taught you after you were
See, my
elected?
theory is that not all of them are purchased viewers. They're probably a bunch of trolls who've been banned and have created another 15 or 20 sock accounts so they could go in and comment, and they forgot to unsubscribe from their other accounts.
Well,
If
if
ever-
you go, Tina, if you go to his Social Blade account, if you go on
Uh-huh.
Social Blade and look, check out how it shows like how many subscribers you get within a period of time, and his are exactly fucking even, like blocks of 100, blocks of
Every other
150.
fucking day, usually, or
Yeah,
every 2 or 3
yeah,
days.
yeah. And
But if
and-
I'm not mistaken, Team Skeptic covered this not that long ago, and I wasn't there for the whole chat, but I saw it in his Discord about when you reach a certain point, YouTube doesn't count them individually; they do them by blocks, so they round it to the nearest block. So he may only, out of that 100, say only get 68 or 69, and instead of giving him 69, they round it to an even 100.
I see.
But
Is that verifiably true that they do that, or is that just his supposition?
I could see that. I could see that because I've seen it in some other things that they do. I've kind of witnessed a few things that are like that. Like, have you guys ever noticed, if you pay attention to your like analytics and stuff, when you post a video, at times, like I'll give you an example. I posted a video, a short, and it was the one where I went to where it showed me running a drill with a revolver,
Mhm.
and within the first 5 minutes, I had 500 views on it, and then it done 1,000 within like 7 minutes. It jumped to 2.2 thousand within less than probably 10 to 15 minutes. No shit, it was just skyrocketing, and it stayed at 2.2 thousand for like almost 2 weeks, and then it jumped to 2.3 thousand. I'm like, now wait a minute. You mean to tell me that many people were watching it, and then all of a sudden it just went away? It's almost like YouTube like just threw them in there in chunks and stuff for like I don't know how that works. It's just weird. There definitely something to that.
and no, Sovereign, I'm just going by what was discussed in Skeptics. And I can't remember if it was in voice chat, but I know that they were having this discussion in his Discord thread about the blocks of viewers, that when you reach a certain point.
I could believe it. I really could.
That's true, Roseanne. It says that 90% of
I gotta-
Chili subscribers are trolls. You must be a subscriber to use this chat. Yeah, I'm a subscriber just so I can even watch the subscriber only. But I'm not allowed in the chat. Okay.
Well, just for the record,
I'm not nice.
since Chili has is it Jeff Hates Pigs? Is that who it is?
Jeff Hates Pigs.
Okay, well, I have
I
have
did it.
Josh Loves Cops. Okay.
Here's
Josh
to you,
loves
Mr.
cops. So,
Calabash.
Josh loves cops. Josh loves cops. What's up? What's up, Playboy? Finger guns and shit.
Finger guns, finger guns.
Self-driving. What's up, Playboy? Playground.
What's up, Playboy?
Let's give the
What's
old
up?
man in the
What's up,
balcony.
playground?
Let's give the
What's
old
up,
man on the
playground?
balcony.
What's up, Playground? Good Lord. I guess Irish ditched us. Thanks a lot, Irish.
Thanks a lot. That was a drive-by hello, wasn't it?
That was like a drive-by waving. Listen, I want to ask you guys something. While I got you guys on here, normally I'll pitch this idea to Bits about doing the Bacon and Bits thing,
Mhm.
and doing a thing like a weekly thing where we kind of well, and I don't care to do even a police video breakdown, but we could pick either like an auditor or even a police breakdown video, and kind of give everybody's opinion on it. Who's up for that challenge tonight? Does anybody want to present a video? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys want us to do this, to try to do a breakdown type thing of a police video or an auditor video, and we'll give real honest opinions without bullshit. And I'll tell you if I think the cop's wrong. I'll tell you if I think the auditor's wrong. I'll tell you, and I want you guys to do the same thing, and we can have a real debate about this.
I
Okay,
think that's a good idea. That's a
Okay,
good
so
idea.
let me ask you that. So put a 1 in the chat if you're up for that. If you guys, we got, well, there's about 40 in there. So put a 1 in the chat if that's what you guys want us to do here on our Freedom Friday 2022.
Sunday.
Okay, let's go a step further then. I want you guys to pick. Derek, you think you can do some research for us there, kind of on the background there, and see if you can find us a video. Put a response. Do you want cop or auditor? Which one you guys want us to break down? Pick police or auditor. Put it in the chat and let's see what we can find. Let's find either a police involved shooting type video or maybe just whatever body cam video, and I'll do it. And I want Sovereign's opinion. I want Terry's opinion. I want Tina's opinion. I want Derek's opinion. Everybody, what you guys thought this got done. And then,
Articuto's asking, where's Waldo? Waldo's at home wondering where the hell Chili is. He was supposed to be here in court some months back, I believe. Waldo's wondering where Chili's at.
who is that asking that?
Articuto, he was asking, where's Waldo? Because Chili's always asking where Waldo is. And I told him that Waldo's at home wondering where the hell Chili's at. That's where Waldo is.
Art said that we look like the two old guys on the Muppet Show and shit, so that's why I changed that to this.
That's fucking great. That's hilarious.
What do you think? Do we look?
Trying to find a good one.
That is actually kind of like you guys.
Somebody said that the other night on a panel, and
Oh.
I was like, no shit, because it's, if you think about it, you remember the show Mystery Science Theater?
Oh yeah, I love that show.
So did I, right? Well, that's what we do with Chili's fucking videos.
It's
Is
exactly
like-
what we do with Chili. Oh my God, Sovereign, you just figured it out. We are literally those fucking robots in the theater.
Yes.
Right.
Mystery Chili Theater 3000, bro.
We make the
Chili
dumpster
theater.
fire. We make the dumpster fire worth watching. That's what
That's
we do.
right.
We add the element of content to his lack of.
Okay, so I remember one episode that I got to share this guy. I was like probably 12 or 13 years old when I seen this, but I laughed my ass off. I still do. So this one episode where it shows, and they always broke down these old cheap, cheesy ass movies or whatever. It's what they always watch. And this one episode, this guy takes his kid and he's like running away from, a disaster of some sort. It's one of those type movies. And he runs up top of this mountain, and this mountain starts chipping away, right? And he's holding this kid, and he's like trying to think what to do or whatever. And the voiceover from the robot guy or whatever, he says, "Well, Timmy, there's not enough room for both of us, so just flap your arms real hard." And I don't know why that struck me so funny, but to think this guy was being the hero, but then he thought, you know what, fuck it, best of wishes to you, Timmy, but I ain't about to go down with the ship. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, it's fucking hilarious. That was a great show, man.
Oh, I was gonna go.
Well,
Okay.
I have a challenge. I have a challenge for all of you YouTube content creators.
Uh-oh.
I think we should do We Are the Trolls.
Oh,
We are the trolls.
are the trolls.
All hail,
my
all hail
friend,
Queen Payton.
that will keep on trolling until Chili's end.
No. We have to do it to We Are the World.
Yeah,
Come on, We Are the Trolls.
USA for Africa.
We
This
are
is
the
YouTube for
trolls.
Chili.
We are the, what is it? What else is a troll? Well, come on, help me out with some. We need some geeky terminology.
Oh, we
Derek.
could
Help
tell.
me out, brother.
Troglodytes, right?
Yeah.
Just so he says troglodytes.
did you
We
have
I mean,
are
just
a
like-
good video?
Just like
I
the We Are
found
the World
some.
video. Just
Let's
like
see
we
that.
have the We Are the World video, we could do it We Are the Trolls and have lines by every content creator and then do a chorus together. That would be hilarious.
Oh my God, this is fucking hilarious. Let's do it. Fuck it. I don't care. What they gonna do? Hell,
Probably finding it now.
He's probably going to file a frivolous lawsuit. That's what he's going to do.
Oh, he's getting a hold of Alice Cooper right now because
Oh,
of
yeah.
what I did with that
Speaking of
fucking
which,
truck.
I've done that. I've done that video the other day where me and Braxton were working out up in the gym, and I got that's my first copyright hit because it had some music in the background, and YouTube sends me this little nasty gram and says, well, you're going to be able to keep your video up, but you can't monetize it. And the original owner of this copyright is going to take your monetization for the video. I was like, damn. I was like, okay, well, I mean, I'm sure that fucking Kanye's not really interested in my 25 cents, but okay.
Right. Was he
Okay.
Kanye or he's Kanyesus or is he Ye or what the fuck is he? What he changing his name about every 6 months?
All right. Do you have any background on this, Derek?
No.
So, okay. So I want everybody in the chat and on the panel, let's watch this intently and let's give a true breakdown on this, and then and we'll see what we think about this.
You want more?
Police officer here in my rearview mirror. I have no idea what for because I have a radar detector. I knew where he was the second he pulled out from a Starbucks. Did the speed limit all the way here. Cruising with my buddy ahead, Anthony in the Porsche. And yeah, he like followed us off the highway and pulled us over. So I am curious to know why.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Can you have a license registration? Sobriety?
Yeah.
That guy is your friend, right? You're together?
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. We're just cruising.
Okay.
Why did you pull us over?
Somebody call out saying you're coming by because you have many calls. You know that, right?
I have many what?
Calls,
Many
many people
calls.
calling about you.
For what?
Just the way you drive.
That's
You didn't know that?
well, that's impossible. I just left my house and I've done the speed limit all the way here.
Not today, like before. So
So what's that?
Not today.
Oh yeah, driver's license.
Pulling you over today. The shit didn't have to.
all right. So is this yours?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your first name?
There you go, Damon.
I think you tell me.
Yeah, Damon Friday.
Okay. Now what's your current address?
I have an address here. There you go. That's the one on there.
How come you still have it in Alberta plate?
Oh, it's a corporate vehicle.
Corporate. Oh, so
It's
your
not
company?
personal use yet.
So do you drive back and forward, or is that how it works?
Yep.
Or- Okay.
Oh, the cop said somebody apparently called us in. Not today, but apparently some other day.
Do we know where this is at?
He's saying that we got called in another day.
This one stopping you is because we get reports about
Beverly
you guys.
Our
they were-
cars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
We always get complaints because these cars look like
They
this, so
see
we're
what
kind of
that
used to it.
match
Are you,
says.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a license?
Yeah, absolutely.
Driving around. with a
Beautiful
fucking
out today,
Ferrari.
isn't it? Look at the snow. I love driving this car in the snow, by the way. It's
Dude, I
such
would
a
love
good
to drive
car.
that car anytime.
If you just put snow tires on a supercar, it handles
Driving
like
Maserati was
amazing,
pretty
perfectly,
cool.
just like any
Looks like
other
a
vehicle.
Ferrari.
Yeah, this guy's super chill. He just asked me for my driver's license. He hasn't even asked me for registration. He did ask about the, if you didn't hear him, the Alberta plates. So that is a different province. It's the province next to British Columbia where we're currently in.
Oh, that's
And
Okay,
if you
he's in there.
are driving a vehicle for personal use and you move to BC, you have a certain time limit before you're allowed to, or actually allowed, I should say, that you're allowed to keep the plates on. But then eventually you do need to change the registration to the province you're currently living in. This vehicle is registered as a commercial vehicle, no different than like a big 18-wheeler rig you'd see on a highway. So my car is used for business use. It's
You
leased
seem kind of
to the
respectful.
corporation in Alberta, so I legally never have to change it. It can stay like this. The car goes back and forth between Alberta several times a year.
Okay, so it's Ontario. Are you like?
No, I live in Toronto. This is my address.
Oh, okay.
I'm just visiting.
How long you been here for?
Since Christmas.
Okay. Any alcohol today?
None.
When was the last time?
Martini 3 nights ago.
So are you the owner?
Yes.
What's up, Jeebus?
When you have nice
Hey.
cars like this, you want to show up sometimes, don't you? It's normal.
Do we want to what?
Show up, like
Show off?
a little bit
No,
loud.
not really.
That's mostly the kind of complaints.
Yeah, I mean, when people see these cars in a small town, they usually get jealous and they usually report us.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Just bear with me for a sec, okay?
sure.
Okay, first of all, I want to
Professional angler, ain't
So
he?
somebody and he was
I
driving.
am not
Okay,
familiar with
so
any
what?
Canadian
Okay.
law, so I can't really tell you, my opinion on anything in Canada. In the United States, that's illegal. We
Yeah.
can't do that. First of all, for a minor misdemeanor traffic infraction, we have to witness it.
Yep.
So I don't know. I don't know anything about Canadian law, so I don't know what their laws are. But here, that can't happen. It's the way that he's even handling this traffic stop is just really, really strange to me. But once again, I don't know anything about Canadian law. But immediately just walking up there and said, "Oh no, a couple days ago." Oh,
An
no.
obvious fishing expedition, is it not?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'd be more likely to tell the dude, "Look, I'll be honest with you. I just want to see a damn Ferrari up close."
Yeah. Right. I think I've seen where this guy actually has had that happen. I've watched this guy's channel before. He's actually had that happen where somebody said, "Yeah, I just wanted to see one up close, man. This thing's a badass car," and then they talk about it. He shows them the engine and shit. And he's like, "All right, sorry about that." And he's like, "No problem. So,
Yeah,
My
this guy,
first question would be, if this happened, it was a couple of days ago, how does this officer know that
Well,
he was the person driving the car a few days ago?
well, and that's what I was actually touching on, is that doesn't fly in the States. That doesn't work.
no.
In Ohio or in the United States, you're not allowed to do that. In Ohio, there's two people that can report a minor misdemeanor traffic violation. That's the police, or a peace officer, a law enforcement officer, or a public safety officer, meaning a trooper, a deputy sheriff, a township police, city police, whatever. Or, believe it or not, a school bus driver.
Yeah,
It's
that's
actually
true.
written in the law that says a school bus driver can do that. So,
It's like if you blow off that stop thing they put down and shit, they'll report you and you'll
well,
get
and honestly, I like that. That's what that's
Yeah.
written for, Sovereign.
Yeah,
honestly.
absolutely.
But to protect our children, I think that's perfectly fine. If you blow by a school bus and you act like a damn idiot, then by all means, that school bus driver should be able to get your information and tell me that you did that, and I should be able to stop you. I'm sorry if you don't agree with that, but I think our children are worth more than that. So,
All right.
but yes, this is completely weird to me, because this is not what we can do. Okay, in Ohio or in the United States, and I
No,
keep saying
nowhere
Ohio.
in the United States.
I want to really.
Apparently, we are getting a Irish demon raid.
Okay,
A
they
bunch
must
of
have been
people
going on.
sent over by Irish demon. He's in bed thinking of you.
Irish. Oh.
Dude.
Oh, well, we definitely appreciate his support and sending people over. He's a hell of a guy. And I'm going to tell you, I've said this before, and I'm telling you guys 100%. When you meet Irish Demon in person, he is exactly the same person that you see on his streams. Am I wrong? Everybody here has met him. He is a good
I like
dude.
him.
And I could say the same thing about Derek. I could say the same thing about Sovereign and Terry and Tina and everybody. This is who these people are. That's no shit, I swear. I have no reason to say that. That's honest. So these are good people. So
you're telling me I really am a Muppet in the balcony, huh?
yeah,
Articuno said that, and I was like, so I hunted up that picture. And put it on there real quick. I was like, there it is.
But what was fun was watching Irish Demon see things that the rest of us would take for granted. Like the Hillbilly hot dog place was really cool, but seeing it through his eyes was a whole different experience, because here's somebody who's here from Ireland who's not used to seeing all the hillbilly stuff like we are.
Yes.
But the thing I learned about Demon is he's nothing more than an Irish hillbilly. That's why we all get along so damn well. He's just an Irish country boy. He's an Irish version of a hillbilly. That's him. He's an Irish redneck. Is that a green neck?
Yeah, I got green neck.
Is that a green
Didn't
neck?
you guys go shooting? Didn't everybody go shooting? Because I didn't get to go that day. But
I didn't go shooting.
We didn't go.
I know Blue Bear, I think, was taking him and JL, I think. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, we're going Sunday because it's right after we had it all set up. He was coming. I was talking to my neighbor, and he said, "Hey, we're going shooting Sunday. You want to go?" I says, "Hell yeah, man!" I says, "My friend's coming." So he's got a nice target range with steel set up at all different yardages and shit. So all I did, I said, Terry, you go ahead and you pick whatever we're gonna take, you know. And so he's in my fucking gun room, like with a raging fucking semi, looking at my fucking guns. He's like, "Oh my God, is it wrong for me to have a boner right now?" He said. I was like, "No, you know," because
Just
like
to be, we
it
did
looks
not.
like it looks like I have so many guns. It's like John Wick, you know, when he opens up that thing.
Look,
You
look,
know?
you know, in the Matrix when they get into the thing and all the guns take off down the big hallway.
Yeah, man.
It's kind of like that. I'm having a great time, man. It's just like going to a strip club to me.
Oh
I
my
like
God.
it better. I love naked guns.
And plus, I always like to show them off. You know, I'm like, "Hey, check this out!" And I showed him my bullpup semi-auto shotgun. He's like, "What the fuck? I ain't never saw nothing like this before." And
So we're gonna plant some freedom seeds, Legicator.
Amen.
yeah, man.
Amen.
Hey,
Uh,
dude, you want to get? You're gonna get jealous, Chad. You're gonna get.
Yeah,
really
I'm already
jealous.
jealous. I'm
Oh
already
no!
jealous.
Check this out, man. I got 600 rounds of 9mm Luger, 20 rounds of AK-47, and 50 rounds of 45 ACP for $125.
What?
Yeah,
How? I mean, like where? Like from a person? You mean?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you sure as hell didn't get that from a
No,
store.
no, not in the store. Not in the store at all. He brought it in a small cooler, and he said, "You can have the cooler to keep it." And I was like, "Cool, thanks." And I was like,
Let me
"It's all
address
right,
this
man."
real fast from Jeebus real fast. I don't know what agreement you're talking about, but I mean, there's.
He's got a different comment few down from that.
Okay, you know what? I do know what a reciprocal agreement is. Okay, so
Sure.
if you have a suspended license for a DUI, like in one state, and they have a
Right.
reciprocal agreement over here,
Sure.
you can't just go over to that state and get a license,
Right.
because it's a
Well, you're not
reciprocal
supposed to, but people
agreement
do it all the
on-
time.
Right. That's what that means.
Is that what you're referring to, G? I'm sorry, I was distracted and I wasn't paying attention. I highlighted another comment. I don't know if that's the one you're referring to.
No, he said, sorry about the typo. It was meant to say, do you know what a reciprocal agreement is between two states?
What he's asking is if one thing is illegal in Ohio but not in Kentucky, will he?
Still get a ticket
Well,
in Ohio for it.
No.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
will he get a ticket in Ohio because it's? I guess maybe like on a vehicle, it'd be legal in Ohio, but legal in Kentucky, but illegal in Ohio.
well, certain things are still citable and certain things aren't. That's the simplest way to put it. Like for instance, you know, up until just recently, we had a front license plate thing, right? Well, in Kentucky, obviously, they didn't have that, so we're not going to write somebody for not having a front plate in Ohio when their vehicle's registered in Kentucky, because it's just not something in Kentucky even issues. But generally speaking, if it's any kind of prerequisite thing, like a driver's license or something like that, then yeah. As a matter of fact, we've had them before where what will happen is somebody will be suspended in like Ohio, but they're valid in Kentucky. Well, if they're operating in Ohio, guess what? That's Ohio. So that suspension is what's good.
Right.
This must be a thing. I keep seeing it because Delete Laws with a Z says, Legicator, Irish Demon says he's laying in a bed thinking about you half naked, or I don't know. And so we've had 4 or 5 comments about this.
Irish.
On that note,
I've got a little bit of a case precedence on what we're talking about, though.
Sure.
So about 10 years ago, a friend of mine, he's now the mayor of my town, he had a family reunion, and one of his relatives came from North Carolina to visit. Now, he had a Bumblebee muffler on his car, which are against the law at the time to have on a car here. If you had altered exhaust, they'd give you a ticket. But this car was registered in North Carolina. They came here, and a town cop gave him a ticket for an altered exhaust. But because the vehicle was registered and plated with the state where it was legal, it didn't stand up in court, and it got thrown out.
And that's something that will ultimately be up to the court of jurisdiction. It's that really is that simple. There's not going to be an actual that I know of. There's not any actual case law that would pertain to Ohio over that. So it's going to be basically up to the judge. Generally speaking, if you have a Kentucky registration of vehicle and you are abiding by Kentucky motor vehicle laws, as in equipment. Okay, I
Right.
can't tell you for obviously traffic violations, but for equipment or equipment violations, generally speaking, you're probably going to be okay in Ohio. You know, there are some things that might be different. A few years ago, I remember there's some motor vehicles that are legal to operate on a roadway in Ohio that weren't in West Virginia, and I remember that it doesn't change the fact, right? Like you can't just because you have a legal vehicle in Ohio doesn't mean you can drive it in West Virginia. I know for a fact that did not play because West Virginia enforced that pretty heavily. And another thing is, like, for instance, I'm gonna give you another example, like the helmet law for operating a motorcycle. Ohio, there's no helmet law, but in West Virginia there is. So you see guys all the time pulling off the highway to put their helmet on before they cross the
Yeah.
bridge. Yeah. So
Now y'all coming
The-
from Demons saying that Chad's half naked or Demon's half naked or something. Somebody go back to Demon and say, unless he comes on in this channel on this panel naked, we don't buy it. Is he a naked potato, or I mean, just curious?
Speaking of naked, I think I'm gonna hop off.
okay, what Jeebus is talking about, the attended license plate cover. Yes, that's illegal in Ohio. That would be irrelevant what it is in Kentucky. Kentucky's irrelevant in that. It's illegal in Ohio.
Kind of like the thing where they with radar detectors. There are areas where they're illegal, and if you have one on operating in those areas, it don't matter if where you come from, it's okay. No, it's busted there. And they'll put a sign on the side of the road. There's a sign that will say radar detectors illegal. They used to
They're
be
illegal here,
here.
ain't they?
I don't know if they still are.
They're
or
legal
not.
in Ohio. They're illegal in West Virginia. They're illegal in Kentucky, and they used to be illegal in Virginia.
Yeah, they
too. I
used
don't
to
know
be.
about
I'm
some
not
of the
sure
other
if they
states.
are. I don't worry about it. I just don't. You know, the only time I listen. This is no shit. I have never got a traffic ticket except for a DUI. That is no shit. But I have 6 of those. So
Good night, Bits. I just seen the private chat. He was crashing out on us. I'm sorry about
Right
that.
on,
Good
bro.
night,
Good
Biz.
night,
I hate
Biz.
to see you go.
He'll see on the
man.
replay, I'm sure.
he's probably wore out from that fucking rant. Bro.
Probably
That
not.
was
He's
epic.
pissed the fuck off, wasn't
He
he?
had his blood pressure all up.
That was epic. That was epic.
Talk about. See, now here's the thing. Chili always likes to play fucking alpha male. Tell me he didn't come off a straight fucking alpha and make Chili look like a beta little bitch.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
For
He
sure.
bitch Chili, just fucking bitch Chili. Oh my goodness, that was perfect. Thank you, Derek. I needed that so much. I appreciate that.
That was
fucking
good. That was
awesome.
good.
You
That was
little
good.
badass. You.
Derek
Yeah,
is
man.
Absolutely.
He's such a good dude. He's such
Derek is such a great guy. He really is.
Yes, he is. Absolutely.
And he's getting married soon, is he
Yeah,
not?
next week, isn't it?
He is.
Next
I-
week.
I just seen. I talked to him a couple days ago. Just kind of touched base with him, and he was like,
Hey, you know what? I don't remember him inviting me to his wedding.
I'm
Me
sure.
either.
I'm sure our invitations are in the mail, Terry. We just haven't got them
Probably.
yet.
Probably. Yeah.
We should just crash. We should just assume that it got lost in the mail because how dare he? We're
What
important.
was
We're half,
that,
we're half famous.
We're half famous. Damn it.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, as much as I would love to crash his, my daughter's getting married a week from tomorrow, so I cannot.
Well,
I
Oh,
didn't
we
get an
can crash
invitation.
that one
Hey, we didn't
too.
get an invitation to that
Dude,
one
there's
either.
2 of them we can crash. Road trip.
Yeah, right.
Dana,
Look, y'all travel down here. Don't worry about crashing. I'll even give you directions.
Dana,
We'll
let me
bring
ask
the
you
freedom
something.
feeds, huh?
Dana,
Yeah, right.
you ain't embarrassed of us to come down there, are ye?
Not a bit, baby. Come on down.
I'll come down there and eat me some in French fried taters down there at that wedding.
You got to bring Mrs. Legicator with you too, though.
Well,
Is Larry,
absolutely.
is Larry still in that area, Tina?
Well, I have some news about Larry.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Larry went to go to a 49ers game last weekend, and Larry had a car accident in Tennessee.
Is he okay?
And I haven't. Well, I'm gonna put it in the side chat. Just everybody pray for Larry. That's all I gotta say.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Mm.
Well, I know I'd seen some Facebook posts from him about needing a ride to work or something like that.
Yeah. Well,
a little
he
bit
rented
ago.
a car and had an accident in just outside of Nashville and Murfreesboro. Somebody sideswiped him in this rental car. Yeah.
Wow. Well,
If you look in the side chat, you'll see what's going on.
yeah, I just saw it. But I'll tell you the problem was he didn't have any self-driving. If it had been
That's right.
if it had been a self-driving minivan, then it'd
Yeah.
been
Well, I don't
all
know.
good to go.
Those things tend to drive off when you're not in them. Apparently, we've
Mm.
learned that. So be careful with those 2018 self-driving
They do.
Honda minivans because they apparently they don't fucking stop either.
They steal themselves.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I know he's recovering, but for those Terry and Sovereign, see what you can look in the chat.
Got it.
And I don't want to tell his story because it's his story to tell, but
right,
just prayers for Larry. That's all I ask. Because
Hey.
Larry, if it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all sometimes.
Oh my
And
gosh, that's
everybody out there, if you want to let him know you're thinking about him, hit him up, like send him a Facebook message or something. You know what I mean? Just let him know you support him, and even if he can't see it now or doesn't see it now, he'll get it later. Make sure he gets one from you. Let him know you
Yeah.
support him.
So I'm not sure how he's getting back from Murfreesboro, to be perfectly honest. He's still there as far as I know.
You do realize that I owe
how are you?
You do realize that I owe you, Tina, and Larry a huge debt of gratitude. Because of you two, I found out Chili was a fuck. When I started digging, because I had my suspicions. When I started digging, you and Larry were the first two that I found. And because of you two, I was led to everybody else that he, had screwed over. So that's, I appreciate
Well,
that.
I hope he's able to get back here because
Mhm.
Tuesday he has a huge community trunk or treat that he organized.
Oh wow.
And I don't know if he's not here if it's going to happen.
Mm.
So, yeah. I wish I could help, but with this upcoming wedding,
Oh, you've already got your hands full, absolutely.
I'm so busy I can't even see straight.
Oh yeah, I would imagine
Oh yeah.
weddings and everything else. See, I'd bring my 357 on to wear for that wedding. That's a beauty. It's got
Oh,
that.
is that your fancy going out gun?
That's my fancy. That's for weddings and such.
Hey, did you
Funeral.
guys see that? There's a meme that's going around, and it's those memes where they have those cartoons and it shows those two guys like looking at each other, and one guy's like a cartoon with a blonde beard and he's on there like saying stuff back and forth. Well, this one shows this girl and it says, "Oh my gosh, I love it that it's fall. It's like I finally get to wear my cute sweaters or whatever." And the guys, with the way they handle it, the guy says, "Hey, it's finally fall. I can conceal my full-size Glock 17." And the other guy responds and says, "I have a full-size FAL underneath my jacket." Oh, that's fucking hilarious. That's
Well, you got to look at guns kind of the way that women look at shoes, right? And remember this is always an excuse that you can use with the missus when you want a new gun, because it's just like shoes. They're for different occasions. You got to have different kinds for different occasions.
Different colors, different shapes, different sizes.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
While I'm here on the live and I've got about 60 in here, I want to tell everybody that my second channel is up and going. I don't know if anybody's seen that yet, but I have my second channel up, and it's literally just called Captain Chad Second.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
And the reason that I done that was, as I told you guys before, when I originally started this Leducator channel, my intent was Second Amendment, firearm instruction, tactical instruction, different types of fitness and preparedness type thing or whatever, Pro 2A type stuff, right? But with the chili thing that kind of took off, it kind of took a different direction. And I know a lot of my followers and subs are not necessarily gun people, so I don't want to take this channel now and go backwards on that when I love hanging out with the people here. So I don't want to do that. So for those of you who are the Pro 2A gun people that are interested in training aspects, gun product reviews type thing, we'll probably be doing some stuff like that. Tactical training, physical training, different things, whatever. We're going to be doing that over on Captain Chad Second.
That'd be cool.
I already know, and I've already said that channel will never get fucking monetized. There's no way, because everything about it's all going to be guns and freedom and shit. So, and for whatever reason, YouTube doesn't like that. So
it doesn't like guns or freedom.
Well, I
Exactly.
don't know. Maybe have you ever watched Paul Harrell?
Oh yeah,
Okay. I mean,
yeah, but they're not monetized. I guarantee it. If you actually watch Military Arms got several million subs, and he'll blatantly tell you that YouTube demonetized him and that he had to go over to Patreon to make his money.
That's
What a shame. What a shame.
I like Paul. I like Paul. Man.
Yeah, I do too. He's old school. You know what I mean? And but he does some realistic tests. I like that meat test that he does for his for ballistic.
Yeah, he uses a sack of oranges for lungs. And,
Yeah,
he's
neat. Yeah.
Now, there's another guy. Have you ever seen? I think his name is Grand Thumb.
Yeah, Grand Thumb. Yep.
Yeah, and he's got these anatomically correct ballistic bodies and heads and shit. Man, that's kind of gruesome when you see what some of those rounds. Oh,
especially when he hits you with a 50 BMG.
Oh my God, Tina, are you still driving? That is a beautiful van inside.
And very
spacious.
damn,
it's got cupboards
fucking
and everything.
And shit. Look
and
at
look,
that.
She's got a dog on her lap, just like Chili.
Chili eats your heart out.
Self-driving.
Man, you're just trying to be a copycat, Tina. Gosh, get over it, would you?
What's the name of your dog, Tina?
Oh, this one's Loki.
Loki.
Loki. Come here, Chet.
Mischief,
Wait.
He was the god of mischief.
This one is Chet.
Chet?
Chad?
Chet.
Chet.
We got him around Christmas, and he reminded us of the crazy dog from the Santa Claus 2. The reindeer, Chet.
Right.
And he looked like a deer. And he's a big baby. Look at this. He's a big baby.
Well, I don't know if you were up in time, Tina, to see Roman, my cat, walk across the screen.
I saw your cat.
Yeah.
I've got 3 of those running around here too.
Roman,
we have the 2.
Roman is the boss. And he blatantly knows it. And it's funny because like he doesn't mince words about it. When it's time for him to be pampered or babied, he means it like right damn now. And he will come in there at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and climb right up on your face and start meowing in your face as if to say, "Look, fat boy, get up. I need to be loved on, fed, or something. Something's got to give." And like, there's no talking him out of it. You're going to get up and you're going to come in here and do something with Roman at 2 o'clock in the morning if that's what he wants, because that's just how he is. And then Mrs. Legicator has a dog named Mila. You probably saw that on Facebook today. The little dog. Yeah,
I did.
And she's completely the opposite. Like, she's a very like happy little dog, like just all the time, tail wagging and stuff. You know, she's just really good natured little thing. And Roman's kind of like, I really believe if Roman could flip you off, he would. Like, if you walk by and Roman could flip you off, he'd be like, just to remind you that, hey, look, just want to let you know, I see you, bitch. I mean, that's just how he is, you know. She actually says, she says, "Oh my God, he's just like you. You and Roman's got the same personality." And she's like, "Never mind. I think Roman's nicer than you are."
VW, let's see. What is it? VW Star. What do you mean by cost me? Like financially, personally? Because I want to make sure I answer the right question.
I think she's on my channel in there. Honey, why don't you just come in here with us? She's like,
so VW Star. When Chili stayed here for 10 days, the only thing Chili paid for was he bought lunch one day for me after I had already bought lunch for him. He made some photocopies and he bought a big thing for a sign that was never really used. Other than that, that's what Chili paid for.
wow.
He did buy himself some hamburgers, pre-made hamburgers and hamburger buns at Hy-Vee. And my sister got up in the middle of the night and fixed them because she was afraid he was going to burn down the house. But other than that, that's all he paid for. As far as my getting justice for my son, he cost me people taking my case seriously because I was affiliated and associated with Chili. And to me, that's the bigger cost of them all.
Yeah. I could see that being a problem. It's kind of hard to take somebody like him seriously. And honestly, as bad as it sounds, you're kind of guilty by association. And I mean, I say that realistically. Like, I mean, we all know whether we want to admit that or not. That's true. You know what I
Right.
mean, it makes you, when you are affiliated with somebody like that, they kind of automatically think that you're kind of a space cadet too. You know what I mean?
Right. It turned off some actual real activists from reaching out and helping me at the time. Now, that's not to say that they aren't now, but because of Chili, they were very hesitant because they thought that I supported him and that I not only supported him, but I supported his ideologies.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? That is what it is. I mean, he's something else. He's got a way.
And
Chili likes to from what I understand, he likes to take selfies in his fucking underpants, right, in other people's houses. He was in another dude's house there, and when he was there, and over in Jeebus Crisp's house, and he come downstairs, Chili down there taking fucking selfies in his panties. I ain't shitting you. That's what he told me, man. Yeah, right. Well,
Chili.
does.
Terry, did
That's
he
the
take
Maria. That's the Maria coming out of the Jose right there.
Yeah, man.
Terry, did he take any pictures for you like that?
Well, if he did, he didn't send them to me. Probably spends too much time touching himself looking at them. What, no one else gets a chance.
Oh my!
Apparently, he turns himself on a lot.
He's very proud of himself, and nobody's going to be a bigger fan of Chili than Chili. That's for
Right?
sure.
Oh no,
That's a fact, right?
Always
there.
got to have his goddamn face right up there in the.
Oh,
damn
bud,
frame.
it's so funny because, like, even in the face of adversity, like when he's got somebody ready to kill him, he still is too prideful to not have his face in the picture.
Right.
It's like you said there with the like camera, and he's like selfie, and he's like still making sure he's like playing angles. I'm like, dude, that dude's about to take your freaking head off in a minute. It's not going to matter how you're posing for the camera. But yeah, he is what he is. And he's something else. He's something else.
Yeah, I just can't figure out what else. That's the problem. I can't figure out what it's mixed with.
Yeah, he's definitely an anomaly.
He's a mutt.
I don't know what the fuck he is.
He's mixed up for sure. He's a mutt.
But it's like, here's the thing. It's like every time I think, okay, this guy can't fucking go any further. He can't be any more goddamn ridiculous. He's like, oh yeah, here, hold my fucking
He's
beer.
Hold my beer.
No. Sovereign, that is not what he says. He says, hold my blow, watch me go.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Lines form on a mirror, so I snore.
Well, let me just say,
I'm gonna finish that song. I swear to God, and I'm gonna make a video because goddamn, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good. That just started flowing last night. I was like, oh, I'm gonna do this so bad. And Leanne, she comes up and she goes, God damn it! I asked you go ahead and start playing 18 again, and you come up with a Chili song out of it. You fuck up every good song for me.
yeah, but the good thing is now you have motivation. Like anytime I would get a new guitar, like I will sit around and play it nonstop for weeks. You know what I mean? And
Right.
I don't know why that is necessarily, because I mean I've got guitars before that I don't even favor over my other ones, but I still, for whatever reason, for a few weeks I just don't hardly put them down.
It's sitting right back here behind me. I can feel it. I can fucking feel it, and I'm like fighting back,
calling you,
picking
ain't
it
it?
up, just fucking around, and it's like, no, quit fidgeting, don't, like that. But it's gonna happen. I'm gonna do it.
Especially when you get a chance to really play with the tone a little bit in your amp, and you kind of set up, you know what I mean? Because it's smooth. Those pickups are sweet.
They are. I always like playing around with it's like in the perfect spot. I always like the Les Paul and playing on the rhythm pickups, and that one with that hollow body and the way those pickups are, that's got a really sweet mellow tune.
If you back off, if you go to the neck pickup on that guitar, you go to the neck pickup,
yeah,
and you need to turn your tone off a little bit, about 40 to 50% right in the middle. You'll get that real smooth, mellow, almost jazzy type rhythm / good smooth lead type stuff. It's just I'm literally thinking about. I'm a tone freak. Like when I was playing in the band years ago and stuff, and I really got into Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan was just like the king to me. You know?
I was at his very last concert.
Is that right? With Eric Clapton and everybody there?
Yeah, yeah.
And
That was badass.
and what's crazy is like I got so tone crazy that I swear, man, I had to back myself back out of it because I would get obsessed. Like I would literally get obsessed with tone so much that I would almost forget to be practicing because I was so focused on just getting that perfect tone. I have a Strat that because obviously I'm a Stevie Ray fan, so I had a Strat and I played that Strat so much, and I played it in a Fender DeVille amp with 410s. And it was a blues amp, and let me tell you, wow. I mean, I literally had it just perfect. And
Do
I played.
do you miss the
for a
Gretsch?
long time.
Do you miss the Gretsch? Is it calling to you?
Yeah, you know, right now, honestly, not yet because I'm still kind of excited for Sovereign, if that makes sense. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I know
man.
that feeling. You know,
Are you living vicariously through him with it
yeah,
now?
like
Now
I know that feeling of how it feels when you get a new toy. Like
Yeah.
I'm the same way. If I get a gun or a guitar,
Yeah. Right.
I'm completely. And my wife will tell you, Mrs. Legicator, I know you can hear me in the next. Would you put in the chat if I get obsessed over my guns and guitars?
It's like having a new wife, ain't it?
Oh
Jim,
man,
I took Terry.
Hey, Chad. Chad, Justin B is asking a question.
okay.
I've seen a couple about what is the rules on timing out someone.
Is somebody acting silly? I hadn't even been paying attention, to be honest.
I have no idea. Roseanne might be able. I don't know who the mods are because I'm on and StreamYard, so I can't see who the mods are.
I can't either from here. I mean, I've got several, but here's the basic rule of thumb: as long as they're not threatening anybody, you know, the basic YouTube rules. They can say what they want about me. I don't give a damn. But if they're insulting one of my panel or one of my chat, then I don't play along with that too well. You know,
Like Alec Rosen, as far as I'm concerned, with that name can go sit somewhere too, because that to me is derogatory term.
yeah, I don't like that nonsense either.
No.
So I took Terry today. Of course, we went to Cooter's Garage, but he got here just about time to come on in, relax a minute. And I had an oil change scheduled for 1:00, so he went into Luray with me. We got that done, and I took him to a place that was built in 1931. It's this really big, grand hotel called the Mimsland. And Eleanor Roosevelt used to come there and stay. She had her own private suite. And so then later this evening, we went there for dinner. And my wife was telling him about that, just what you were talking about. She says, God dang, you ought to see him when he gets a new gun. He sits there looking at it,
Yep.
holding it,
Patting it,
and see what
pressing
she's
it.
not understand. Like with my Kimber, you know, I grew up around machining of steel and, you know, mechanisms and things like that. And I look at a gun and I'm really appreciating the machining and the tolerances and everything that went into
Absolutely.
making all those parts and everything, and how efficiently it moves and how it slides and everything. You know, of course, I'm going to appreciate that. He's like, he loves it. He loves his dogs and his guns. He shows them more affection than he does me. I'm like, God
Oh, yeah.
damn. You know?
Well, you know
Oh,
what?
check out my souvenir from Cooter's Garage. It says Hoggo Co Petroleum, from the only name you can trust, JD Hogg.
That's right.
There you go.
Yeah,
Well, you
man,
know,
we got
with here's how I am sovereign when it comes to especially when it comes to handguns, because I'm a firm believer. I mean, I like you know, the first. I mean, anybody shoots a lot knows that, you know, the first 500 to 1,000 rounds through a handgun is blatantly just breaking it in. You know, because those parts are machined, but they're not smooth yet. And really, the only way to get them smooth, I mean, yeah, you could literally go in there, and if you want to polish stuff up, and I do usually, but honestly, manipulation, boom, dry fire drills, working the slide, the whole 9 yards. That's the best way to get a gun to actually break in to feel smooth, you know. And I'm going to do a video on this. I've got a 1975 Ruger Security 6 357. It's one. It was Ruger's equivalent to the K frame, you know, the Combat Magnum. And I decided that one time I was going to build a revolver for ICOR / IDPA or USPSA type thing, whatever, just to play around with. And I got this gun. And I picked it up for near nothing. and I got this gun and I took it down. And there's not a whole lot of parts left for it because they haven't made it for years because they have the GP 100. So I found some parts on one of those sites. I don't know, but I changed a few things. I actually bobbed the hammer and all that stuff, and I got a new hammer spring. And I actually went in there and I cut the hammer spring down, and I polished every part. And I now have a double action revolver that in double action mode is just over 5 pounds.
Wow.
It's the lightest trigger that I've ever seen in a double action revolver with a steel cylinder. You can get a titanium cylinder to move a little faster, but you're not going to hardly get a steel cylinder to swing around that fast. And it's like lightning. But I'm gonna actually do a review on that. Not a review. I'm just gonna kind of do an introduction on the other channel on it a little bit, and just kind of tell people about it and stuff because I've done so much work to it. I mean, when I say that I spent time with this gun, I'm telling you that I literally sat down and hand polished every single square inch in and out, every single moving part. Every spring has been replaced, cut down, shortened, polished, everything. The hammer's been bobbed. It's completely slicked up. It's as good as I'm not a gunsmith by any means, but I'm a gun guy, right? But because of that, I put a lot of time into that gun, and it's about as good as I can imagine a Ruger being. And I've actually had guys since then. It was funny because I taught a class one time, and this guy goes up there and he says, "Are you carrying a revolver?" And I said, "Yeah." I mean, I just occasionally I do, just for the fun of it. And I said, "Yeah, I am." And he says, "Wow." He said, "Can I see it?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh my God." He's like, "I've never felt a revolver trigger like that." He's like, "That thing is like glass." And I was like, "Yeah." I said, "I worked a long time on that." And he said, "Do you think you could do a trigger job on my gun?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I mean, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I don't care if you got one of these Rugers." And he says, "Well, I've got an old Colt Python from the 70s. I said, "No, I'm not touching a Colt Python from the 70s, dude." I was like, "You don't want me working on a Colt anyway, but why would you ever touch that gun anyway?" I was like, "That gun's
Right.
every other gun here combined."
Right.
So, but I just thought that was kind of funny because I was like, dude, I'll work on a Ruger if you want me to, but I'm sure I'll even tempt a Smith, but I'm sure as hell not going to touch a Python.
Right.
You ever check out Bob Mundy?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that guy's. If any of y'all out there want to see somebody, this guy's phenomenal. I've seen this guy shoot 2 rounds, hit 2 targets, and be holstered again in less than a second. That's no shit.
Yep.
And hit the target. Yeah.
Bob Munden was actually a builder too. He actually built a lot of single action Colts. He was a great gunsmith.
Yeah. He's something else. I like
if you
that
want to
guy.
see somebody on a more modern note, look up Jerry Mitchellek.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Jerry
Mitchell.
He's probably got the fastest finger of any shooter that I know of this day.
His daughter's doing competition shooting.
Yeah, his wife does too. His wife actually competes too. The whole family does.
I'll tell you a cool channel. This is really cool too. Have you ever heard of Autumn's Armory?
I don't know if I have or not.
You look her up. She's 9. She's like 9 years old, and
cool.
she is a shot, baby. She's got all kinds of guns, and her dad has taught her, and she gets out there and does reviews on guns. And I've seen her do competition against adults and win.
That's awesome.
And she's something else, man. She has to do it. She's so little, she has to do a 2-finger trigger on some of them pistols.
Cool.
Hey,
That's
can you get my picture up there and share it with my new car today?
Hey, David Lee, Cooter's David Lee Cooter's place. There's one out by Sovereign, and there's one in Nashville.
Yeah, it's an actual like a Dukes of Hazzard museum where you can buy memorabilia. And,
there's one in Gatlinburg too, I believe.
If you ever like the Dukes of Hazzard, it is definitely the place you have to go. It is awesome.
All right, so
And I believe Ben Jones has a website for all of the merch that I'm sure you can buy online.
Now, when he was
Thank you, Miss
running,
Roseanne. Thank you for reminding people to hit the like button.
when Ben Jones was running for Congress, he represented the district just over the mountain here in Sperryville, and I worked at a restaurant on this side of the mountain as a waiter. And he used to come in all the time, and I used to wait on him. He was a pretty nice guy. And then later on, he said he bought that place was a motorcycle place. It was a motorcycle shop, and then he bought it and turned it into that. And it's really cool. It was really cool too because I got that and those guitar picks, and the lady rang me up and everything, and we was just all talking. And I said, "Yeah, this is my friend. He came here from Ohio." And I says, and she goes, "Oh, are you local?" And I says, "Yeah, I live over in Stanley." She goes, "Oh, hang on." And she went back and did some stuff. She says, "You get a discount."
Yeah, so like if you're from the local area and you go there, they
Yeah.
they discount anything you buy.
So
and all that.
locals get like a discount, 10% or something like that. So that was pretty cool. You know, she didn't have to go ahead and do that. But
So
yeah,
I'm going to do a shameless plug for my boss.
Sure.
Since we're on the subject of the Dukes of Hazzard, my boss shoots independent films at his studio down in Holden, Louisiana. And for those of you not knowing, I work part-time for John Schneider, aka Bo Duke. And John just released a film. He has his own platform that you can rent movies on. It's called Cineflix with an X, DOD. And he just wrote this film, To Die For. And I highly recommend it for everyone. It's I just watched it. It's quite heartfelt. It's quite intriguing. It's about a veteran. It has to do with the flag. It has to do with a lot of controversy over the flag. And I think it's one of John's best performances yet.
Awesome. And he is a very, very good actor too. Like, I mean, Dukes of Hazzard really didn't really do him justice. I've seen him as some other films where he really,
where he actually acted.
yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, that show was about fun. You know what I mean?
Right,
So it's
right.
like they're not really having to push the envelope of they're not going to be winning Oscars probably from that.
You
But
want to hear something really funny? At
Sure.
the Cooters garage there, they have a General Lee sitting out front, and they had to put a sign in the window. It says, "Please, no sliding across the hood."
Uh-huh.
yeah, please
Yeah.
don't.
As a matter of fact, we all know Smitty. He comes in and out of our chats. I have an autograph for Smitty. I know he hasn't been feeling real well, and when he finally sends me his address, I got a autographed picture from John for Smitty. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Listen,
So-
if you
so
if you would
if you
just
look-
have him help me, listen, this here is this is Tater, and I know that since you know Bo Duke down there, and
Mhm.
I've been having Donnie Baker and Kid Rock help me in my investigation, trying to get my cousin Chili's band back. If you could have Bo Duke chime in too and help me. Bo Duke is an American hero, and
He's half famous, man.
I know, right?
I know he'd help me get Chili's van back down there.
I'll have to look and see if I have to work for him this Sunday. I'm not sure. He's been in Branson, so I've been going down there and trying to handle some of the PR and the merch sales when needed. I know that he's here on the 7th of November, so I think I know I'll see him then because that's Veterans Week. But for a lot of you that don't know, John did a really good song that he wrote, or somebody. No, I'm sorry, he did not write. Somebody wrote, and it's called "Can I Buy You a Beer?" And I challenge every one of you to look it up on YouTube after this
Challenge?
stream. Challenge.
Accept
Because
your
it is
challenge.
listen, it is probably one of the best songs that I've ever heard because it is very indicative of how I feel about veterans.
Can you not-
It's how I feel about law enforcement officers. It's how I feel about firefighters. And some of my really good friends are in this video. So like I said, shameless plug, because I don't think
So-
John gets enough recognition, and he is really, believe it or not, he is the guy that you see. He is that down to earth. He
Pretty
is
cool guy. I'm a
he is the
subscriber. I'm a
coolest.
subscriber to his YouTube channel. He's got some pretty good stuff. He's quite topical. I like his viewpoints. He's a pretty good show. The picture that we pulled up, this was at Cooter's garage today. Terry was he was picking out a car. You can see there's Dixie Duke's Jeep back here in the background and Cooter's old Studebaker. right there.
That would be Daisy, not Dixie. Daisy.
I'm sorry, Daisy. My bad.
Now show
That's
them,
the
show,
Dixie
show 'em
is
the
the
car I
car.
picked out.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm getting ready to do.
I
So
did pick out a
he
car,
did pick out a car.
and it's electric,
That's
by the way.
wait a
It's an
minute.
electric
Isn't
car.
that Chili size?
It is. It is. It is. But it's see the thing is it's electric, but it's not self-driving, so he wouldn't be interested. You know. Okay.
No, but it'll ramp like a son of a bitch.
Just in
Guarantee
case
it.
that pesky bridge is out going across the river again.
You paint that son of a bitch orange and put an 01 on the side, the frame becomes 10 times stronger. It's like putting a
Damn
jet
right.
on your bumper. It automatically gives you an extra 150 horsepower.
Listen, I'll
That's
tell
right,
you, in this part of in this part of the place. Now, the one part is like a store, and they got all kinds of Dukes of Hazzard stuff you can get. You can even get a horn kit that if you put it in your car, it'll play the you know,
Dixie.
right, Dixie.
Mhm.
So that's pretty cool. But then in this portion here, there was all this cool stuff, but it was all memorabilia. It wasn't for sale. Some of this stuff in there is just like priceless as far as collectors are concerned.
I had
man.
one of the lunch boxes they had on
Yeah.
display when I was a kid in kindergarten. My kindergarten and first grade year, I carried a Dukes of Hazzard lunchbox. Little
I had
metal
one in elementary school too.
thermos and all that in it.
Yep.
So did I.
I loved that show when I was a kid. I thought
Me
that was
Oh,
really
I did
cool.
too.
We
Well,
had
see,
to listen.
I was a young teenager. I was about, I don't know, 13, maybe 14 years old when that was on. And so I really liked that show. Daisy was, that was the thing right there, boy. I was watching that Daisy. See, mom and dad, oh, you watching that old race car show? Yeah, I'm looking at race car. Yeah, right. Race cars.
So a lot of you don't know that he sings, that he's got 13 number one country hits.
He's a really good singer, by the way. Really, really
And
good.
he surpassed his first album he ever released back in the late 80s was called It's Now or Never, and it was the remake of the Elvis Presley song, and actually grossed more than Elvis Presley on that song, doing it as a remake. But he does have a song for every Dukes of Hazzard fan that he put out a couple years ago called Every Friday Night, and it literally is about every Friday night we were in front of our TVs watching the Dukes of Hazzard. We were, we wanted to be Bo and Duke and wanted to date Daisy and all. And it's a great song. And I want to say that his friend Scott Ennis helped write it. So
Yeah, I just wanted to be able to drive the General Lee because I thought that car was just completely badass.
You guys want to
So I'm going to give you guys a little trivia. John actually snuck on the set when he was a teenager of Smokey and the Bandit.
Sorry,
You give me nightmares when I see that at night. Come on, Sovereign.
you like that now. Come on. Let's see it
Oh,
one more
dear
time.
God.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god.
Oh my Lord. And John actually did jump a car for the first time in his life a year ago for one of his films down at his studio.
Okay, well, you shouldn't have told me that because you just totally ruined it for me.
Oh, well, I'm telling you.
Because I know for a fact he jumped to General Lee because that's completely non-fictional.
Correct. Well,
It
he
happened, I
jumped
know.
he did two. He's done, we'll see, Stand on It, and what's the other one? Poker Run and Stand on It are two tributes to Smokey and the Bandit because he snuck on the set and he's in the last scene where Jackie Gleason's character comes around and the wheel goes rolling off his car. If you look in that crowd, you're going to see a tall, blonde-haired, curly-haired guy, and that's John.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Gotta hit that like button.
Button.
Everybody.
Button.
Listen, I don't know what it does for me on there, but my cousin Jelly says all the time that if I get that like button, it does something good. It's just right. Can you see? Just hit that. Just hit that
Right
right there.
Right there.
Just put a one in the chat if you're still here.
That was my favorite fucking thing.
favorite.
When he actually he said, "Put a one in the chat if you're still in here." And I'm thinking to myself, dude, if you don't know if people are in your chat, you should probably call it quits. You know what
I
I
didn't
mean?
just see that, but I bet there's like 5 ones hit the chat, wasn't there?
Yeah, there wasn't many.
There wasn't many. And listen, his viewership has dropped through the floor. And look, you can't You can't go on being that hypocritical. And then what that thing right there, he just lets that fucking ego get to him so hard. He can't stay on track because of the chat.
Mhm.
He's constantly worried about what people think about him.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
he's a pussy.
Listen, I'm telling you, him and Beth are the same, man.
Terry's got a little bit of Derek going on today. He just don't. You don't tell like a fucking idiot.
Oh, I've been saying it the whole time. Chili's a pussy. Let him come back to Ironton. I'll give him a little bit of what I give rights on. If he shows up talking about the milkshakes, I'll slap the piss out of both of them at the same time if I have to.
Well, we
Oh,
might
yeah.
have to have a
Slap the hell out of 'em.
match.
Otherwise, they can keep their fucking asses wherever they're at and leave
Yeah,
me
bro.
alone.
There was somebody that said that. It was funny because just recently somebody asked me, said, "Hey, would y'all be willing to pay at IPD to get him brought back here?" And I said, "Bud, you're fucking delusional.
Pay you to keep his ass out. I bet the IPD
we don't
would.
fucking
Hell, they
want him
don't want
back
him.
here."
Fuck
You know,
no.
he's
I was
got a
going to say,
misdemeanor warrant.
there's not a person I met in Ironton that wants Chili back. And I met a lot of folks in Ironton the last 2 trips I've been up there.
I
Even
did notice
the
that
night at the fight, when we had the rumor that Chili was there, let me just explain what nobody else knew because I did, because I sure didn't want to be anywhere near him. The security guards looked right dead at me and said, "I know who you are and I know who he is, and he sure as hell is not going to get within 20 yards of you, and he'll be lucky if he walks in this door on his own 2 feet by the time we get done with him." And that was the security guards at the fight that night. He's not well liked.
You know,
just know that I've discovered that he has kind hair, the kind that grows on a pig's ass. He has that kind.
Jeff
You think Bo Duke conversation cost a dozen views? I don't care.
What's up, playground?
I love that. What's up, playground?
That's a Chiliism. You have to hit that now, don't you?
I gotta hit
Just
it.
keep doing it to yourself. There.
My cousin Chili down there. We need to get his van back because he's been using them snoobers, and I don't know what's working for him. Only thing I know is he couldn't get up there at that fight when he's going to beat up that tyrant pig up there.
Playground.
And I know that we don't like the police because Chili said so. So
Chili said. Oh, I laughed my ass off over that video, man, because every time pigs, or them cops, they suck their pigs. Chili said. It
yeah,
was
Chili
funny.
says.
Chili said.
Yeah. And that's what I said when I said that that Chili's a big deal because he told Mama that he was.
Right?
Oh hell! Oh, it's all
Chili
good.
said.
He's all bent about Artie acting like his mom, wearing that wig. Have you seen Artie doing that shit?
Yeah, but I didn't know Chili had responded. I didn't know.
Yeah, he
Oh,
said
yeah, he
something.
did.
He goes, "Oh, there's some guy that
Some-
likes to make fun of my mom and act like he's my mom, and it doesn't bother me. It doesn't. Yeah, it does.
Did he-
Chili. Yeah, it does.
fucking brought
Every
it up.
fucking
It
bit of it.
absolutely,
Every bit of it. You
absolutely.
listen. If that guy could never play poker, if he ever does get some money, I want to sit down and play poker with him because that motherfucker got so many tells. He does. He
Oh, yeah.
got so many fucking tells. I can almost tell you what the chat that pissed him off was just by the reaction that his face while he's looking at shit.
He thinks
When
he's a
that
great
dude
actor.
pulled a gun, when that dude went like this,
Oh fuck yeah!
that dude went like this. And listen, I'll tell you what, you don't go fucking around in LA like that, okay? And he went like that. Chili's face, he just stopped and his face just went blank.
Oh,
And I
fuck
was
yeah.
like, that dude just flashed the gun at him. And then as soon as the guy kind of got out of range, Chili starts to go, I wish he would. I wish
Oh,
someone
wow.
would.
Shut
like
up.
that. Yeah,
Well,
man.
he's bulletproof. Remember, it's Chili.
Did,
You
did
know,
he?
the
Did
only
he?
thing that happens when you hit a pile of shit with a bullet is it just splatters the lethal.
Listen, I was watching it when he told Dan he was going around here to the alley to the dark. I'm going around here to the dark. I'm going down here. I was like, what's he going to lure him back there and try to fuck him?
Yeah.
What's he
He
doing?
said, "Come on, Dan, follow me. Come on, Dan."
He's probably used to luring
Fuck
people
him.
back in a dark alley for.
I can tell you this, and I'm not a violent person. I don't have a mean bone in me. I don't hurt anybody, but I can promise you, I'd guarantee, I'd bet my fucking left nut that little motherfucker wouldn't do that to me on the street.
Mm-mm.
I bet you my left nut he wouldn't tell me to fucking follow him around the corner because I'd be like, okay, and he knows I would, and he knows I'd fucking flatten his ass. I can't stand that ego shit with somebody that you know you can bully. Fuck that.
I wouldn't
You're
even
him
have bothered
bully.
to follow him around the corner. I'd have slapped the piss out of him right there on the sidewalk in front of God and everybody. That way everybody gets to see it. Everybody there.
Did-
wanted to do
I
it.
gotta ask, has he mentioned Tater? Like, has he pissed about that yet? Because if not, I'm gonna have to really kick it up.
I haven't heard anything.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes.
We are joined by greatness. Mr.
Who?
J.L. Warren is in the chat.
Oh
Hello,
no.
Bridge the Divide. How you doing tonight, sir?
Are you, JL? Did you have a good day on this wonderful created flat Earth that we live on? I hope so. I certainly did.
Gonna open a can of
Oh
worms.
my god. Only thing I can say, JL, is if you've got any information to the recovery of my cousin Shelly's van down there,
Yeah, right.
I want to be able to get back to the family reunion because Mama said Chili won't let me come back.
Yeah.
oh my god.
Oh yeah, he was getting really bent when he saw they were talking about how much money they'd raised for Kate's legal defense. You could see.
Oh,
in
does
his
anybody
face,
in the
there
chat got
again,
any numbers
his
on
tail.
that? I'm curious.
Burst into tears,
His-
son.
his-
he looks like he's gonna
yeah, man.
cry.
Look, man, his tells. I would be able to tell. I could clean that guy out of a poker
Oh,
game
yeah.
in probably 20 fucking
easy
minutes.
money, easy money.
20 minutes, I could have that guy.
Easy
Okay, so anybody in the chat, I'm curious. Did we have any numbers, any totals, or anything from anything that's been raised? I don't know if Massel's even been on, but I know that I think Irish was working on that earlier. I'm just curious. I just want to see.
Yeah, it was on Irish Demon's stream. I didn't get really good a chance to watch it. Like I said, we were visiting and hanging out and shit, and I had it playing on the TV. And there again, I can mute that guy and I can tell what's going on with him just by his face. But what's really cool is no matter where you pause him, it's always at a derp moment. He can't look normal unless he poses for a photograph. You can pause him anywhere and he just always has some kind of a stupid fucking look on his face. And I'm just like,
32,000 already.
yeah, bro. I heard it was
Holy
like,
fucking shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
now you
yes.
feel like Chili's about to cry. He's like, all you people that donated to Kate, you should have given it to me. You should have supported me.
yeah. That's
Poor little
32.
baby.
Roseanne says 32,000 plus, you know. So.
You know what the funny thing is they
Wow.
probably wouldn't have gave that if they didn't hate Chili so damn bad. It's
Well, yeah,
his
it has nothing
fault.
to do with anybody else but Chili. It's literally the fact that everybody's just they just can't stand him.
Yeah. You know, they the funny thing is people that can only give $1, they'll scrape quarters out from under their goddamn couch to give it just to fuck with Chili. You know, and he's the only one that don't seem to understand that.
Well, I guess that explains why I haven't got any super chats tonight. Everybody's fucking broke us out and donating over there. I'm with you, man. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. 32 grand. That's awesome, man.
Ooh,
1,900 views on that video.
1,900 views. Now check this out. This has gotten worse. He's got 158 thumbs up, 248 thumbs down. It went to 39%.
Okay, I'm curious.
39%.
He's almost doubled his dislikes to his likes. Chili, ain't nobody fucking likes you, bub. Look at it. Look at it. Plain right there. Nobody fucking likes you. Nobody. Sorry, those 5 people don't count no more. You're gonna have to find some more people to bullshit.
Yeah, JL, how are you doing on your contest? The Face of Horror contest, JL.
You win.
I got my vote in on Facebook.
Yep.
I need to get one in today if it's still open. Since I came here, I kind of got busy and
Kate
forgot.
wasn't even in the fundraising stream. Yeah, Kate wasn't even in the fundraising stream.
Wow. I think they're going. I think Masshole's going to be on tomorrow night, so they're probably going to keep it up. My God, they'll double that tomorrow.
Oh, he's in second place.
Uh-oh.
Okay, guys.
I don't have the link. Does anybody?
Put the link in the chat. If somebody's got it, I don't know. I don't know if
If you make him if you can make him a moderator, he can do it because I know he knows Lord.
I don't know if I already have it. I'm on just me. Oh, I wasn't saying that for that reason, but
there it is. If anybody can see.
You know what? Just in honor of Skeptic, can I get some TTUs in the chat?
TTU, baby.
TTU, baby.
TTU, baby.
TTU. On behalf of the fundraiser that Irish put on behalf of Team Skeptic, on behalf of my soul. Everybody else is tired of that little asshole shit. TTU in the chat. Let me see it. Light it up.
Let's face
TTU.
it. Let's face it. Between Irish Demon and Team Skeptic, shit, you've got all the entertainment you need. Those two guys are cool as shit, man.
Oh,
I
man.
put TTU times 2 because
We're both
man.
here.
we're both here.
Yeah.
So
Those are
Count.
such good dudes, too, man. Those are such good dudes. Skeptic and
I
Irish.
can't wait.
Fucking
I
great.
can't wait for the meetup that we're all going to have this next year that we're planning in advance.
Yeah,
when
are we going
Demon-
to try to do that like annually on like the September date, somewhere like that? Like make that a normal thing?
Well,
Or-
you know, he's coming over in March or April for the Milwaukee to the 150th anniversary of Harley Davidson.
Oh, cool.
And so he talked about staying here longer and maybe doing some road tripping around Route 66. I so totally think we ought to do that.
Oh man, my problem is obviously work, but
Yeah.
you know, that'd be.
hey, you know, I want to respond to something that Chili was fucking ragging on.
Woohoo! We
Team
got a
Skeptic.
sticker.
Thank
we got
you very
a super
much.
sticker.
Armageddon's fire. Thank you.
And absolutely, I want you guys to know that I was not literally putting that out there for that. I was saying that as a joke. You guys do not have to donate anything to me. God blesses me, and that's not necessary. If you want to do it, feel free. But I don't want you to think that's what I was doing. I was not plugging for that. I promise.
And Justin B put the Fundly link in the chat for Kate's Defense Fund to cheer up Toledo. He says, "I agree. To cheer up Toledo, donate to Kate's Defense Fund."
Wow,
So you're not-
Justin, that's so nice of you. Look,
You're not trying to do a fundraiser for your own legal team, educator.
Oh, hell, but what the hell do you sue me for? I'm a fucking
Hey,
policeman.
I am my own legal team. I have a Black's Law dictionary, bitch. You know, that's all you need.
You know, I'll
red
be honest with
glasses.
you. If somebody
And red-
sues me, they're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
They're gonna be
Same
like,
here.
Oh
If
shit!
Chili
you ain't got
files a
shit."
lawsuit against me, I got 2 words or 3 words for him. Fuck you, Chili.
Yeah. Look. Collecting's another whole nother fucking story. That's what those people are going to find out with the Alex Jones case. But I want to say something real quick about how he was ragging on Team Skeptic about his accident and what had happened, and of course he's come out with that, and I know that's got to weigh on him. He's going to live with that for the rest of his life. Regardless of what kind of legal ramifications came from that, that's still he's going to live with that, because not only was it just it was a person, it was his friend. Okay. Now that being said, I know where he's coming from with that. My first DUI was a car accident. I had a 75 Cutlass Supreme. It was back in 1986, and we was all 3 of us in the car drinking, just fucked up bad. And I remember we were listening to Sammy Hagar, Can't Drive 55.
Oh shit!
I was rolling, man. 400 in that fucking thing, man. And I was rolling down this road, and I thought I was on a different road. I was so fucked up, and the road turned. I didn't. I went through a bunch of pine trees and a privacy fence and a flower box made out of railroad ties, and I shortened the length of that car by about half. I went through the windshield 3 times. I hit the windshield 3 times, but I don't remember one bit of it. Next thing I know, somebody's trying to pull my door open, and I look up, and this cop jumped back because he thought I was dead. All right, so we all got hurt, but nobody got killed. So this is something that can happen when you drink and when you drive, man. It's really bad. Luckily, I just got some scars and, of course, got in trouble. But also the one guy, he's dislocated his jaw because he came up from the back seat and hit the other guy that was in the passenger seat. And then that guy, he's had back problems ever since. He had to have all kinds of back surgery. He had a broken back. And that was really rough. It didn't teach me a lesson. It still didn't teach me a lesson. I still continued to drink, and I continued to drink. And I'm saying what I found out about that shit, it's a soul eater and a flesh eater. That shit is terrible. I don't even know why the fuck they promote it so badly. Like marijuana, they want to get down. Oh, They're fucking potheads. You know what? I never see anybody smoke a joint and beat their wife. You know? Never. Motherfuckers getting drunk and beating the shit out of their kids and their wife all the fucking time, right? Bar fights all the time, right?
I have never, ever, ever had a resisting or a combative stoner.
Right.
Yep.
Never.
Right.
It's like
But I
that's
sure have had a
definitely-
lot of guys on that Tennessee whiskey. Boy, they get fired up and get meaner and
10 foot tall and bulletproof. Yep.
and I'm gonna tell you this: for 16
Liquid
years of being a
courage.
policeman, I can promise you, 100%. I very rarely. I may have a draft out with my wife if I go out or something. I'm not a drinker. I don't drink simply because, to be honest with you, and as simple as I can put it, is I'm fucking terrified of it because I see what evil really can happen with it. It's a real sad thing, because
It is.
because you
Listen,
can
there's
really
a reason, Chad. There's a reason it's called spirits.
Mhm.
Al Ghul, the Arabic for the flesh-eating spirit. And it's sort of like this. Have you ever heard about where you can't, like a vampire can't come in your house unless you invite him, or an evil spirit has to be invited in? You have to invite them. It's an esoteric rule, right? If you think about it, this is your home. This physical incarnation is your home for your spirit. And when you imbibe spirits, you willingly invite them in. You open yourself up for basically minor demonic possession. And this is why it's always bad shit that happens around it. Why? Because those dark spirits feed off of negative psychic, human, emotional energy. Because it's not just the alcoholic or the guy that's drunk, it's the people around him that he affects too.
Right.
A drunk driver, it's not just him, but he affects a whole bunch of people. He maybe loses his job. Now his family's dependent, the wife has to now running back and forth to work if he's lucky enough to keep his job. I mean, it's just a real anguishing situation, and it just keeps breeding more problems.
I've never
Yep.
seen anything good come from it.
Nope. I mean,
That's honest.
Guys,
That's
I feel the need to tell you while I'm thinking about it. We've always pronounced it Mossman, Roseanne Mossman, and that is incorrect.
Okay.
She corrected us the other night in
Okay.
chat. It is Roseanne Massman.
Massman.
Oh,
I
And I,
was going to
and-
say
and
that.
I want to make sure that we,
I'm-
try to pronounce it correct when we know.
Usually
I'm
when
guilty
you
of
have
that. I'm guilty of that myself, so I apologize, Roseanne. That was
Yep.
that was a bad on my part as well. So
I don't
Well,
think, I don't
you-
think
you
she
know
took it
why?
personally.
You know
she
why?
knows we're hillbillies. It's all right.
she got involved with us very around the time we got into the Mothman
Mothman.
shit. And we went to the Mothman thing, and we kept like Roseanne Mothman. I mean, Mossman. And we just kept fucking it all up. And
Not to
sorry,
mention there was a
Roseanne.
sign there called it said
Yeah.
something about the Nossmans.
Yeah, the
The
Nossmans is like,
and as soon
oh,
as I seen it, I thought Mossman, Roseanne. Just for some reason, I thought of her.
did we tell you about that when we was at that hot dog joint?
Yeah.
We was sitting there, and I says, man, Irish Demon sure would love this fucking place. I guarantee it. If he saw it, he'd stop. No sooner did I say that, Terry looked out the window, and there was Tina. And then and there's Evie Joe. And here's these other people showing up. And here comes Irish Demon and JL. They come walking up, and I was like, perfect. Nobody
called-
planned that. It's just
called divine
happened.
appointment. That's what it's called. It's called divine appointment. And we had a heavenly
man.
fucking time spending time together. We had
That
a
was a
great time.
blast.
It
That was a
perfect.
blast. Yeah,
Well,
I'm
I'll
sure
tell you what,
we got
that was a-
together with all the.
Do you guys have a picture of our? Do you have a picture of the license plate we signed?
Oh, I
Yes,
have
I do.
somewhere. I do. I don't know if I
do.
have
I
it
can
on this
send it-
computer
I
on
can
my
send it to
phone.
you if you ain't got it.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I got it on here somewhere. No, it's on my. It's on my phone. Yeah, you can find it.
I
there.
have to say that was a fun weekend. Even though the Man of Steel didn't show up, it still was a really good time and good camaraderie with some good folks.
Yeah, that's what I listen. I never once really expected him to actually show up.
Mhm.
Never once.
I
But
was
my
I
whole
was
thing
hopeful.
was to go there, and I was like, you know what? Fuck him. Even if he doesn't show up, I've never been to a cage fight like this before. There's going to be other fights to look at, and it'll be that kind of experience. But most importantly, these people that I've come to know and talk to here on Facebook, YouTube, I get to actually hang with him and talk
Right.
with him,
Right.
you know, and that's really cool. I was
that-
like, I'm really looking forward to meeting Derek. He seems like he'd be a cool dude. And of course, I
Yeah.
already knew Terry was cool. And, you know, I was looking forward to hanging out with you. The
It's
whole crowd,
definitely
you know?
it was definitely a good time, and like Tina was talking about, I hope we can find a way, and I hope we can grow it. You know what I mean? Like if we could find a way where the community and the creators can kind of get together ever so often and just kind of do maybe an annual thing or something. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? Something.
That would be cool too.
Yeah,
They're,
maybe
I
every
think we
year.
should do a road tripping with all the fun people.
Well, and here's
Go
something
share
else we
that
could think
screen.
about.
It's the license plate. Okay.
that's that
Yes, sir.
license plate.
And here's something else that we could think about too, is we could turn it into some type of fundraiser if we could find a good cause every year and change it up every year, and find a way to generate funds for something good, and that would even motivate us even more to make things happen.
And no, Archangel for Truth, I'm not sharing in the wacky tobacco tonight.
No.
And it's good to see you too, buddy, by the way.
And by the way, this was JL's former Texas license plate that he donated to the Hillbilly Hot Dog.
Oh, okay,
And
I
we
had
all
no
signed
idea that. Now that's new to me. See, I know
So
that they
now
have
we-
that type of stuff on the walls up there, and I figured it was just something that they'd already had. I didn't realize that JL had actually donated it.
We are
Okay.
forever memorialized at Hillbilly Hot Dog.
All
So
right.
love us together.
Inside,
Notice-
where you go to play.
Notice that Irish Demon put the HRH Irish Demon on there.
Oh, His Royal Highness, yes.
Royal Highness.
Well,
That
absolutely.
was funny
Royalty.
shit.
The Crown Prince of
Dude,
Ireland.
he is like the king fucking troll. That shit he did the
Oh,
other
he's so
night,
cool, though.
he almost had me. I was like, oh, what? Chili must have had some kind of ace. No fucking way. He's got it. And then Leanne went on her thing. She goes, oh my God, he's removed every video about Chili. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
And then I was like, and then when he did that, I was like, I knew it. You son of a bitch. I knew it. I knew it.
I was like,
See, I was getting text messages and other messages all day long. Everybody asking me, why did Irish Demon do that? And I said, well, I don't know. You'll have to ask him. I don't know the answers. I don't necessarily talk to him on a daily basis, everybody, just because we all hung out. You'll have to wait. And I was like the rest of you. I was about to crawl through my phone and slap him. I was like, don't give in to the bully. What are you doing?
Oh,
So,
my gosh.
I've got to find a little statuette of an Oscar award, and we've got to send it to Demon, you guys. That was just Oscar-worthy performance.
No shit.
I mean, holy crap.
Well, listen, I'll tell you, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make a point to get in the next. I don't know when. I hate to stick my foot in my mouth, but I'm going to go to Hillbilly Hot Dogs and I'm going to find that. And
I can tell you where it is.
Oh, you already know where it's at. You know where it's at? Like they actually, you put it up right there.
They did not put it up, but I think JL, if I'm not mistaken, JL pipe in, because I think when he took it into the lady, memorialized where it was going to be. Is that correct, JL?
Well, here's what I'll say while we're waiting on JL. I'm going to go up there myself and my missus. And I'm going to go up there soon, and I'm going to find that, and I'm going to sign it, and I'm going to do another either a community photo with it or a video on it, so that we can continue the tradition. And I hope that anybody else that would be traveling in the area that would know where Hillbilly Hot Dogs is would think about getting in there and doing the same, because that's really cool, man. That's really
That's
really
what I
cool.
thought. It's when you go to place your order, it will
Okay.
be to the left
Okay.
in plain view.
Okay, excellent. I will find it. I promise you. I know they have all those different like buses and stuff. They still have that because I haven't been up there in years. They have like the school buses to set on to eat and stuff. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that's so crazy. But I'll
Well,
definitely
the
go.
one thing that we forgot to take the picture of is on that bus is a life-size red Power Ranger.
Oh, well, you know, if it's still there
Yep.
when I go up there, you know,
It
old
is.
Ed in the head's gonna go up there and make it. And I promise you, I'm gonna make a big deal out of the Power Ranger up there. 'Cause my cousin Chili down there.
I got one. I got a
Sovereign's got a
picture
picture
that.
of it with me standing right beside it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got that picture. I'll dig that out.
Oh,
Hey,
Yeah, dig that bad boy up. What the heck?
I don't know where. I'll have to find it. I'll have to search for it. I don't want to take all the time to have to do it right now, but I'll get it. I'll get it. Hey Chad, you ever fuck with that green tips? 556 green tips.
Oh yeah, 62 grain.
I'll show you something. If you pull up, you take that off, or I can do it. Hold up.
Cody says he's got a question. Cody, feel free, buddy. I'll do my best. If I don't know the answer, I'll just lie about it.
If you go down on our picture there underneath it, you can hit solo layout and it'll bring up just the big picture of us so he can show you
I
something.
want to show you something. This was 62 grain green tips fired from.
What I do, Jerry?
Highlight our picture down at the bottom in the backstage with the cursor and hit solo. See the little the person thing on the left hand corner?
The little
You should be
silhouette.
able to click
See
that
the
and
little
it should
silhouette
make
of the
our
guy?
it should make our screen take up the whole screen.
Right on our frame of backstage.
Yeah, I'm on it, but it's not giving me that option.
You don't see a little person like
Yeah,
a
I'm
little,
clicking on
In
it.
the upper left hand corner.
Yeah, just click on it once.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
All right.
So it was with this right here. This is where's my camera? Okay. So this is my carbon fiber AR-15. It's called a carbon 15. This is the which one was this? This is the Bushmaster by Bushmaster Firearms. I wanted to make sure this is the right one. This is what I used with 62 grain green tips on a piece of 1-inch anodized aircraft aluminum. Okay, hold up. There's the points are sticking out the
You can
other
literally
side.
see them sticking out.
They're not even deformed.
How
Points
far
are
is that?
sticking. 70 yards.
Wow, that's hot round.
Yeah, man. And that's 1-inch anodized aluminum. So which is basically like in aluminum that's like tempered.
Wow.
So yeah, man.
Okay, let me see if I can read this question here. One of my questions is what is going
And then
on with all the drug
Chad,
rehab?
if you click on the other what you did before, then it brings up everybody on the panel again. There you
Okay. What is going on with the drug rehabs in Ohio without are you talking about like drug courts? Like generally, I mean, obviously you don't have to be convicted to go to drug rehab. I don't know. I mean, you can check yourself in, or like drug courts sometimes will do that in place of sentencing. So that's what that's the whole big thing of drug courts is they're essentially the idea is they're trying to help people with an addiction. Oh no! Archangel's not trolling. I think he's kind of starting to realize that he kind of is liked here.
I like Archangel. He
Yeah,
comes on
that's
my
what I'm
show.
saying. Like, I don't think he really expected that we actually like him. So, and he don't have to always defend Chili. He can just come in and hang out with us.
Well, I'll tell you
Cody,
where I get it sticks in my craw is when I see like blatant type of hypocrisy, like when Beth went to go on Terry's thing, she asked him, "Hey, can I come on your show and talk about shit?" And he said yes, right? And then she backs out at the last minute saying she'd heard rumors that it was a setup, and I was like, "Hold up, you requested it. How is it a fucking setup, right?" So anyway, she ended up coming on there, and in real time, Chili was blackmailing her. He wasn't even talking to her. He started blackmailing her while we were talking to her, right? So then the next time I see Dipshit do a live stream, I look in the fucking chat, and that moose is giving him super chats. I asked her, I said, she texted me, man, till like 4 o'clock in the morning because she's so worried about what I think about her. And then she comes on there. I says, well, what the fuck are you sending him super chats for, man? What in the hell? And she goes, I wanted to address what he was saying about me. And I was like, you don't have to send that fucking idiot money to put a comment in the chat or whatever. What the hell? You know, and I'm like, you know, that's the dumbest shit I ever saw. One day you're all crying that you're a victim of Chili blackmailing you, and next day you're giving him fucking
Well,
money.
she said being extorted was pretty fucking easy when you're just sending him the damn money.
So yeah, that's not
real
extortion,
fast.
that's just
Willingly, that's
dumb.
just
Real
that's not-
fast, Cody. The idea with drug court is that they're kind of they're accepting that in place of sentencing. So it's them choosing to kind of face the drug rehab in court as opposed to going through full criminal court and being convicted of crimes.
What they basically do is put the charge on the back burner, and if you
Right,
complete your rehab and everything, they kind of like wipe it clean, don't they, and let you go?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's still something that I'm not super familiar with, but generally speaking, that's the idea. Is if it's just a drug-related crime where it's like something like a possession,
Non-violent drug offender.
right? It gives them the opportunity.
That's
To kind of,
what that was. I thought it was like everybody in court was all fucking high and shit.
yeah,
It's like,
well, yeah.
So-
It's when you go to court to get high. Yeah,
there you go. Go to court. And it's like, Your Honor, yes.
that's where those
Well,
kangaroos
now you're
are.
giving Chili. Now you're giving Chili some ammo. It'd be a bunch of high kangaroos next.
Oh God.
Well, it's
So
that's
the
where those-
county, the
that's where
county
those
that I grew up
kangaroos
here
are
in
at.
Missouri, the county that I grew up in here in Missouri, Stone County, reminds me a lot of Ironton, Ohio. And we have a drug court there, Cody. And what happens is, in Stone County, for example, if you're arrested as a repeat offender for drug court, let me tell you who accepts you into drug court, at least here. And that is the other addicts. They go through the case, they look it over, they determine whether this person will be able to stay with it. And then they're given the option, go to rehab, participate in drug court. And this is before they even get into 1 foot into the courtroom itself. So it's something they work out with the prosecuting attorney, that if they successfully go through drug court, which is random drug screens, they have to attend meetings, they have to first go to rehab so they detox. If they are successful, by the time drug court is over for them, they have their entire record wiped clean so that they do not have a drug charge on their record for that particular charge. And it is determined by other addicts who have been arrested and are going through the drug court program itself, which I think is kind of interesting. And from the judge who started this program in Stone County, Alan Blankenship, he said it's very interesting how much harder they are
Yeah, I think
on the people coming into the drug court.
I think
Could you
he's,
see
I think he's
if it was-
misunderstanding the way this works. That's not how it works. This is not about. This is like, think about it like a plea deal. Think
Yeah.
about it like when you go into an attorney and you say guilty, not guilty, whatever, and they say, well, I'll work out something with the state. So it's this is not about the court forcing you to. This is something
It's
you're
not a
working out.
deal, yeah.
It's voluntary.
Yeah,
you
this
have a
is something
choice.
that you're basically saying if I do this and you guys arrange this and the court helps me get into this to beat a problem that I have, then the court will help you out. It's not a negative thing. You're not forcing anybody into rehab. This is
Nope.
not that's not what that
Could
is.
you imagine? Could you imagine, like you hear on the news, tonight on the 6 o'clock news, in drug court today, 2 tabs of acid and a magic mushroom were sentenced to 5 months in the Ironton County Jail. Yeah, it's like what? They just sentenced the magic mushroom and 2 tabs of acid to go to jail. What?
The war
Okay.
on drugs.
I think
the
we're
war
kind
on
of
drugs. There it is.
I think we're kind of bouncing here. You're not, if you're not guilty, you're not guilty. There is no drug rehab. If you want to challenge it and you want to go to court, then you do so.
Right. Yeah, you don't have to go to rehab at all.
The war on drugs. Do you see the army?
Drug-
Did a bunch
And agreeing
did a
to
bunch
be
of
in,
bags of cocaine and they're shooting back.
I guess I think we're going off on a really weird angle here because you're saying evidence illegally. Well, we understand that fruit's a poisonous tree. I'm not talking. I thought you were asking about drug
You know
rehab.
me, right?
Okay, here's the gist of it. If you've been arrested for possession of drugs, in theory, I'm just completely hypothetical. You've been arrested for possession of drugs, and you go into the court, and they take you into to court, and you're cited into court or whatever, and you go in there, and they basically say, "Here's the deal: if you want to deal with this, and you want help with this, we can get you in rehab, and then if you do this and you follow this." And you complete it, then you could potentially not even face the original criminal stuff. So that's really, it's actually a really good thing for people that have a problem. So that's kind of where that's at.
Right. Drug court is not pleading innocent or guilty. It's giving you an opportunity to get well, get healthy, and to not reoffend.
Okay. And here, there have been a lot of talk of illegal search. There's always going to be talk of people saying that. I mean, that's just it. Is let's keep in mind that I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but nobody that ever gets arrested really thinks that they were done right. Generally speaking, people aren't happy about being arrested.
So
As long as the search was done legally, generally speaking, most people, even if it's done completely by the letter of the law, they're going to say, "Oh, it was an illegal search," or "Oh, it was this," or "Oh, it was that," or "It was whatever." The truth of it is, I don't know. Why do they search cars so frequently up there?
do you know what goes on in that area?
What do you mean? I think are you a little bit of a just trying to pick a little troll action here? I'm curious because
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Highlight.
I mean, Cody, I'm going to give you an example. I used to watch Live PD, not so much the On Patrol, but the original Live PD. And the running joke over the 8 agencies that they followed that seemed to happen in every single agency that was not tied together, but is that every time somebody would get patted down and they would pull drugs out of their pants of the suspect that they are patting down, the first words, and it never failed, "Well, these aren't my pants, so those aren't my drugs." Think about that. Your first reaction is always self-preservation.
And I understand you're not being disrespectful, but I think
Nope.
you're jumping to a lot of assumptions because you're saying, why do we search so many cars up here, as if you have like tallies that compared to geographical areas, other places that says, there's more down here than other places. I guess I'm kind of missing that. Here's the way you look at it. Most of the time it's either going to be a consent search. Somebody say, "Oh yeah," or whatever, or if it's something that there's a drug unit out or whatever, sometimes they will run the dog. They're both ways.
All right, so I want to bring up something about those fucking dogs.
Sure.
All right, they're wrong really a lot, an unacceptable percentage of the time. They're wrong. And there are a lot of times too, like as in an experience I had, the the dude says, "Oh, I'm going to run a canine around your truck." Now I had a Toyota Tundra, a 2012 4-door, right? That's a big fucking truck. He took less than 9 seconds with that dog going around my truck and jerked its leash when he came around to the very back end, and the dog sat down. He showed him a treat, like a toy. And he says, "Oh, that's a hit." And I says, "Oh, okay." I says, "Where's it hitting at? Where's he hitting?" He says, "See that?" He says, "That means he hit on the bumper, the back bumper." I said, "Okay." He says, "I'm going to have to look inside the bed of your truck." So I had a cap on it, right? Nice vinyl cap. I unlock it, open it up, nothing in there but a set of jumper cables. I said, "So what'd that fucking goofy dog hit on?" He hit on that right there? And he goes, "Yeah." So then later on, when he searched my vehicle, he said he actually confiscated money, and I was detained at their state police shed, right? He took all my money and shit. And he says, he said, "Oh," and the thing he searched my vehicle, and it was only about the money. I mean, he spent like 40 minutes, and I'm sitting in his fucking cruiser watching him do it, right? So he has another cop drive my truck to the state police shed and then drives me with him, right? They immediately take the plates off my truck, and then they search the truck again, and this time they found a small amount of marijuana. And I was like, I didn't have any marijuana with me. Believe it or not, I did not. I don't travel with it. So I was like, what the fuck? Right? So they planted that in there to justify why they had confiscated my truck.
Well,
And I
the
was
jumper cables wasn't going to bring anything.
right. That's absolutely it. So they stole my money, they stole my truck, and under civil asset forfeiture. I mean, that was completely. I was watching them. Let me tell you what they were doing. They were they have in Arizona, they have the license plate readers, but not just on the patrol cars and shit. They're on the side of the highway. And they're collecting the data of everybody traveling down there and keeping it. And so they can tell how frequently you've traveled back and forth. Right? And so based on that, they set up a patrol car to pull me over for I was 4 over the limit. I was going with the rest of the traffic. 79 and a 75. Pulled me over, right? He said, "Oh, you were doing 79 and 75." And then he started his little fishing expedition. "When was the last time you came through?" And I told him. He says, "Well, you come through here an awful lot." And I says, "Well, yeah, I just sold my house in California." I says, "I've been moving back and forth." I says, I used to own a house here, this one that I'm in Virginia, and another one in California. And I had just sold it when this happened. And in fact, that's what the money I had was, a lot of it was from that. And I was getting ready to go get a piece of land in Nevada that a friend of mine showed me so that I'd be able to have a place out there to go vacation at, right? Have a camping spot and all that kind of shit. So,
Hey, Legicator, can you highlight Cody High Roller's comment to me while Sovereign's talking so I can address it here in a minute?
So there was so the thing was I sat there watching them in real time with these laptops, right? I'm sitting there watching them in the cop shop, and they are actually going, "Okay, there's that car. He was blasted through here such and such a time. Who's near him? Okay, get him to pull him over." You know, and they would pull over vehicles based on that, off the frequency of how many times they're going there. Now, here's the thing. They're only getting westbound traffic, but they say that they're trying to get people that are trafficking drugs, right? But they're only taking westbound traffic. They're not fucking with the eastbound. Who is smuggling drugs to California? No one, right? But what's only an hour away from where I was hit? Las Vegas. A lot of people travel through there with cash, right? So then what they try to do with your money is they say, "Oh, it's drug money." How do you know that? Because the dog put a positive hit on the money. You're fucking shitting me. The dog smelled money in my truck, but didn't smell the cash in my wallet. When he was right by my ass, he didn't show a hit on my ass, did he? And I had like $400 in my pocket. So what the fuck? This is bullshit. So I'm sitting there and I look while I'm watching him do this. I see this other deputy come walking in with my license plate. And I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? So by the time they locked me up, suspicion of drug trafficking, right? Some kind of other bullshit. And I went to the Mojave County Jail. They took all my fucking money, took my truck. I had to figure out, I got out of there. Finally, I had my wife. I got a hold of her. I says, she's like, "What the hell?" Anyway, we got the money. We got myself out of there. And when I was in the holding, when they put me in holding, there were 22 other guys in there with me. I was number 23. 21 of those other guys were all in there for the same fucking thing. Couple of them high roller poker players. You could tell by the way they were fucking dressed. They were Vegas poker dudes, man. Nope. Stole their shit. They do that. It's policing for profit, man. And it was based off of one of those fucking dogs and the guy just pulling his leash and saying, "Oh, look, he hit." No, he wanted that treat in your
Well,
fucking
to clarify, that wasn't the dog's mistake.
No. Well, that one wasn't. But I've seen a lot of times where the dog does do a hit and they go and do a search and it's not. I think it's as high as 60%.
Well, let me tell you this.
fail rate.
Let me clarify. I've asked every canine that I've ever talked to promise me that he won't lie when he smells drugs, and they never have answered me.
Really?
Yeah, not one dog.
Oh well, yeah, the dog. It's up about the trainer, or it's the guy. Yeah.
So let me
Well,
just
no,
say that.
sometimes they have gone with a positive hit, and it wasn't the trainer, and they do. I mean, when they're a legit thing and the dog goes out, they
Let me
fail.
tell you. Let me tell you
This
that.
is an interesting point. Did you know that the only dog whose testimony, okay, and that means their results, are actually admissible in a court of law is a bloodhound?
Well, a bloodhound's the only dog that can scent discriminate. But what I'm trying to say is this: those dogs, I've been to the canine schools and I've seen the way they do them. Like for instance, Ike, with the canine that works our midnight shift, when he indicates, he's got his own thing that he does that it's like he knows when I smell it, Dad. This is what I'm doing, right? So when he indicates, he's saying there's a drug smell. He doesn't go off the, well, the dog said it's right here, or the dog says it's right there, or whatever. The dogs are pretty damn accurate in my experience. Is there times that they will miss? Absolutely. It's still an animal and it's still subject to making a mistake or whatever. But out of my experience, they're pretty damn accurate. But you have to keep in mind, up until just recently, all the canines were still getting certified and qualified on marijuana. And that's something that just changed recently. And get this, if you smoked marijuana in the car, there's still a chance a dog's going to hit on the marijuana. But that's changed now. Most dogs don't even fool with that. That's not even a thing anymore. So the dogs that you're actually seeing get certified now don't look for that.
Yep.
They're looking for methamphetamine, the heroin type stuff, the stuff that means a little more anyway. Are they 100%? No, there's nothing that's 100%. But are they pretty damn good considering the circumstances? Out of my experience, they are. I've seen many searches that don't turn up stuff. But get this, let's face it, just because a dog hits on it and we don't find it doesn't mean it's not there.
I had this dog named Mosby, and he loved weed. That dog was crazy, and he could tell. He knew if somebody was holding, right? So I had a friend of mine. He'd come over to my house. He loved to see my friend Rodney, and Rodney'd come over, open up the door. Rodney'd come in. He was right up on him. Oh, hey Rodney, I love you. And the first thing he'd do is sniff his pocket. And as soon as he smelled weed in his pocket, that dog would sit down like he was ready for a treat. Like, all right, when are you gonna blow me a hit? When are you gonna blow me? And the dog would love to get stoned, and he'd sit there for a minute. A little while later, you'd hear off in the other room, crunch, 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 crunch. He's in there chowing down on his food, man. He would just then come in and mellow out with everybody. He was a cool dog.
Terry, do you want to go ahead and address that?
Yeah, it's really easy here. Me objecting to a search that's consented to seems kind of pointless. Here's the thing. If you know your rights, and you must if you're able to give consent, because you can't give consent unless you know what you're consenting to. And if you consent to shit you don't know about, maybe you should have learned before you got there. And if you didn't, you should definitely learn after. So if you're put in that situation again, you shouldn't ever consent. No matter what, you should never consent to a search. I don't give a damn what the reason's for, no matter who you are or what you're doing. However, as far as me getting in the middle of what's going on, if they've already consented, there's nothing I can do about that. Yeah, I could tell them, yeah, you can revoke consent, but if they're too scared and they automatically gave consent, they're not going to revoke consent, and that's what happens 99% of the time. They won't revoke.
Well, and for the record, if the dog hits, it doesn't matter what you tell them anyway.
What's that?
If the dog hits, it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, well, I was going to get to that. If the dog, the Ironton Police Canine, as far as I've been out there, has never been out of a vehicle on a drug search. So they haven't used it. Now, maybe the sheriff's department uses theirs. I don't know. I haven't been present for one of those. But I will tell you that not every search there is a consented search. There's a lot of times when they have probable cause because they've seen something.
Sure.
A lot of these people leave shit laying right. You leave a paraphernalia lay out, or you leave something lay out where they can see it. Guess what? They're going to search. That's not a consent. There's not a damn thing I can do about it.
Plain view doctrine. If I'm walking down the street and your window and curtains are open and you're standing buck naked in your front room, I'm not a peeping Tom.
Oh, come on. That auditor has to know that.
You have to.
I mean, this guy says he's an auditor. Come on now, auditor guy. You have to know
Right,
about
right,
plain
right.
view.
Are
as-
you
as-
shitting me, Cody? People don't know they have rights and they're fucking Americans?
Hold up,
Well, then
hold
they're,
up.
they're not very bright
I wanna
Americans.
show you something.
I
You
thought
see
that's
this?
what we were built on was freedom and rights.
This little booklet right here. In this booklet is everything pretty much without the Federalist Papers and whatnot. This has it all what was this country was founded on. This has the Declaration of Independence. And for your convenience, Cody, I just kind of separated it out. Okay. This part right here, you see this little thin part I'm holding up? This right here has got the Declaration of Independence. This part right here has the Constitution of the United States. You know how much this part right here has to do with you? Nothing. Okay. Now, back here, this other last little skinny part, this is what has to do with you.
Bill
This
of
is the
Rights.
Bill of Rights. Okay. The Bill of Rights. And there's one on there called number 4. Number 4. This is called your Fourth Amendment. And it says the right of the people to be secure in their persons and homes, papers, and effects against unreasonable seizures, searches, and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. That's all there is to it. Okay, that right there, and it's
And-
number
and
4.
I'd like
so you can look
I'd
that
like
up.
to address Cody.
Easy.
Cody, you say you're an auditor and you're telling this man, Ironton Auditor, how to do his audits. And last I checked, he's free to do his audits as he sees fit.
Well, see,
He
some
is
people
not
like to
he's
throw-
not required to go up and yell and scream and get in police officers' faces and act like a total and complete ass and probably get arrested. If you
That's
want to
not
do
a-
that, go right ahead.
That's not exactly what he's talking about, but either way, it's pointless because rather than understanding that I do things my way, he thinks that because he has an idea of what an auditor is, that every auditor out there has to do whatever the fuck Cody says or whatever the fuck Cody does.
Mm.
Well, but fuck Cody, it ain't like that. I mean, fuck, come on now. It ain't like that.
Wait a minute.
So I
Wait a
tell you
minute.
what, you do your audits your way. I'll do
Okay.
mine my way. And
Look
if you don't like it, there's not much I can do about it. But you don't have
Let's
to
look
like
at this
it.
right here. Is a woman that arrested Chili during his peaceful protest.
That wasn't a peaceful protest. It was a trespass. The fucking building was closed. It wasn't a peaceful
Oh.
protest. It was
not.
trespassing.
No, he said.
Chad,
this
would
is
you drop the
now-
link for Roseanne, please?
I'm just gonna give you a little timeline. I remember that because it was funny. It almost looked, man, I swear to God, Chief looked like she was exercising fucking demons. It was funny as shit. She goes, Jose Maria de Castro, cease and desist. And I was like, the power of Christ compels you. I was like, that was great. But what happened with him was he went in there and said he wanted to rent that place out because remember he was looking for a place for at least 1,000 people he thought were going to come for his little class or something. I think maybe 3 showed up, but then he went there and they found out that there was an area you could rent out at the community center or something. So he filled out the paperwork. The girl says, okay, it takes usually about 48 hours to get back to you.
I think
And
it's like
he's like,
5
that's
days.
unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
Yeah.
And he says, we're going to do this. And so he started holding his class. They came in and said, we're closing up, started shutting off lights and locking doors and said, you got to leave. He said, we're not leaving. This is now a peaceful protest. And then they
He
said,
never
yeah.
said the word peaceful. He said this is now a
Yeah,
protest.
just
He
now
didn't
a
say shit
protest.
about peace.
And it's like, wait a second. I thought it was a class. You tricked people into coming and protesting with you? That's fucked up, man. You
exactly
can't
what
do
he
that.
did.
So, yeah, you were trespassing. You said you wasn't going to leave, and that's the grounds for trespassing. You should know that if
I
you
mean,
do audit
the
it.
janitor literally told him the building's closed, dude.
Yeah.
And if you notice at that point, that's when Ironton Auditor left the fucking building. That's when I walked out. You know why? Because the fucking building's closed. That's called trespassing. You can protest it all you want. My ass is going outside.
Cody,
I mean-
I would be up there protesting that, and I would always tell people they can revoke consent. That's getting involved, if I'm not mistaken, into a police stop and getting inserting yourself into what could be construed as a police investigation and could possibly, correct me if I'm wrong there, Captain Goo, get you arrested.
Yes, I will correct you because there's no law that says I can't tell people their rights and tell them they can tell the cops to kiss their ass. There's no
Right,
law
right,
against
right.
that. Now the
Yeah,
cops
first-
may not like it, and they may arrest me anyway and find a reason to tase
have
me
a
and beat
First-
me for it.
you have a
But
First
there is
Amendment
no
right.
law against it.
You have a First Amendment right until it becomes criminal, and we've seen that based on the fact that when you interfere with the rights of others, that's when you can violate criminal law. Well, there's actually certain. I mean, First Amendment is pretty simple. You got a right to go out and act as stupid as you want,
Yeah.
as long as you don't interfere with anybody else.
Cody, I corrected her on that, so I don't know why you're still whining about it. Why don't you quit? Let's get
Well,
on to something else.
Chad, it's basically the Bill of Rights is based. It's not. They're not rights granted to you by the government. It
No.
says in there it's they're inalienable rights endowed by your creator.
You had them before they were
Okay.
written down.
So it's natural law, basically written down. Okay,
Well, it's
these are.
even-
It
let's-
is that.
Let's
If
even
you
go
cause
backwards. Let's
the
go
truth-
backwards from that. The reality is the Constitution was written to tell the government what they can do. It's the other way
Right.
around. Those rights
Well,
didn't
yeah,
come from the
right.
government. We
Right.
gave the rights to the government to what they're
Right.
allowed to do. It's basically
Right.
like saying,
The Bill of
this is-
Rights, though, the Bill of Rights is basically a list of shit you can't do to us.
sure,
That's exactly that, and that's what really counts
It's
on
built
you.
to limit government, never limit the people.
Exactly.
absolutely.
That's
And
the way it's supposed to be.
That's
But
and
see,
that's
the definition of the word inalienable means that it's no lien can be placed upon it, and so what it is, you can't give it away. Okay, you're stuck with that right. Like it or not, you have the right to defend yourself by whatever means you find necessary. You have the freedom to say whatever you like. What you cannot do is cause loss, injury, or harm to someone else.
Right.
That
that you interfere with
natural
somebody
law-
else's freedom.
Right.
Yep.
That right there, that comes right straight from God, and that's always been. That's immutable. We know that. That's just an immutable law. There's nowhere that that I'm aware of where it's condoned for committing loss, injury, or harm on others.
Well, let me just sum this up so we can move on and say
Just know
this.
that a cop's the only one that can violate your rights. If the citizen does it, it's called criminal. Just so you understand how that actually works. If a cop does it, they violated your rights. Another person can't violate your rights. That's a criminal action. That
Right,
turns
right.
into a criminal thing.
Well, just to clarify this, and we'll move on from this.
Should
The
be criminal
reality
when a
is,
cop does it, but you know what I
out
mean.
of my experience, we don't set out to violate people's rights, despite what a lot of people like to believe. That's just nonsense and bullshit.
Oh, bullshit, Chad. You guys
I mean-
had those little secret meetings and shit.
Where y'all high five
Y'all
each other. and
high-five
shit.
each
That's right.
other.
Chili
forgot you guys watched
said.
that.
Chili said.
Yeah, he said that. He says,
Chili
"Look at why you
said.
having your little powwow with your flashlight
right.
over here, while this poor crack woman is
Well, I think
ratcheting around all over
We
the place."
know you do it too. Don't
I
lie to
think
us.
you're-
What Chili said.
I think the short way to answer this is what this originally started is nobody forces people to go to drug rehab. It's the court offering them the opportunity to divert a sentence if they're guilty or to feel like that they need help. That's basically what it boils down to. So
I
we'll
think
just
he's saying. I think he's saying though that's. I can see it from a point of view where, and I'm playing devil's advocate, of course, where that is almost a form of coercion. Like, look, you either do this and it's cushy, and if you don't, then you're going in the fucking hoosegow for.
or there's
you know,
another way of looking at it. You
Right.
either don't do fucking dope
Listen, that's
Right.
to begin with. Don't bang heroin in your veins.
that's the
And you
dumbest
don't have to
shit,
deal
man.
with that shit at all.
Cody, now he's asking, he says, I'm not talking about Chili. I'm talking about how the law and how officers and auditors conduct themselves in Ohio. Well, here's the thing. There is no fucking Ohio state law that decides how auditors conduct themselves. That's why I conduct myself the way I do, because it's me.
Hold on a fucking minute,
Just
Terry.
saying.
Terry, you know, I keep having to remind you, you have been stripped of all titles.
That's right. I forgot Chili took my
Patents.
auditor
Chili
title
said.
away, didn't he?
Titles, patents, and
Oh, well,
lands.
there's why I don't do it
All
then, Cody. I'm
titles,
not an
patent-
auditor anymore.
All titles, patents, and lands have been taken away from you. You have been excommunicated by
Because
Wow.
Chili said.
Chili Jose Maria de Castro.
Oh, we need to do a lot of shorts because Chili said.
Oh my
Right.
god.
Oh, Speaking of short, right?
You trying to say something? I don't like short jokes, man. I'm not short. I'm fun size. Remember?
Vertically challenged.
Well,
Vertically challenged.
I think what it really boils down to is, and we'll just agree to disagree with this, Cody, or I see Arch is going back to kind of his stuff. Let me just clarify this. You don't have to agree with me. There's been multiple times that there's been appellate courts that agree with certain things. Supreme Court's made rulings on certain things. And the reality is that sovereign citizen nonsense, where you say, oh, each individual person has the freedom to be able to determine their sovereignty and all that shit like that. That's still, you have to obey the fucking law. That's still why there's
natural law. Chad, it's like this, okay? If you break the word down, sovereign, I hate the term sovereign citizen, and this is why they get fucked, because you can't be both. You can't be both, right? And so when you're straddling the fence like that, usually you might get a post up your ass, right? So the bottom line is you're either sovereign or you're a citizen. Now, you have to break down what that means. Sovereign means to self-rule, okay? Now, in order to be able to self-rule, you have to be a wise ruler. What would you want in a ruler? What would you want in a ruler? You want him to be wise, judicious, fair, unbiased, non-selfish, right? So you be those things yourself. So who keeps me from blasting through a schoolyard with my truck? Well, fuck, I do. Do you really think a sign is what's stopping me now, or that there's a law? No, it's because I don't do those things. I am a wise ruler of myself.
Because Thomas Jefferson said that our Constitution was written for virtuous peoples. You are determined we lack virtue at this point. The reality is the reason that we have to have laws from the get-go is because not everybody knows how to fucking behave. Some people don't know how to be good to everybody. Some people don't know how to not steal people's shit. That's why. Because otherwise, if we don't have laws, here would be my question. And here would be my question to Archangel, or here would be my question to whatever, or to whoever's interested. I want to ask you this. You're constantly saying, oh, well, what do you think about individual sovereign rights? Okay, so are you implying that you don't want police? Because that's the alternative. Do you want police or do you not? Do you want law enforcement or do you not? Because
what I'd
that's
like
what we run into.
For people to just fucking behave themselves.
Well, I would too, but guess what? They won't.
Right.
They won't. So you know what? That's what I'm paid for. That's what police are paid for.
A lot of people, the system, Chad, has really taken the idea of anarchy out of whack. You got to really look at what that word actually means. What the word
we have a
anarchy
panelist
means,
backstage.
it means without rulers. It doesn't mean without rules. It means without rulers.
Absolutely.
Okay? All right. So those rules you enforce upon yourself. You own yourself, of course. You know, at the end of the day, if you really think about it, I've got a really interesting little flow chart I want to bring up if you want to share my screen just for a second. This will tell you whether or not you're an anarchist.
While you're looking for your flow chart, Justin B said, well, just a second. Justin B says, Ironton Auditor, the Klingon High Council is dissolving the House of Terry, seizing your ships and land.
I pointed that out to Sovereign a minute ago. That's what we were giggling about. I like that one. Yep.
And gentlemen, I'm gonna resign from the chat or resign from the panel right now. I might be in chat, but I'm gonna go crawl in bed, so I might have my headphones on and be listening.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. We appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Oh no, thank you. And I will talk to you guys later.
My channel. I'm sorry, Educator.
Yeah. All right. Good night, Tina.
Good night.
All right. So if you ask yourself this first question right here, do you own yourself? I think most of us would say yes. I mean, where does it go to if it says no?
Okay, hang on a second, Sovereign.
I disagree with that, because the moment you're born and the doctor brings your mom those papers to sign and you get that social security number, you're now property.
Hold up, we ain't got to that. We're getting to the point. You know, a lot of people don't even realize that aspect of it. But the thing is, would you say you own yourself? If not, who owns you, right? Other than yourself. In all
Okay,
reality.
so hang on a second, because Archangel says he's implying it's an individual's choice. So would you go so far as to say that each individual has the choice to determine if he's going to abide by any law? Because that's
Don't we already have that choice? I mean, it's the
Well, sure.
repercussion that we're talking about. In all reality, the police are pretty much at least 90% reactive
absolutely.
rather than they are proactive, right? So the police are not what prevents crime, right? Like right now, my neighbor, he's out on patrol, right? So he's not there, and there's not a cop anywhere in sight, probably 10 minutes away, and I don't see anybody burning shit. I don't see anybody raping people. I don't see any murders happening. None of that's going on. Why? Why
You don't
wouldn't
think
that be
they're self-ruling? Do you?
well, what
Because
they're doing
people
is
have
they're
common
governing
fucking
themselves and
sense. That's
shit.
why.
Now to think that a piece of paper that some guys in a marble palace wrote up and all agreed on is the one thing that's keeping them is that's as ridiculous as thinking that a guns not allowed sign is going to keep a guy out of there from shooting up people and shit, right?
Absolutely.
So that's just as ridiculous. So if you go into the whole idea, if you own yourself, well, it says someone else has a better claim over your body than you do. If you don't believe you own yourself, then if that means that does someone else have a better claim over your body? No.
I got bad news for you, Sovereign.
What's that?
I'm married.
Well, yeah,
See, I just killed your entire flow chart.
you did. You gotta. We'll put her on then.
I'm gonna have to ask Miss Sovereign.
Yeah, we'll ask the boss.
Get
I'm gonna
the
have
hell
to
off
ask
the
Miss
camera,
Sovereign if she
Blade.
agrees with this flow chart.
But it does, and it shows that pretty much exactly what I'm saying. That when it comes down to this, do you want to initiate violence on anyone? No, of course not. None of us do. Well, some people. If you answer yes, you do. It says you're a sociopath and a psychopath. All right. If you answer no to that, it takes you down here. Do you think that all interactions should be voluntary based on consent? Okay. And this is coming back from you don't want to initiate violence toward anyone. So of course, yes. If you said no, then you answered wrong to this question. So it comes back down to yes again. Do you support government? Okay. If you answer yes, it says you're confused. If you answer no, then you're an anarchist. And most people are really kind of confused because in all
Well,
reality,
change the word support to accept, and there you have it.
I'm going to bring up
Because
something.
you have to have a bit of
the
acceptance there.
damn
You
thing.
have to support
Okay.
something to accept it.
Where's my
Listen,
shopping cart?
Arch, I love you, man. I do. But if you honestly believe that you have the right to choose if you want to follow basic law, you don't. Period. If you're traveling on a street that's paid by tax dollars from every other person that puts into the pool, you kind of got to go by that way. That's how it works.
Well, let's look at it this way. All right.
I'm going to add Arch here.
All right.
You're on with us, Arch.
So
Oh, I lost your thing, Sovereign.
yeah, I took it down. I
Oh,
took
okay.
it down. I mean, I think everybody had sufficiently got the idea and of what I'm trying to say is that you maybe aren't aware of it, but you're pretty much self-ruling every day. Let's face it. It's what keeps you from killing someone. Is it a piece of paper? No, it's because you know it's wrong. Okay. And you can get in trouble for it. So a lot of times
Hey,
I like to use the analogy of the shopping cart. Okay. And I know that kind of sounds weird, but if you observe in a parking lot, there's two different types of people. There are those that can self-rule and that have the potential for it. And then those that are like animals and cannot. They have to be kept on a leash. So you got people that'll empty their cart, put their groceries away, and take their cart either back to the store or in the corral. Why? Because it's the right thing to do, right? And there's nobody out there saying, hey, you got to take your cart and do that with it when you're done. There's nobody enforcing that. They ask that you do it, but nobody's enforcing it, right?
Sure.
And so the people that take it back are those people that will do it, because you don't. The people that think, well, there's nobody to make me. They will leave it willy-nilly. Those are the people that cannot rule themselves.
Sure.
And thankfully, there's a lower percentage of those, because most people, in my experience, at least where I live, when they're done with their cart, they go take it back. Now, that's just an example of what I was
Marks will get
saying.
them.
What keeps me from committing these heinous things? Well, it's not because they
You
say
do.
I can't. I do.
Yeah.
I do.
We don't rape and pillage and murder because it's fucking wrong.
Not because I'll get in
the
trouble
cops-
for
yeah, not
it, or
because we'll go to jail or get in trouble.
Hey, I just came on to ask a quick question. I was in the chat earlier, and I was talking about reciprocal agreement and stuff like that. And I just wanted to get Chad's opinion on something real quick. So I'm basing this on personal experience, of course. So if I go get my vehicle painted, right? There's nothing in the laws that says that I have to go to the BMV and change my registration, correct?
No. Right.
Now it would be a matter of like, maybe it would be courteous to go to your insurance company and tell them, hey, my vehicle's a different color now. But from what I've been reading, if you're going to pull someone over because the color of their vehicle is not the same as the color that shows up on the registration when you run their tag, there has to be a vehicle of said, there has to be a description of a vehicle that matches that vehicle, right? Before you can assume that that's a good reason to pull someone over. Yet I was pulled over for this reason, and also for the tinted tag thing. And I just want to get, I want to clear the air on this, because one of the Ironton officers actually pulled me over and used this for an excuse. Would you say that that was a good excuse to pull me over?
What? That your
He got pulled over. He got pulled over because the registration, what the color of the car, when the registration came back on the I don't know if you used David or what you used, but when it came back on that it was it showed a different color, and so
I can explain it. So the on my registration, it states that my car is a tan vehicle. I don't know if it's been painted, but it's a pre-owned vehicle. I bought it at my cousin's car lot. An officer pulled me over, said, hey, the color of your, now this is the second time I've been pulled over for that in Ironton. He says, a couple things, bud. One of the reasons is when I run your tags, the color of the vehicle comes back as a tan vehicle. This is a silver vehicle. What's up with that? So my fiance tries to chime in and explain to the officer, well, that's that's the color that was on the registration when we bought it. I hand him my registration and I say, here you go. The registration matches the VIN number on the car. That should sate your, your concerns. But that wasn't the case. It escalated pretty quick, actually. But the other reason was that the tint on the license plate cover was too dark to read. Yet the officer read that license plate. He had to be able to know that it came back as a tan vehicle. So at that point, would you say that that's a legitimate traffic stop? That's all I wanted to know.
If your plate was obstructed, yes.
Well, the plate wasn't obstructed.
By definition, it was.
By definition?
If you had a tint over your license plate in Ohio, it is, yes.
All right, and then we go back to the reciprocal agreement, because in Kentucky, that's not against the law.
Right, but
actually, I see cars all over Ironton with way darker tint than mine was. I mean, it is retarded how many cars I see with that. So I'm questioning whether it's even a law in Ohio, because I haven't found it yet.
If the plate's obstructed, then it is. That's the best.
But it wasn't obstructed. If I showed you a picture of the plate, and
are you asking me for a legal opinion? Because I'm forbidden by law to do that.
No, not a legal opinion. No. I know you're not a lawyer. But I'm saying, if I showed you a picture of this plate as it was seen by the officer, would you be able to determine whether or not you would be able to read that plate?
Jeebus, did you
because
take
I think
it
it was a matter of opinion. It
pictures?
was just
You got two people talking. I can't hear anybody.
Did you take it to court? Did you take these pictures?
no,
to
because there was never a ticket written. It was just a matter of getting me pulled over and escalating the situation into something worse. Where my fiance actually ended up cuffed up in the back of the cruiser. Officer Grew was actually on scene for that. I'm just asking his personal opinion. I want to know If he saw well, because he saw the license plate that day and it was obvious that it wasn't obstructed. What's your thoughts on that? Like, do you think this guy is just pulling me over? And do you think that that's okay?
Hey, Ted, can you pull up Han Banana's fucking comment there about he robbed this guy for sure? And then I'm going to address that. As soon
There
as
is an answer to your question, Jeebus. And
This one?
part of the dilemma is
yeah.
the state is trying to assert a safety issue when it comes to license plates. Here's the rub, though. The question is, what really safety issue is the state trying to establish? With a license plate being hard to read, you're going to run into a defendable means of going against that by making the claim that the state's claim is both arbitrary and capricious, and therefore they must prove what safety issues they're alleging is a result of your license plate not being readable.
Well, I think that's all irrelevant when I get to the point, because the point is actually that the cop didn't really have a hard time reading the license plate. There was no problem whatsoever with my plate or my car. It was just a matter of getting me pulled over out of retaliation. I have a video actually where the cop passes me. He goes up about 3 blocks, turns, and he waits for me on a side street, having not even seen my license plate at that point. He waited for me to pass, jumped behind me, and then found a reason to pull me over. So what I'm asking is that okay conduct for an officer? You know, is that okay for an officer to be displaying that kind of behavior? Because me personally,
I guess I'm missing. Look, first of all, let me clarify a couple things. You obviously know that I am not going to speak on my personal behalf for citizens of Ironton or the city of Ironton Police Department. I'm not going to do that, as I've said since the start of this channel, first of all. Secondly, the plain and simple fact of it is, if an officer witnesses a traffic violation, whether you agree with the traffic violation or not, if it's something that the state legislature has created and it's a law that we have legal ability to enforce, and he witnesses that, if he stops it, he's perfectly legal. That's the best I can answer that. I can't tell you what his opinion is, what my opinion is. It's irrelevant. Ultimately, that's what the court's for. If you disagree
so
with
what
it,
if it never goes to court? So, you know, because what we're seeing here is harassment, and the police are harassing people. They're harassing me in particular. Have they done it lately? No. I don't know the reason. I'm not going to speculate on that. Did Chili go into a closed building and show his ass? Yeah, the building was closed. I could agree with that. I'm in total agreement with the laws. I think that was trespassing at the point where they said the building was closed. I never defended that. I think the dude's a jackass. But when cops are, you know, following people around based on their own personal crap going on, you know, there's a long story behind it. I won't get into that. But, you know, if maybe I can send you a picture of this license plate and you can tell me whether or not you think it was a fair pullover, because what I got after that was an officer taking up for his
because I wasn't there. It's based on totality. I don't know what everything that happened.
Actually, you were there. You were the supervising officer on the scene. You came there and you justified everything that happened without even knowing what happened.
I justified everything that happened without ever knowing.
Yeah, you actually did. You said you tried. You basically stood there for half an hour trying to convince me why I should understand the other officer's point of view. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh come on.
Yeah, I have it all on video. It's all time.
You show me a half hour worth of footage.
Yeah, I can do that.
I'd like to.
Sure.
I'd like to see it. I really would.
Yeah, she was cuffed up for about 35 minutes.
Okay, well,
34 actually.
I would like to see it because I don't recall that.
I can share it with you. Just let me get your contact info, and I'll just send it right to you.
But I can tell you, well, it's Legicator at Yahoo. But I can tell you this, and here's the short of it. I can't answer for Ironton Police Department here. I'm not in my official capacity.
I don't expect you to, not whatsoever.
And as far as everything that happens, as far as the officers witnessing something and they perform a traffic stop, it wouldn't matter.
But as a supervising officer, as a captain,
you're asking me as a captain of the Ironton Police Department?
Right.
that I just said I can't answer?
I mean, you're speaking about other things that have to do with the
That have
law as far
nothing
as
to do
chili and all that.
specifically with the Ironton Police Department. I
Yeah, it
can't.
had.
Here's what I will say: if an officer witnesses something that he believes is a traffic violation, it's up to the court to decide otherwise, not me. That's it.
Okay.
That's all I
So,
can tell you.
but if you're
I
the
don't know.
supervising officer on the scene, that it's not up to you ultimately. I mean, because what it was is you left it up to the other officer whether or not he could arrest my girl for talking or not. And you were like, I don't think he wants to write a ticket. I don't think he wants to take her to jail. But there was no. I mean, I'm sure you probably saw the video later or whatever that she didn't do anything illegal. They were just retaliating. I mean, she called him out on some BS, and they were pissed off. Now I got a dude and his brother following us around town every time they see us. We DoorDash. I'm just asking your opinion. Do you think this is right or
I don't
wrong?
know.
That's all.
I
I'm
don't
asking.
know. I can't answer what I don't
You
know.
don't know right to wrong.
He can't give you his opinion, Jeebus. Here's the thing.
Let
You
me
know-
just clarify once again. Here's how I'll answer it. If the officer witnessed a traffic violation and he pulled you over, that's the end of it. I can't answer anything else. I don't know. I don't know what he witnessed. I wasn't there. I don't know.
Oh, but when you come up, as a supervising officer on scene, it's your job to ask what happened.
Is it or is it not your? Is it or is it not your admission that there's a tint over your license plate?
Well, not now. There's not. Literally
Well,
that day when I got home, I took it off.
Okay, but at that time there was.
But since then, I've seen 3 times darker tint driving all around Ironton, and I've seen the cops behind them. I've not seen them pulled over for it.
Okay, that's a minor misdemeanor traffic violation. The officer had probable cause to pull you over.
Oh, okay. So you're saying the a tinted license plate, slightly tinted. What is the degree on that tint that I can get it tested to find out if it's actually against the law in Ohio?
If it's obstructed
Would
at
you
all,
know
it
that
is.
as a captain?
It's
It's not obstructed at all. It's a
Okay.
slight tint.
Okay, then what's your debate? I guess I'm wanting to know what you're wanting me to say.
Oh, there's no
to get
debate.
you
I'm
to
just asking your personal opinion. Not
that,
as
I
a,
don't have an opinion on the law. The law
not
is written.
professional,
I
just personal.
Yeah, that's my opinion. If it's
But see, this is the problem that I have with policing. It seems like cops take up for other cops, whether they're right or wrong.
not
Sometimes the
taking up for
cops are
cops.
wrong.
I'm not taking up for
So-
cops. I think you're just wanting me to literally to storm out with my opinion on something that's to agree with your
Yes,
narrative.
exactly. I just want your opinion. No, there's no narrative. The
It certainly
facts
sounds
are
like
laid
you have an
down there.
objective. It
No,
sounds
there's
like
no objective.
okay. Well,
I just want your opinion.
Here's my opinion: is if it's against the law, it's not up to me whether it's against the law or not. I don't write them.
But you're okay. But it's up to your opinion, up to the law. So I'm saying, if a cop sees me and he sees the tint and he says, I can say this is a little bit obstructed. I can say that as a reason to pull him over. And then as a supervising officer, you come on scene and you see that you can see the license plate clearly. Would you tell your officer, as a captain, of course, would you tell your officer, hey, yeah, this is BS.
Did he write you a ticket?
No, he didn't.
Okay, so
Does
what would you want me to
does
do?
my woman have neuropathy from the handcuffs? Absolutely. She's seeing a doctor for that. So
But that's not about-
there were consequences on.
But that wasn't about the license plate.
No. Oh, well, yeah, ultimately it was, because the license plate is what initiated the pullover, and then her
Right.
exercising her Fifth Amendment right to speak, to try to explain to him that it's not against the law in Kentucky and that there is a reciprocal agreement. She
That's
tried
not
that,
a
and
Fifth
she was told
Amendment
to shut
right.
up, sir.
That's not the Fifth Amendment, Jeebus. The Fifth Amendment is the
but that's
right
not-
to not say.
Oh, I'm
things.
sorry. The first. Did I say fifth? I'm sorry about
Yeah.
that. I'm not
I think
recorded.
we're
Just
once
a
again. I
little
think we're kind of
bit
going down a rabbit hole of nowhere. The reality is, I don't write the law, and I can't tell my officers what law they can and can't enforce.
As a captain, you're not the ultimate decision on the scene.
No, he's not, Jeebus. It's officer discretion. That's the problem.
Ah,
It's officer
okay, that
discretion.
answers a good question.
Sure, that's the officers have discretion over low level crimes, but ultimately, what it really comes down to is he didn't write you a ticket for your complaint anyway. Your complaint
No.
was if he should have
No, but-
stopped you.
but-
Right, but But what I'm
But
saying
he called
is you're,
another officer to the scene without knowing what happened whatsoever. Because my fiance was speaking and he didn't like it, he called another officer, which was involved in another incident
okay.
that they had an opinionated, they had an opinion about us already.
Sure.
This officer, out of retaliation, almost busted the window in on my car to put her in handcuffs without even asking a question. So that's not exactly officer discretion. That's one officer taking up for another without asking a question at all.
Okay. Once again, rabbit hole to nowhere. This all started because you asked me what my opinion was over a license plate cover, and I told you I have no say-so or an opinion on that. What the law is what the law is. I have no opinion on what an officer discretion is. I can't. It's illegal. I can't. As far as that
Right.
goes,
I mean,
as far as
Hey, I've been
a lot of
waiting
other
like
things
about
that are
20
against it.
minutes to address this dude, man.
yeah, go ahead, Sovereign.
So this Hand Banana, if you guys
This
are
dude.
familiar, real quick, if you guys are familiar with Hand
Yeah.
Banana, he's covered some chili shit, right? He's covered some of that. And so I saw he went live and I caught his thing. He was trying to figure out how to use StreamYard. So I went on his show. I was listening to him and he couldn't figure out how to bring other people on and show other shit. So I went in the chat and told him how to bring somebody on and I was showing him how to work it. Well, then when the discussion went on and we started talking about what we was just talking about a minute ago, about the anarchy, okay, about volunteerism, right? And I told him that. I says, you know, a person that depends on a piece of paper enshrined in some marble palace to determine whether or not they commit loss, injury, or harm to another person, well, they're no better than an animal on a leash. And I said, those are people that think that. And if that paper's not there, well, Hand Banana said that without that, if there was no law, I would totally rob shit. I would totally steal things. And I said, you would probably get shot. Anyway, it gravitated over to the point where he said, would you kill me? Would you shoot me if I stole your wallet? And I said, yes. And he said, do you think that a person's life is worth your wallet? And I said, I don't know. Do you?
Let me say it this way.
I mean, if you think it's worth your life to take it, bring it.
Let me say
I
it
just
this
want to
way.
remind you when you said you'd totally rob me, I wanted to let you know this right here, this little tiny piece of aluminum that's 1 inch thick. I did that at 70 yards, 3 rounds. Boom. 70 yards. All 3. Okay. So
Here's an easier way to put it. I'm old, I'm grouchy, and I'm armed, and I value my shit way more than your life.
now that being
Now you
said,
know.
now that being said, also, I'm old as well, right? I'm old as well, Hand
I
Banana.
had to
You're a
work
young
for my
kid.
shit.
You're a young kid. I've seen your shit. You know, you got a lot to learn. You really do. But that
Don't
being
forget
said,
to adjust
also
your
at my
glasses
age,
there.
even though there is a law, I want you to know that at this point in my life, a life sentence doesn't mean that fucking much to me. Okay, so there's that.
Hey, Sovereign, you are displaying a chiliism. I just wanted to tell you that, just in case you weren't aware of it.
What
The whole
chili?
fly hand, that's a chili trademark.
The what?
Flapping
The
your
what?
hands like a fly.
Oh
Can't
yeah,
do
yeah.
that. You gotta hit,
The whole, well, no,
gotta
I
rip
did
it.
that. I did that. Actually,
Squirrel.
squirrel, squirrel.
Squirrel. Yeah, that. There you did it again. Yeah.
Squirrel.
Oh, look, just take your finger. Oh,
Take
you're
your
in the
finger.
wrong room. You're just in the wrong
hit
room.
that. You need to just go from here.
I think I'm in the wrong room. Hey, I'm out of here, guys. I just wanted to question. It wasn't. I didn't want to stir up any controversy, but you know,
It's all
I
right.
notice a lot. I see a lot of
Listen, I
things
hope
going
you
on, and I keep
understand.
my mouth shut.
I hope you understand that for one, okay, like a police officer cannot give legal advice. Okay. For one, that I mean that's a big one right there. Okay. For instance, I sign anything. I don't get tickets or anything, but a legal document. If I was signing the ticket and I were to put my signature and underneath of it, I put all rights reserved or without prejudice per UCC 1-308. If they were to try to stop you, you say, I've been advised by my legal advisor to sign my name that way. And if they object to it, are you attempting to give me legal advice? And they had to say no, so they allow the signature. All right. So that being said, as far as the things that are concerned right there, what you're asking an opinion on, he can't really comment on, given the fact that the very agency that you're talking about, he works for. Okay. Now, if we were
Oh yeah, I
discussing,
can respect
we were
that. I can respect
listen,
that.
right. Okay. So if we were discussing, say, a pullover stop that we see a video of happening in
Somewhere that ain't
like here, right? Then that would be a different story. He could give his commentary and his professional opinion because he's not involved in any way, shape, or form. Okay.
So I could just ask the question again and just say, per se, it was over here, and he was an officer over here, and then I would get a better answer. Or no, listen, man, listen. Like I said, I'm not trying to blow smoke.
I need to say something to Cody here. He says Ironton citizens don't have any rights and they live in terrorism by their police department. Here's the problem with that statement. You already admitted that you're not from here and you don't know shit about here. So which is it? Do you know everything or do you not know anything?
Terry, I can argue that fact that I know a couple of people that are actually afraid to leave their houses because Blankenship stalks them. I know one in particular that's family to me, and yes, there bad things have happened, and I'm not going to bring it all up.
No one
You know, like I said, this is his channel. I don't want to do that.
No one said bad things didn't happen. What I'm saying is that every citizen of Iron does not live in terror and fear. That's not a true statement.
Oh, I doubt that. No, but there are a few that are afraid to leave their houses because of a couple of the officers. I will say
that's
that.
what I have heard that. That's what I've heard. You are correct.
So let's get them the fuck out of there. Let's just get them the fuck out of there. How hard is that? I mean,
who the fuck out of there?
Are we going to keep on?
You have
the
to
officers
prove it.
that are.
You have to.
Well, let's prove it. Let's prove it.
Bring the proof. I don't have any.
Yep. By all means.
I don't even know who the hell you're talking about.
Well, I do, and I don't want to put her name out there.
By all means, if you've got proof,
But it's not just the Ironton Police Department. There's actually officers in the Sheriff's Department as well.
Well, see, now here's the main problem. Most of what people were bitching about when Chili was here was the Sheriff's Department.
No, fuck Chili. It has nothing to do with Chili.
It was the Sheriff's Department.
This shit was going on before he came here. Chili's a fucking jackass. He ain't gonna do nothing.
That's not what I said at all. What I said, 99% of what people were bitching about while he was here was the Sheriff's Department.
In other words, the stories that he was getting were mostly about the Sheriff's Department. Okay.
And then it goes back to the whole transparency shit because there are no body cameras.
I'm going to say without a shadow of a doubt that the Ironton Police Department has had in its employ corrupt police officers. I know this for a fact because I even know of an Ironton police officer who was fired for falsifying a report.
Oh, you're just dying to go there. Don't act like you're not.
Yeah, I knew it was going there.
Suffer, don't hold back. I know what you're doing. Look at him tap dancing around this shit. Watch him. He's like, oh, I might have some information.
Oh, no, I absolutely have the information. I have the court document.
And it might be somebody that I think's a fucking asshole.
I mean, it's like, and that was corruption. So what we saw there was in this former.
There is no way that Cody is not fucking Chili. This has got to be Chili. Everybody in the chat, tell Cody, AKA Chili, that hug a troll. Please.
Did you see a while ago when he said I was Chili, son? I'll say fuck you to you.
Oh no, man! He's not cocky enough to be Chili. Trust me.
Can I finish what I'm saying, please? God damn it, son! Let me have a word in here. Shit. First of all my subs did not come from Chili. Only about half of them did, and they stayed. By the way, they all stayed, every damn one of them. And I've well over doubled that so far, and that has not a shitting thing to do with Chili. Chili is
not even half of mine did, bro.
I do not owe my success to Chili. I owe it to me. So both y'all can kiss my ass.
Absolutely. But no, this is true. This actually happened. And what you have to wonder with something like that, when they even try to paint the picture that they were trying to do somebody a favor. Well, hold on a minute. You mean to tell me that you were engaged in the act of selective law enforcement and you try to say that it was officer discretion? Well, is it officer discretion to call someone else to the scene of where, and
was not guilty of the crime?
Have them take the place of the person?
That's not discretion. That's called illegal.
That's called fucking evidence tampering is what that's called, actually. And when you admit to it, whether you plead to it or not, that is, so what's to say that this same person having a grudge against someone didn't fabricate some kind of evidence in order to get them locked up or hemmed up in the court system? Goes both ways. A sword swings both ways, doesn't it? So
Yeah, it happens all the time.
once there is a credibility issue, just like I would say with this recent police officer who was arrested by his own department, I might add, for this latest thing, Spoljaric, right? Now that puts into question every case that he brought in that involved drugs. All of those people have a possible appeal, if not a outright dismissal.
Well, they would if the charges weren't reduced and possibly even.
Well, you know what? Regardless,
They haven't been reduced.
Hold on, Jeebus. Before
Spoljaric,
we even go to that, what I'm trying to exemplify, I'm not trying to point out what's going on in a case that's not even over yet. What I'm trying to point out is the fact that once you've fucked your credibility like that.
Hey guys, can you hold the fort just for a minute? I got to step away just for a minute. Okay, I got to take a bathroom break.
All right, on. So once you've screwed the pooch and ruined your credibility, because you have to understand the reason that these jobs come with an oath is the fact that you're entrusted. Okay, and if you abuse that trust like that after taking an oath, what good is your fucking oath when you go to court to tell the truth, right? And the first thing that any defense attorney worth his salt is going to do is bring in the credibility of the officer that he's examining that brought in the case now, because they've already been admittedly relied on police reports. Boom.
I get what you're saying. How did that case turn out, by the way? How did that case turn out?
Which one?
The one you're referring to, because I'm pretty sure I know which one you're referring to.
The Spoljaric one or the one from ancient times?
Oh no, now that's another thing I want to address Terry with. Terry said that the charges weren't reduced. I believe that the news channel said at first that they were that I think it was trafficking. It was trafficking.
You have to understand, Jeebus. You have to understand.
And then it was reduced to felony possession.
I'll explain it if you'll let me. All right. Listen
carefully. All right, dude. You ain't got to yell at me. I'm not your little bitch. I'm not Chili. All right.
All right. Well,
I love you, man, but don't talk to me like that.
I don't give a shit. I'm gonna get some coffee and fuck you.
All right. Fuck you too.
About your opinion, bub.
So
say it to my face.
The thing is what someone is charged with initially, and then what the evidence, okay, that can change. In fact, that changed with my case too. Okay, that does change. Right on. Because what happens is eventually it has to go to a grand jury. Okay, and the grand jury is going to decide what kind of a charge and what kind of, based on what the evidence is. Okay, that's how that works. And oftentimes, from what you're initially charged with, it gets reduced off of there because there's not enough evidence, or it doesn't meet the evidentiary.
Or you can plea bargain. I've been there. Well, I've had a charge reduced.
They're not to the part. They're not to the point of plea bargaining yet. You have to understand that has to happen in court. You can't plea bargain off the thing, and the charges you say, oh, I'm going to plead to this, and they charge it before you've actually gone to court, because then you can just say, oh yeah, well, fuck you, I lie, I'm not going to do that, so you got to understand how this shit works. It's not done yet. It's not done. Give it time, then critique it. Okay, but the reality, what I was trying to
and I'm not saying that any of the Ironton cops took
what
up
I'm getting at, what I'm getting at. Okay, I'm not debating the what the fuck is going on with Spoljaric. I'm not debating what's going on with Beth Risk. What I am trying to give the point of is that once a police officer's credibility has been fucking thrown out the window, their testimony in court is no good anymore. Their testimony in court is an integral part of their fucking job. Okay? So once that's gone, well, now you don't, how you know that they're telling the truth from then on anyway, even on their job, if you keep them, right? Because after all, they went against their oath, got caught. You expect them to not break the oath? They didn't take that seriously enough to be entrusted by the public with that position.
You're
Sorry.
absolutely right.
So
A lot of those guys, they don't even
nobody-
remember the
listen,
oath.
I'm
They
gonna
just
tell you
repeat it,
something
and that's the
else,
end of it.
Chivas. She likes to sing a big song about how she was wrong because she's a woman and she was wronged about her sexuality. All right, look, I'm an equal opportunity bullshit revealer. All right, I don't care. I don't care I don't care who you fuck. I don't care what color you are, and I certainly don't care what sex you are. Okay, I don't care about that. But her video was right off. Say they just went on to treating me just like the man and did that was in the in power, and it was real, not real, cool. Because dude, it had nothing to fucking do with any of that whatsoever. Not one bit of it. Okay. The bottom line is this: like I'm saying, once you've been in trouble for lying after taking an oath, and that was pretty big. I don't give a fuck if she was trying to help somebody or not. If you was trying to help somebody, why didn't you just let somebody drive her home and not give the ticket at all? That's where your officer discretion is at. Not give them the ticket anyways with a different driver that didn't commit the infraction, and then stupidly check off that the car didn't have any goddamn insurance on it, which resulted in the ticket receiver losing their goddamn driver's license. Hell yeah, I'd be pissed off too.
I can't
Take
say
my
you're wrong with
driver's
the
license
whole,
'cause you're
let somebody
fucking
drive them home.
bullshit.
You know, that's actually, yeah, I can't say that you're wrong about that.
All right, so what the fuck is
I'm
she
not gonna
bitching
dispute
about?
that whatsoever.
She didn't get fired about because she was a lesbian. She didn't get fired because she's a woman. Okay, nobody was picking on her. At least I wasn't. Nothing I said was anything
Well,
except I used the word bitch. I'm sorry.
as
Moose
far as
like
you picking
my
on her, I don't know about that. As far as the guys back then, I don't know about that either. I know that some of those officers back then were horrendous pieces of shit that were definitely
Well, listen,
should not
based
have a
on,
position.
if you're going by what Beth has told you, what I'm showing you right off the bat is Beth has a way of skewing the actual truth, just like Chili does. Because what I've
Well, if
told
you've
you is
noticed, I
fact.
haven't went on that at all. I haven't voiced my opinion of
Well, I
that
don't
at
know how
all.
these people were in the past either. And you know what? Probably nobody gives a shit anymore. It's been so long.
Probably because I don't have a dog in that fight, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I reckon.
Because I
but,
can't, I can't speak personally on that situation because I wasn't directly involved in any of it. But I get what you're saying as far as, you know, cops head turn all the time. They do it for citizens, they do it for other cops. But I think that's a big problem in the departments, especially when a cop's doing something
look,
that other cops know are blatantly wrong. And they won't talk about it. They won't speak up on it because they're a cop too. And it's going to make their department look bad, of course. But just get that guy out of there. And guess what? The department don't look bad anymore. We can do it like that. Let's weed them out. Like Terry was saying in his earlier videos, let's weed out the bad ones.
Well,
What happened?
let me
to
say
all-
this.
Like,
I want to say this real
what
fast.
do we do?
Do you know who arrested Swole Jerry?
I do.
I do not.
The Ironton Police
I
Department.
know it was Ironton. Okay, I
Okay.
thought you meant like.
Do you know who
one
arrested
person.
or who filed charges on Beth Wrist?
I do not.
The Ironton Police Department.
Right.
We do what we can to do the best that we can. Are we human? Absolutely. Is there mistakes? Absolutely. Is there people that are learning that come in and do certain things that may not be right? Absolutely. But as far as when we witness something that's absolutely criminal and it's disgusting, we do what we're supposed to do. Period. And I've seen it for 16 years since I've been there. That's just as honest as I can be.
And I think a lot of that falls on the citizens that are claiming these things, that are claiming these things happen to them. And I know a couple that, you know, I'm not going to go there, but it was just horrendously fucked up. They need to speak out on their own. They need to do something about that instead of being afraid because a guy's got a gun or a badge or whatever. I mean, there are channels that you can go through, and there are cops that will actually have to pay attention to that, because you can't just ignore something like that when it's in the courts, or when it's in, if you go to file a, but here's another problem. If you go to file a complaint on an officer, another officer should not hint to you that you would be arrested for filing that complaint. That's absolutely fucked up, and I think that needs to go. Boom. The person doing that needs to go. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
If somebody says to file a complaint, you're going to go to jail.
Well, yeah. If you go to file a complaint, first off, and someone says, okay, the chief's not in, she's on vacation, I can't give you those complaints because they're locked up in her office, even though I'm standing in as chief. And then when the chief comes home and you've waited 2 months to get this complaint form and go turn it in, and you go, and then since then there's another complaint that's came up because the officers are still showing their ass. And the chief comes out and she says, okay, let's watch the video. And then she says, well, I didn't really see him do anything that I can that I would complain about if I were you. If it had been one of my more seasoned officers, I don't think things would have went so well for you. But you can file that complaint, but I can also arrest you for filing a false complaint. And those are that is exactly how it went down. I have it recorded. Let's just say that it is audio recorded.
Well, and once again, I can't speak on that. I wasn't there, don't know, but I can say it is obviously against the law to file a false complaint on a peace officer in Ohio.
Right, but what if the complaint was valid? Well, another officer intimidated the person filing the complaint with arrest, knowing that that person would probably not file that complaint just because she thinks that the odds are against her because the cop has the final say so.
Well, and
would you call that an abuse of power? Because absolutely. I would.
Yeah, if the complaint is justified, then absolutely you need to file the complaint.
Oh, it was absolutely justified. I could say that from personal experience.
Well, once again, that's not up for me to decide, because I don't know what you're referring to. So ultimately, the only thing I can say is it is against the law to file a false report against a police officer in Ohio, and that might have been how it was taken out of context. I don't know. I wasn't there. I will say that
it was more of a threat. I mean, I can say that.
You can say a lot of things. I could say a lot of things, but either way, it comes back to your opinion versus my opinion versus what policy is, what law is, how it all works. Ultimately, that's
so. If I let you listen to the audio tape yourself and you listen to it and you draw an opinion, would you be biased in your opinion, or would you tell me what you really think about it? That's what it boils down to, right and wrong.
I have done everything in my power for 16 years to not show any bias to anything, to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States and freedom.
Eesh. I don't know, man.
Prove me wrong.
Well, I got a video that just, I don't know,
have
man.
A video. You don't have a video of me doing anything to violate anybody's civil rights.
Well, like I said, my girl was left in cuffs for a half an hour while you stood there and justified your cops, the guys underneath you. As a supervising officer, the first thing you should have did was said, well, she got cuffed up for talking. Let her out of those fucking cuffs.
Okay, first of all,
dude, how dare you? That's wrong.
Okay, first of all, I'm still waiting on the 30-minute video. And secondly, okay, then by all means, show me a 30-minute video. Secondly, if it's something that those officers arrested and I don't know what's going on until I get there, I don't know what happened 15 minutes before then, but as soon as I would get to the totality of it and I made a decision, then I was under the impression that she was uncuffed.
Would you hold those officers accountable? You had to prove it.
If they'd done something wrong?
Not based on your opinion, based on right and wrong and what we all know is right and wrong. Yes.
Okay, what's right or wrong in your mind might not be right or wrong in Sovereign's or mine or anybody else's. You have to realize that everybody.
Discussed it and you've told me that you think it's wrong. If that's the truth, then it's wrong. Correct? If what I've told you is the truth, then it's wrong. I'm just asking for integrity. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for a game of wits and whose opinion matters more and all that.
Okay. And when have I displayed anything less than integrity?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, that's what you asked.
You were actually very pleasant. I've said this before. I had respect for you because of that very reason. I'm not going to go there and say that you weren't integritous in the situation. But as far as that particular pullover, you did seem to take up for the cops and kind of leave it, like they weren't doing anything wrong when they blatantly were. You know, I'm not
Okay.
questioning your integrity, but not knowing what happened before you arrived, should you not have maybe tried to find out more of what happened and not just take the cops' word for it? Because those cops are
Okay, wait a
clearly
minute. You're asking me to look
punk
into it when I
kids
get there,
with
right?
badges.
You asked me to
Sure.
look into it when I got there, right?
Ask what happened instead of just immediately taking up for the cops. I mean,
Okay.
sometimes the citizens are in the right too.
You-
That blue
Jeebus, did
line
you
thing. You explained
file
to
a
me what that
complaint?
blue line means.
You're literally
Jeebus, did you file a complaint?
Yeah, I have a complaint. Yes, I haven't filed it yet because I've been advised not to without proper representation, because actually they can use that against you.
If
I don't
your
see how,
complaint,
because it's just
your
cut
co-
and dry. I mean,
if your complaint is valid, there's absolutely no reason for you to file it. I mean, not to file it. As long as it's a valid complaint, you have every right to submit that complaint.
absolutely
well,
100%.
we're seeking proper representation, and if we don't find it in time, like it say that, you know, because it's a 2-year period here, if we don't find proper representation before the 2-year period is up, then we're going to go ahead and gung ho just file it and represent ourselves if that's what need be. I'd rather have a lawyer in the situation.
Sure.
You know,
Jeebus,
That-
if you'd
that
have
makes
woke your ass up, a little bit sooner, man, you wouldn't have wasted all that fucking time with that.
But here's
you're preaching to the choir, dude.
here's the rub, Jeebus. You
It
have to
always
file
goes
that
back to
complaint
Chili,
with
and I'm
a
just like,
limited
fuck
amount
Chili.
of
Why is
time.
everybody distracted
Yeah, I
with this
mean-
dude when there's more important things in question here? You know.
Oh. You do understand you only have a limited amount of time to file your complaint. So I recommend, if indeed you want to pursue that, you should, but you need to do it within a certain amount of time, depending on whatever limitations are there in Ohio. So you absolutely have a right, and you should submit a complaint that is valid. And if you are being harassed for it or targeted, that just provides more.
It just
for,
adds to it. Yeah, I get it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
course.
So document everything, whether it be video, taking notes, whatever it may be, you want to document everything. And hopefully if there is a problem, it'll get dealt with. And, I will say that Chad cannot change the officer's discretion on his end, but what he can do, is if there are issues that require disciplinary action, that is something he might be able to address.
Well,
Actually-
and that goes back to my question. If you're the supervising officer on scene, does that not give you the overall say so? Can you not,
Outrule their-
stop
No.
what's happening?
Can I
and
outrule their
give your
discretion?
overall opinion?
Are you asking?
Sure.
No, I cannot outrule their discretion.
No, he
Okay,
can't.
okay, so that cleared a lot of things up for me because I was holding you responsible for that whole situation. Maybe that was wrong.
Well,
So-
even if I could, you do realize that me coming into it late, I wouldn't really know what goes on. I would just have to just assume. So that wouldn't be fair anyway.
And I get you guys are like brothers in the force, and I get that. It's always going to be like I'm not going to say like a gang, but it is like you guys are tough. Y'all hang tough, and I get that. But I didn't want to take up too much time on your stream. I've taken up enough, and I want to say that I do got respect for everybody here. I'm not one of those guys that say, "Oh, one cop did something to me, so all cops are fucking shitty, and I'm just going to go to war with them." And we know who does that. It's like everybody who disagrees with that guy or anybody like that guy. Like, this is a narcissist textbook, freaking hands down. Cut and dry narcissist. You can't. You just can't go against him or just say anything about him, and it's just an all-out war. Me, I say what I want, then I drop on out. I don't have to freaking, adhere to all the crap that comes after. They can just spit shit out of their mouth all day, and I don't have to put up with it. I'm better than that. But I just had some questions. I just wanted some opinions. I didn't want you to put yourself out there. I wasn't trying to make you look bad or nothing like that. just trying to get some air cleared here, get some bridge of the divide, as people say, right?
Right. Well, I think I've worked pretty diligently to try to do that since I started all this, to prove that I'm all about being a constitutionalist, that I'm all about the First Amendment, all of them.
I met you in person. I've heard people say you were a standoffish type of guy that kind of, they were a little intimidated. I didn't see that, honestly. In my opinion, I didn't see that. But then again, I'm not a wuss, so I don't know.
Well, here's something I want to add. Here's something I want to add to this, is because I think, Chad, you'll recall early on, after listening to you talk and what you were espousing, I think it was on a panel, and I said, man, you're everything that the embodiment of what a county sheriff is supposed to be. And I still say you should run. I do. I still think you should run for county sheriff, man. I said you embody all of the qualities, with the Constitution and everything, to be the county sheriff.
Hey, and I'll be the first one to share with you some of the things that I know some of them guys are doing in that department. And I would hope to God you'd get them the hell out of there, because they don't need to be wearing badges, man. Oh my God. You wouldn't believe it.
Right. Well, that we had another sheriff come in, and after a very, very corrupt one, I used to call him Boss Hog. His name was Pap Sedgwick, and big old pot-bellied guy, and a lot like Boss Hog, and very corrupt. And then when the next guy came in, he was pretty straight up, and he did that. There was a big changeover at the sheriff's department, big changeover, and it can be done. It can be done. So. That's what I say. I don't know if you got any kind of ambitions like that, Chad, or not, but I'm saying if duty called, I would say to do that. I mean, we've been declared here in this county as a 2A sanctuary. So, and that was done by our sheriff.
And Sovereign, don't get me wrong, man. I'm all about fixing the problem. Bitching and hating this person and hating that person. We're not doing nothing to fix the problem. We're taking the attention off the real problem, and we're creating a shit storm off to the side that everybody's paying attention to that. And it's just like, wait, that's not fixing the problem.
Right. Well, what the big problem is, and the big problem is exemplified in Chili. I want you to just picture him as a bad cop, because I'm not kidding you. He would be. I think he wanted to be a cop and wanted to be able to abuse people because he was Screech in school. I mean,
I think he wanted to be a cop. I think that's what he has such a problem with cops. And not only that, there's somebody else I think would probably have wanted to be a cop if he could. It's all about that. It's that short man syndrome. So, and Chili's definitely a victim of short man syndrome.
Well, listen, guys. Let me do this, because Arch has been really patient. He wanted to come up and say something. I'm going to have to cut this short pretty soon, because I'm not going to lie.
I gotta go, man. I'm going to jump off here. Like I said,
but I do want
to everybody on the panel. I'm outie.
I do want to go ahead and offer the floor to Arch, since he's been waiting patiently. So
he has.
Go ahead, Arch. You got the floor, buddy. If you can hear me.
Arch. Arch fell asleep on us.
Yeah, is it working? Is it working?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear you.
Okay. So I'm a type of person, I have no hate for anybody, and ultimately, my goal is to try to be a man after God's own heart, is what I've been taught from Scripture, and trying to follow the example that Christ set. That's very important to me. And, so I just want that to be out there. I think part of the problem is there's just too much hate being thrown around, and, whether it doesn't matter who's throwing it around, it's just too much as it is. We got to get over it and move forward, and try to work together to make things better, because the problem is we're over here fighting each other, and we're not really dealing with the issues that need to be dealt with, which is the deprivation of our freedom and our rights by a government that continues to grow, rebellious against the Constitution, limits, and ultimately we see it every day. And so I wanted to answer your question, Chad, as regards to what you said is whether or not I feel that people need to be under obligation to follow the laws. There's two things I would say to that. Number one, in the Declaration of Independence, the framers clearly said that we have a right to alter or abolish the government. That includes states. And the framers of this nation, they exercised their right to reject a government that was over them. Every individual has that right. And just as people have the right to form states, other people have a right to reject those states as well. Just because one group decides to do that doesn't mean everybody else has to follow suit. That's why you actually have 50 different states, is because of the fact that you have different groups of people decided different ways of having government over them. And that is uncontrovertible. And so just because, you know, we have 50 states now, that doesn't mean that people are under obligation to be bound to those 50 states, you see. And so the other thing is there's what is called the consent of the governed, okay? If you take these two with the 9th Amendment and the 10th Amendment, which says, or to the people as regards to having that police powers, it's not just a state power thing, it's also to the people as well. It is an individual people, and ultimately, as the 9th puts it, these rights were unenumerated. At some point, the Constitution itself, all those constitutional rights that we believe in, were also unenumerated. Here's the rub. All these unenumerated rights that we have and that nobody understands are being violated by the states, denied and disparaged by continually regulating varying aspects of our life. And that is why I say, you know, people do have that right. It's called a retained right, not an obtained right. And that is a distinction that many do not understand. And so that is, you know, when I say, you know, you're wrong about this or you're wrong about that, I'm just trying to make you understand that people have a right not to be part of that system. And, you know,
okay, what is that system in your estimation?
Well, it varies from the federal government to the states to even to the city.
Let's start at the municipal level.
Okay. Well, you're dealing with statutes and codes there. People who choose not to have that over them, that is their right. That is what the framers clearly said when they said the right to alter and abolish it.
Okay, so and once again, Arch, I'm not attacking you. I'm genuinely asking you. Okay.
Sure.
So would it be your statement that if you choose not to stop at a stop sign, that's completely your freedom right to do so?
Yes, provided no one is being hurt.
Okay. Well,
See, that's the key.
Would it be fair to think that that's taxpayer money that paid for the streets that you drive on? And they ultimately said that they want you to stop at that stop sign because that's the way it all come together to work.
So the government's taxation for building roads and streets does not give them the ability to deny the right to alter and abolish the government.
No. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I'm saying that obviously those tax dollars came from the citizens. So it's let's go back to the original root and say that's the citizens' money. And they basically put it would be like me and you and Sovereign going together and saying let's buy this lot of land. And here's what we'll do. We'll build a barn here or whatever. Let's just say, we're going to use it for hunting, whatever. And then you say, okay, well, here's the deal. We're going to have a barn here and a barn here and whatever. And we go in together and we pool our money to do so. That's kind of the idea behind a municipality and the tax dollars that work behind it. So, for instance, if they're pulling their money together and they're paying for city streets and stuff, and by and large, they voted for the city council in order to be in place that creates laws, and they know that's what their position is, and they know that they passed that law based on those people that voted them in order to say that we don't want you running stop signs.
So here's the dilemma with that. What you're talking about is public land compared to private land.
Sure.
Okay. Private land, yeah, you can, if you privately own something, you can build something and determine, what it is or what it's going to be used for. Absolutely, unequivocally. But now we're talking about public land.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So by your estimation, anything that belongs to the public is not subject to be governed like that?
Not subject to be governed by limited individuals. In other words, other individuals have the same right that those individuals had to make alterations as well. You see, so it's not just.
So let me ask you this. Who owns my police car at work?
Well, I would say, the people do.
Okay, so if one of those people decide to come bust my windows out, is that fair or is that against the law?
Well, maybe they felt it needed some fresh air in there.
Well, I got a pretty good air conditioner. I mean, I'm not gonna say that in there. That was a pretty good comeback, though. I have to give you. Okay, that might be fair. But that's where my point's coming in, and I use this example too. And Arch, you and I aren't far off, and I don't think you realize that. You and I don't see as far off as you think that we do. I'm a huge freedom guy. But here's the example that I would give. And I'll use this loosely, and I'm just going to completely make up a hypothetical. Let's say that a lady and her small child, her little girl's out at the grocery store, and some drunk moron comes out and pulls his pecker out and starts pissing on the damn sidewalk right in front of this woman and this little girl. Now, he's not doing it to be sexual towards this girl. He's just drunk and stupid, right? He has not intentionally harmed anybody, right? But it's not right, and it's obviously an act that's very, very nasty and very disrespectful to this woman and this little girl, and they shouldn't have to deal with that in public, because ultimately that's not something that a little girl, and I'm sure you being a man of faith would agree that you wouldn't want your daughter or granddaughter or whoever to be able to go out and see some moron acting like that. So my question is, what if this guy decides that he's not hurting anybody? So is he still governed under the same law?
So I would say that is something that can be frowned upon, but I wouldn't put that individual in jail for.
What would you have me do with him? Let's say, and I'm not. Please don't be offended. I'm not guessing your age, but
shoot him in the fucking dick. Just shoot him right in the fucking dick.
But let's just say it's your daughter or your granddaughter, and your wife or your daughter and your granddaughter out, and this moron's out here pulling his pecker out, pissing on the damn fence when they go to the grocery store or whatever, and he's out there acting a fool and cussing and screaming. Now, he hasn't hit anybody. He hasn't torn anything up. He's just acting a damn fool. And somebody calls me, and I go up there, and I say, well, Art says that they're not affecting anybody and that he has the right to not be governed under my laws. So do you want me to leave him alone, or do you want me to deal with him?
Well, let me give you my perspective on this, because, I see people being naked as not something that is grotesque.
Okay.
I think our mindset has been changed as a result of, eating the fruit of the tree, Adam and Eve.
Okay.
They were completely naked, roaming around. Nobody was there arresting them.
Sure.
But here's the thing: our perceptions about our bodies changed as a result.
Sure.
And so then after, there was a thing of providing clothing for Adam and Eve. But prior to that, there was no clothes going on there. So, I understand what you're saying for a little girl not seeing
Sure.
that, I would say what I would want you to do is to go up to that individual, talk to him.
Archangel, I'm going to change your perception of that whole thing right there. All right. What does it say? That God created man in God's image. Isn't that
That's
correct?
correct. That's
Right?
that's
All right.
what it says.
What is the image of God?
The image of God is endowed in all the qualities that we display.
No. So it's a spirit.
Well,
Okay, wait.
yes, God is a
Yes.
spirit, but
Okay.
just because he's a
All
spirit,
right. Shush. Let me finish.
I can't even finish the answer.
No, hold on. I'm not asking you anything. Okay.
Okay, well then.
I'm telling you something. So, what I mean is that God is not this is not what God looks like. Okay. So when man was created in the image of God, he was created as a spirit creature, a soul. Okay. Once the fall happened, okay, suddenly knew they were naked. They did. Why? Because they became into this physical world, into this physical form. That's why they knew they were naked. Prior to that,
So
there was no such
are
thing.
you saying that they became flesh as a result of eating the fruit?
Yes. In the 3D
So
physical world that we are in this linear timescape that we appear to be in. Okay? Because the wages of sin, this is very interesting too. The wages of sin is death, right? So,
Yeah, that's true.
okay. And we're all born into sin. Now, in mathematics, we depict in the is that time in the E equals MC squared time is the sin or the sign in that equation.
Sine wave.
Okay. So sign, and it's represented by sin. So let's look at it this way now. The wages of time is death. We're born into time. Okay. And it's that kind of a thing right there that now you will know death. Prior to that, it was you weren't. Now you will know death.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that, honestly, Sovereign Soul, because Scripture clearly talks about creation taking
looks like
place
Mario.
over a period of time. You have
I'm
the
just
first
saying,
day.
so on your thing of the nakedness, my point being that the fact is it wasn't till after the fall that they felt that they should cover themselves. Okay.
So
And
it wasn't
we
it
know
wasn't time to be naked.
there is a
wasn't
time to be naked. Now, on that note, too, there shouldn't be this type of thing over the human body. There's a difference between sex and sexuality. There's completely two different things. Okay.
That's true. I'll give you that.
There should be nothing. There's nothing sinful about the man or the woman's body at all. Okay. It's how it's displayed. Okay. That's where it comes into a different thing. Now, when you start getting into sex, when you're pushing it in a sexual way, see, this is why in Europe, when I was first stationed over there, I was 18 years old, man, I was loving it. They had this place called the Swimbad, and it was this big public pool that was a park, and it was really nice, man. And I'm sitting there enjoying the sun, and I'm sitting on my towel, and this girl comes over, and she lays her towel out. She took off her shorts, and she takes off everything and just laid down on the towel. And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? Wow. Well, see, they don't see it like that. She was just nude. It's not that she was there for sex or anything else like that. They don't view it like that. In fact, they're TV commercials. Over here, they'll have the woman in the shower going, I like Cam A, right? Not over there. They was like, yes, Cam A is my favorite soap, and they're washing their boobies right there on the screen. They don't look at it that way. That's what people are taking a shot, you know.
Salvador, what was her name? Daisy Duke by chance?
Her name was just Daisy Duke. Yeah. Wait, we saw Daisy Duke. We saw some of her shorts. They have some of actually Catherine Bach's shorts hanging in there, don't they, Terry? That's
hanging
no
up
shit.
on the wall.
That's right. I wondered if you could. I wonder if anybody's in there offering up any money. I'll give you $20 if I can sniff them, please, please. They had to put a sign. They had to put a sign on the General Lee out there. It says, "Please don't slide across the hood," because that's what people always want to do is run up and fly across the hood and shit.
All right, listen, fellas. Listen.
I just wanted to answer Chad's question, though. You know what I would want you to do, Chad, is to actually, talk to the gentleman. Well, the scripture actually tells us what we're supposed to do. It says, if you behold your brother erring or sinning, go to him and talk to him. If he listens to you, you have gained your brother. If he doesn't listen to you, take along 2 or 3 else. And if he doesn't listen to them still, let him be as a publican. So, I mean, the scripture sets out the standard right there for us, what we can and should do.
Okay. Well, my question is, though, to you specifically is, let's just use that as a little wilder example. And I want you to do me a favor, Arch. I'm literally I've got to go to bed, guys. It's 3:30 and I have to get up. But I want you to promise me this, Arch. I want you to think on this, and next time I go live, I want you to come back up and you think on this and you answer me. Okay? Sure. I want you to think on this. If it's somebody in your family, let's just say, and I use that as a loose excuse, okay, or a loose example. I want you to think if it's somebody in your family, and maybe you don't agree with the naked thing or whatever, but let's just say somebody being nasty, whatever. And I use the cruiser as an example of it being something that belongs to the public or whatever. I want you to think about how you would expect me to act besides what you're saying as far as that, because ultimately, if this guy just keeps saying, go screw yourself, somebody's got to, because we're told to obey the law of the land, right? So if what happens if we don't have anybody, and Romans 13:4 literally says that there's an avenger of God that carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer.
Right. Well, but that's the key, though. He says, vengeance is mine alone. So, I agree with, there is
this is a rep.
An angel of wrath that will indeed hold us accountable. We will be held accountable, but what we will be held accountable to are God's laws, not man's commands. And that's the difference that, I see when it comes to these things.
Just ponder on this. I want you to look up Romans 13:4, and then I want you to look up that and compare that to obey the law of the land. And I want you to think about if it was your daughter or your granddaughter, and I want you to think about that being a public cruiser that your tax dollars pay for. And I think about all those in totality. And next time I go live, I want you to promise you'll come up and talk about it. Deal?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
All right. Sovereign, Terry, do you guys have a lost word? Because I'm getting ready to go to bed.
Well, I was just listening to him, and it sparked a little thing I was showing Terry. I got this right here. This is a replica, an exact copy of the original 1611 King James Bible.
Oh, wow.
And it's really cool. It's even got, you can see I don't know if you can see or not. Let me see if I can hold this up. You can see the kind of writing and calligraphy and everything that's used in it. And what you find out is that there's meaning in the lettering. Like, for instance, the way that the calligraphy is done in Genesis, if you the first letter of each one of the verses is actually a picturesque telling the story of creation.
Oh, that's cool.
The same thing. And it was really cool. I got this, and it came with an authentic leaf, a page from an actual 1611 King James Bible. Wow, and this one appears to, I don't know why or anything, but it looks like there's a blood stain on it. It does look like blood to me.
Well, I can believe there probably was a lot of bloodshed over that.
Oh my goodness, yes. But it's really interesting. I always say, you know, go back to the original, and if you read
Nice
in there,
Bible. Sean.
the notes to the reader, the translators to the reader, this is integral. You have to read that, and it helps you understand a lot better what's going on. Also, the apocryphic text will really bring stuff together. What's the Book of Enoch is really quite phenomenal. You get some understanding into what's going on. It gives the indictments, or is that Jubilees? I think Jubilees might give the indictments of the various watchers that God told Enoch. Because what was screwed up was, okay, after the watchers did everything that they did and created the Nephilim and all that, right? What
Yeah.
they realized they'd fucked up so bad, God wouldn't even talk to them. What their job is to be a liaison between man and God, right? And they fucked up so bad that God wouldn't even talk to them. So Enoch was
That's
a
right.
righteous scribe, and they said, "Hey, will you write us an appeal to God?" And he agreed to, and he appeared before God. God took him up. The angels took him up, and he saw God. And God pretty much, I put this stuff in layman's terms, right? So God says, "Hey, you know, quit bowing down and shit. You know, here's the deal." He says, "This is totally ass backwards, man. You coming to me on their behalf, it's supposed to be the other way around. Well, let me tell you why I'm so pissed off." And it lists all of the indictments he had against each one of the watchers. And it's really quite like Azazel was because he taught man how to make weapons and make war and shit. And I
Right.
forget what the other one's name was for making potions and elixirs that would keep the women from being able to get pregnant so they could fornicate, like birth control pills. Man, he was down on that. So you look into a lot of that shit, and it's really wow. Okay, I'm digging what's happening here now. I'm seeing
Well,
what's happening. What they're talking about.
Let's remember, Chad needs to get some sleep tonight.
Yeah. Let's get.
All right, guys.
As for Ironton Auditor, my final word is hello and goodbye to everybody in the chat. As always, we appreciate you all joining us. Legicator, thanks for having us. Archangel, thanks for joining us. Jeebus, Tina, everybody that was up here, we appreciate you coming.
Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See a doctor and get rid of it.
That's right. All right. Well, to my panel, Archangel, I appreciate you coming up and hanging out with us. Sovereign and Terry, you guys know how it is. You guys are always here. Hell, you guys are just as much part of the show as me, so I don't have to thank you guys.
You're right on, bro.
Eventually, you don't have to tell somebody where the damn refrigerator is. They just know after a while, don't they?
Oh, don't even tell me that.
But I appreciate you guys hanging out, and for everybody in the chat, man. I know this has kind of went a little weird, different ways and stuff, but it's fun. That's what's cool about this, and that's the beauty of our great nation here is the fact that I don't have to agree with these guys, and they don't have to agree with me, till we can all realize that freedom and liberty is beautiful, and we can all share it and enjoy it. And the truth of it,
Chad, real quick, hang out backstage just for a second when you go off air, because I want to talk to you about something. Go ahead.
But I appreciate everybody. I want you guys to remember, stay positive, stay focused. No matter what, you can always do something nice for somebody. It doesn't matter if you agree with them or what. You can still do something positive and nice. The truth of it is, we make our own decisions. Our decisions determine our destiny. If you want to have a good destiny, you do good things. If you have the opportunity to bless somebody, the Bible says we are blessed to be a blessing. Go look for that opportunity. Be good to somebody. As always, stay focused, stay driven, stay blessed. Train like you fight, we'll fight like you train. Have a good night.
Good night, all.